Long Chen examined the jade bottle in his hand. Inside was a ball of liquid, yet it released a scorching heat. He knew that this ball of warm liquid was the beast flame. That was the essence of a magical beast's flame. Beast flames were exceptionally precious. A beast flame was equivalent to a magical beast's life, and only second-rank or higher magical beasts had the ability to nourish a beast flame. Long Chen used his divine sense to examine the beast flame. The flame element inside was extremely dense, and according to Long Chen's memories, this beast flame was probably from a peak second-rank magical beast. It was no wonder Wei Kang's expression had been so extremely ugly when he had handed over the beast flame. His pill flame spread and enveloped his whole body. Opening the jade bottle, he swallowed the ball of beast flame essence. Boom! When Long Chen swallowed it, its original appearance of a ball of liquid changed. It went from being as gentle as a rabbit to a berserk beast. A beast flame was a magical beast's life essence. It contained the berserk nature of the magical beast, and for a normal pill cultivator to force it to surrender required a great deal of time to grind down the berserk willpower. Only when that berserk willpower was ground down could you use your pill flame to join with the beast flame and slowly make it give up its resistance, gradually refining it one step at a time. But Long Chen wasn't the same. The battle today had made him disclose every single one of his hidden trump cards in order to come out on top. He needed some stronger ones to protect his life. Xia Changfeng had lost his most trusted lieutenant, and Wei Kang had lost his beast flame. They wouldn't take that lying down. The only person who Long Chen could rely on in the imperial capital was Grandmaster Yun Qi. But as the chairman of the Alchemist Guild, he couldn't interfere directly with the empire's struggles. Unless Long Chen completely gave himself to the guild and no longer participated in the empire's affairs, Yun Qi wouldn't be able to do anything. But after being repressed for so many years, how could Long Chen be willing to give up on finding out who was the villain hiding the shadows that had tormented him for so long? And how could he possibly abandon Chu Yao? Chu Yao had also endured such bitter experiences, making him think of his own troubles. Was the person who had secretly schemed against Chu Yao also the one who had stolen his spirit root? Before everything became clear, Long Chen couldn't give her or his own enmity up. He couldn't just swallow this hatred. So, his time was extremely limited, and he could only use the most violent and direct method to refine the beast flame. Boom! Another explosion came from within Long Chen's body. After the beast flame entered his stomach, it transformed into the shape of a vicious leopard's head that was fighting as hard as it could. A terrifyingly high temperature almost burnt Long Chen to a crisp. When beast flames were extracted, they shouldn't be suppressed. Doing so would weaken them, causing their quality to decline. Long Chen was now basically facing a peak second-rank magical beast flames roasting. The berserk energy caused Long Chen to spit out blood. As soon as that blood was spat out, it turned to vapor. Long Chen's body had already been turned into a burning stove. HMPH, a small second-rank magical beast also dares to resist me. Long Chen snorted, and his Feng Fu star activated. The 7 cyclones revolved wildly, and his entire flame energy was like a giant net that forcefully enveloped the ball of beast flame. That beast flame now entered its most violent state. But Long Chen's pill flame ended up becoming incomparably firm and forceful with the support of the Feng Fu star and the larger 7 cyclones. In the beginning, that beast flame was capable of dashing around, but in just a few breaths' time, it became just like a captured beast, and no matter how it struggled, it was useless. After all, that ball of beast flame didn't have any further energy as support. Under Long Chen's full effort, its violent aura was gradually eroded and it slowly calmed down. Although Long Chen had already anticipated this result, he still sighed a breath of relief. His clothes were now drenched with sweat. At this time, he felt as if his personality was split. Part of him was filled with contempt for this beast flame, the other part of him greatly looked forward to it. One side was happy, while the other felt disdain. Long Chen bitterly laughed. He knew that he had fused with a pill god's soul, and naturally that pill god looked down on such a beast flame. But it was what he needed urgently. This beast flame was the first step of his pill path. Under Long Chen's continuous refining, the beast flame gradually became completely calm as a ball of water. It was extremely docile now that it was completely purified, its berserk nature all refined away. An ordinary pill cultivator's first flame was actually created by using the Danshan spiritual qi to follow specific paths, and be released outside as a high temperature. Such a flame was more accurately a kind of hot gas. Only those who could form this gas had the potential to be pill cultivators. Less than 1 in 1,000 people could do this, so pill cultivators were extremely rare. But some people had a special dantian that already possessed a trace of flame energy. Through training, it could be condensed into pill flame. That was a true pill flame. But such people weren't 1 in 1,000, but less than 1 in 1,000,000. So amongst pill cultivators, most of them were like Chen, and for them to advance, it required refining a beast flame as a start. Even so, beast flames were extremely precious and could not be measured in terms of just gold coins. Perhaps in all of Phoenix Cry, only Yun Qi possessed a beast flame. Slowly withdrawing his flames back into his body, Long Chen examined the ball of beast flame that was now docile in his body and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. When most pill cultivators finished refining a beast flame, they would let it merge into their dantian and use the beast flame as their only cultivation path. But Long Chen couldn't do so. For one thing, the main source of his spiritual qi was not in his dantian but his Feng Fu star. Furthermore, he cultivated in the 9-star Hegemon body art, and this technique was extremely mysterious and powerful. It allowed him to fight people several levels above him. There was no way he could give it up to only follow pill cultivation. I got it. Long Chen suddenly thought of an idea and placed the beast flame into his dantian, using the 7 cyclones to slowly envelop it. Let's try it out. Taking a deep breath, he started a very audacious test. He used his cyclones to slowly absorb the beast flame. That beast flame didn't have any resistance to the absorption. Following Long Chen's orders, it dissolved into the meridians all around his body. This was merging the flame, dissolve the beast flame, and send it throughout the entire body. This was the best way for him to become familiar with the beast flame and gain greater control. Since it had already been completely refined, this process occurred extremely easily. Just like that, the beast flame dispersed throughout his meridians. This method of his had definitely never been used before. Even in his pill god memories, there was no mention of such a thing. After dissolving the beast flame throughout his meridians, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his meridians had actually become a bit wider. That additional widening could not be underestimated. Each meridian was like a canal. The wider the canal was, the greater the amount of spiritual qi it could support during battle, allowing you to explode with greater power. The dantian could be likened to a lake, while the meridians would be the channels. During a battle, you needed to draw the lake's water throughout the channels before converging them back together. This was also how battle skills could be so explosive. But the more powerful the battle skill, the greater the amount of energy required. If the channel's capacities were insufficient, they would burst. Without even harming your enemy, your meridians would break down. That was also why he was still unable to use Split the Heavens despite having figured out how to. It was because his meridians weren't wide enough. His test today almost made him jump with excitement. He now used his own meridians as carriers to nourish the beast flame, the two of them complementing and assisting each other. As he cultivated and became stronger, his meridians would be constantly enlarged by the beast flame. Long Chen had truly profited this time. Although other pill cultivators who brought the beast flame to the dantian would be able to cultivate quicker, that wasn't even comparable to the benefit of having wider meridians. Okay, I still have to see whether this is all good or bad. Taking a deep breath and praying inside, he slowly collected the beast flame that had merged into his meridians back into his dantian. A flame appeared in the middle of his palm. It had a light red color, and as soon as it appeared, it caused the air around it to twist. He nodded pleased. It already had this much strength just after refining it. It truly was worthy of being a beast flame. It was many times stronger than his original flame. Hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and slowly circulated a small strand of spiritual qi from his Feng Fu star to his cyclones. The slowly revolving cyclones immediately grew larger and began to wildly spin. I wonder if this will work. Long Chen was worriedly looking at the flame in his hand. He was extremely nervous about this experiment. But he still decided to carry it out. He sent those 7 cyclones, energy, to the ball of flame that he had condensed. Long Chen felt his body jolt as if it were about to explode. The blaze in his hand that was originally 1 foot long immediately grew to 10 feet. Crap! Alarmed, Long Chen hastily took back the flame. That eruption of his pill flame immediately scorched the roof. Flapping his hand, he created a wind to put out the flame. But although the flame was extinguished, the entire roof was also sent flying. Looking up at the 360 panoramic view he had of the starry sky, Long Chen felt the urge to cry. Almost as soon as he had come to a friend's house, he had ended up not burning the house down but actually tearing it apart. That wasn't good. As expected, footsteps came running as the people from the Shi household were all alarmed. Even someone deaf would have been awoken from the clamor. Seeing Long Chen's embarrassed face, Shi Feng's father covered up his shock and smiled. Without saying anything to him, he told someone to prepare a new room for him. Long Chen wanted to say something, but Shi Feng's father just patted him on the shoulder and laughed. You and Shi Feng are brothers, so just treat this place like your own home. After a new room was arranged for him, Long Chen didn't dare further experiment with anything he didn't understand. Sitting on the bed, he started to use his cyclones to absorb the world's spiritual qi, sending it into his Feng Fu star. The next day before the sun had even arisen, Long Chen's body suddenly emitted an explosive sound. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes happily. After his battle with Huang Chang, the next bottleneck had slackened, allowing him now to reach the 8th heaven stage of qi condensation. He ate breakfast and examined Shi Feng. He saw that Shi Feng didn't have any serious sequelae and left 2 medicinal pills for him. After that, Long Chen left the Shi household and went directly to the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 48: The Story of Yun Qi. Bang! Zia Changfeng slammed his hand onto a table, completely shattering it. His expression was extremely malevolent now as he ground his teeth. Long Chen, if I don't tear your body into 1,000 pieces, then I wouldn't be Zia Changfeng. The Lantern Festival had been a complete and utter failure for him. He had lost a powerful subordinate in Huang Chang, making him incessantly furious. It had turned out completely different from what he had planned. Not only had he failed to kill Long Chen, but he had also lost Huang Chang, and Wei Keng had had to hand over his precious beast flame. This competition's greatest winner had actually been Long Chen. Zia Changfeng's lungs were about to burst from anger. Within the same room as him was a young man in his 20s. Acting as if he didn't even notice Zia Changfeng's anger, he leisurely drank a cup of tea to the side. Zia Changfeng's anger had been mostly vented after breaking the table, and he gradually calmed down. He respectfully said to that person, "Brother Luo, Long Chen is too overbearing. I hope that Brother Luo can help me relieve some of my anger." That white-robed man who had been called Brother Luo lightly put down his cup and indifferently said, "Changfeng, you really have disappointed me. Just a woman has caused you to lose your calm. That Long Chen is just an ant. You have to remember why we've come to Phoenix Cry this time. If such a small trivial matter ends up delaying the major event, don't even think about escaping your punishment. Do you understand?" After saying this, his expression sunk, showing how displeased he was with Zia Changfeng's performance. Being reminded about their goal in coming here, sweat rolled down Zia Changfeng's forehead. "Many thanks for the reminder, Brother Luo. Changfeng understands his wrong." Zia Changfeng hastily bowed. Seeing Zia Changfeng's apology, the white-robed man smiled slightly. "Before we accomplish that matter, waiting patiently is the most important thing. Must you squabble over temporary losses? Moreover, we've already spent many years preparing. In the end, that 3rd princess will be yours. Think about it. Seeing that kid Long Chen work bitterly for a long time just to still fail at the end, wouldn't that the most refreshing?" Zia Changfeng's eyes brightened, and his anger was immediately relieved. "It really is Brother Luo whose vision is far-reaching. I'm ashamed. You mixed up your priorities. Although, to tell the truth, that Chu Yao really is as beautiful as a goddess and irresistible. Chu Yao's maidenhood will be yours. But once you obtain that beautiful woman, can you also let your big brother have a taste?" The white-robed man looked at Zia Changfeng and smiled. Zia Changfeng's expression changed slightly, but he immediately covered it up and did his absolute best to be indifferent. He smiled. Changfeng doesn't really care about such a beauty. Once the matter is over, Brother Luo will, of course, have his share. "Changfeng, you aren't feeling unwell inside, are you?" The white-robed man lifted his teacup and blew on it. "How could that be possible? Brother Luo is from the sect, and this little brother is still hoping to have Brother Luo's guidance in the future," said Zia Changfeng hastily. "Good, that is how a man should act. Take what comes magnanimously. Otherwise, how will you ever accomplish big things? Don't worry. As long as this matter is handled properly, you will definitely be able to become an outer disciple." Then, "Many thanks, Brother Luo." Zia Changfeng was ecstatic at that. That unhappiness he had felt just now vanished into smoke. The white-robed man nodded. But you must handle this with utmost care. If even the slightest whiff of it comes out, not only will the benefits fly away, but the punishment we'll get is not something either of us can survive. Don't worry, Brother Luo, I've been extremely focused on it and will definitely handle it properly. Zia Chengfeng patted his chest. Then, that's good. My identity can't be found out, so you can only call me out at the end. Proceed with the plan faster and set up everything as early as possible. The less movements you make, the better. And it would be best for it to be handled without spilling any blood. Most of the plan has already been set in order. The entire Phoenix Cry Empire is basically within our control. There's just one big problem, the border suppression Marquis, Long Tianxiao. He still won't surrender and is unmoved by force or persuasion. It really is a headache. He controls almost a third of the forces within the empire, and if we can't resolve this problem, it might have an effect on our plan, said Zia Chengfeng. Long Tianxiao, Long Chen, how are they related? They're father and son. Idiot, he's the border suppression Marquis' son. Then just treat him as a kind of trump card, a trump card that controls the border suppression Marquis. And you actually wanted to kill him. The white-robed man abruptly became furious. Zia Chengfeng was at a loss. He also knew that Long Chen could be a kind of trump card for them, but he was unable to bear Long Chen's flirtation with Chu Yao. You almost ruined things. Don't touch Long Chen for now. Go find all the information about him and his family for me. Yes. Zia Chengfeng left. Once he left, the white-robed man coldly spat out, "What an idiot." When Long Chen arrived at the Alchemist Guild, the alchemists who previously were unfamiliar with him all respectfully bowed. Long Chen's display of alchemy yesterday had already become common knowledge within the capital. Despite his opponent essentially cheating, he still managed to win a complete victory, awing them. He was but 16 years old when he acquired the rank of a pill apprentice, and now he was essentially a pill adept. His future would be limitless. Even if they couldn't curry favor with him, they still couldn't leave him a bad impression. Long Chen was still a bit unused to his sudden rise. Making some inquiries, he learned that Yun Qi was currently in his own room, and he went straight there. Enter. Just as he was about to knock, Yun Qi's old voice rang out. Entering, he saw Yun Qi sitting lotus-style. In front of him was a bowl of water, but the water was as black as ink and even emitted a fishy odor. Wei Kang's Yin Fiend Palm has become much more powerful, but it is a heretical technique and is unable to become a great technique. Yun Qi disdainfully looked at the bowl of black water. Grandmaster, is your hand okay? Yun Qi had received Wei Kang's palm that day, and that palm had contained a Yin Fiend's poison. After a night's work, it's basically fine now, smiled Yun Qi. It took a whole night? Long Chen was startled. Grandmaster Yun Qi had profound skill and power. Even with his powerful pill flame, he had needed a whole night to purify it. You don't need to be surprised. Wei Kang's Yin Fiend Palm is extremely sinister and has a resistance to pill flame. Although it took a night to purify the poison, Wei Kang will require a whole month to once more accumulate that level of toxicity again. And that is why I said it was a heretic technique that couldn't become a great technique, explained Grandmaster Yun Qi. Only now did Long Chen realize that Wei Kang probably had a limited accomplishment with his pill flame compared to other pill masters, so he had cultivated a sinister poison battle skill like the Yin Fiend Palm, using it to restrain other pill masters. For a pill master like him to not focus on his own body's flame and instead go cultivate a poisonous palm, it was no wonder Grandmaster Yun Qi turned his nose up at him. Your wounds have healed. Grandmaster Yun Qi was slightly surprised. This kid's skin is tough and the meat is thick. Just one night's rest and I'm fine, laughed Long Chen. Grandmaster Yun Qi looked him up and down and sighed. Originally, I had hoped that you could focus wholeheartedly on pills. With your spiritual talent, you will be able to walk ever further than me on the pill path. But after yesterday's battle, I've changed my thinking. A martial genius who can battle those in higher realms than him is too rare. It really is a mess. Don't worry, Grandmaster. I won't give up either path. Long Chen truly was speaking the truth. That was because his 9-star Hegemon body art was complemented by his accomplishments in alchemy. Without his alchemy, he wouldn't have even been able to condense his Feng Fu star, let alone cultivate. As for the 2nd star, 3rd star, and so on, they all required medicinal pills to condense. Even just the simplest Feng Fu star had used up countless medicinal pills. According to his memories, each following star's condensation would require an even greater amount of resources than the last. It was a number that was simply impossible to calculate. Although he didn't know the exact number, he knew that to condense his Feng Fu star, he had consumed hundreds of medicinal pills. But although the cost was high, the benefits were also correspondingly high. Otherwise, a trash like him who didn't even have a spirit root couldn't even dream of standing out, let alone battle across realms. Dual pill martial cultivation isn't completely unheard of, but usually the gains are not worth the losses. Splitting your attention into two paths requires twice the effort for half the gains. Historically, dual pill martial cultivators all wasted their time and in the end, accomplished nothing, filling them with regret in their final days. Yun Qi shook his head. Grandmaster Yun Qi wasn't wrong. No matter how talented you were, without 100% of your effort focused, you would just end up living a mediocre life. As for dual pill martial cultivation, it split your time and energy. Countless people had left bitter lessons to later generations, saying that it was a failed path they couldn't return from. But Long Chen had displayed great talent, whether it was in terms of the pill path or the martial path. His talent was absolutely shocking, and even pill master Yun Qi didn't feel that Long Chen should give up on the martial path. If you chose pill cultivation, all your spiritual qi would be transformed to flame, and you would only be able to use one attribute of battle skills. Although they had great power, if they met someone with the subduing water attribute battle skills, they basically could only run. But pill masters were extremely respected, so why would they go battle with others? Others would all want to get a favor from them, so how many would offend them? Although pill masters didn't necessarily have a frightening battle power, you couldn't forget that each pill master had an extremely large support. All sects needed to form good relations with pill cultivators so they could obtain the medicinal pills they needed. If a pill cultivator went out, even if he was only a pill apprentice, there would be countless powers fighting over that person. That was why Grandmaster Yun Qi had said it was a mess. But Long Chen wasn't at a loss at all. He had already planned to advance forward on both. I come over today to thank Grandmaster for his assistance yesterday. Long Chen was actually very grateful for his assistance and support. Haha, that's just a small matter. You also let me relieve quite a bit of anger yesterday, so I should be the one thanking you. Grandmaster Yun Qi laughed and gave Long Chen a praying mat. Letting him sit on it, he said, "Do you want to know why Wei Kang and I are like fire and water to each other?" Chapter 49, Pill Valley. Do you want to know why Wei Kang and I are like fire and water? Long Chen was startled. He actually had wanted to know this. However, such a thing was too embarrassing to ask about. But now that Yun Qi had brought it up, it naturally evoked his curiosity. Yun Qi began to tell him a story. From it, Long Chen learned that Yun Qi and Wei Kang had actually been fellow apprentices. Their master had taken 3 apprentices in his lifetime. Other than Yun Qi and Wei Kang, there was a third female apprentice. That person had been Yun Qi's wife, the woman in the drawing he had shown Long Chen who looked just like Xia Beichai. Their master was a recluse expert, and only in his final years did he take 3 apprentices and pass down his refining techniques. Those 3 had been extremely talented in refining pills, especially Yun Qi. He had been the best amongst the 3, and their master did everything to teach him. But jealousy was a constant part of human nature, especially for Wei Kang, who had been born in a humble background. He had felt extremely bitter and cynical about his master's preferential treatment of Yun Qi. He had always suppressed those feelings and never displayed them until there finally came a day when their master had reached an extremely great age and his life was about to end. He had called Yun Qi to his side and given him a tablet. Haha, my enmity with Wei Kang all stemmed from this tablet. Grandmaster Yun Qi sighed, and a bronze tablet appeared in his hand. The entire room became warmer when that tablet appeared. Carved on the tablet was a delicate pill cauldron with thousands of rays of light coming from it, appearing extremely lifelike. The other side had a scenic picture on it. There were mountains and water, and between them was a valley. Immortal qi hazily curled around its surroundings, and just looking at it caused Long Chen's mind to become much brighter. This is what my master left me. Because of it, us fellow apprentices ended up quarreling, and my loving wife was implicated and died. Yun Qi rubbed the tablet with a complicated expression. There was both a trace of regret and a trace of mourning. Long Chen didn't know what to say. Eventually, Yun Qi put aside those feelings and continued. Originally, their master had given it to Yun Qi secretly, and only the 2 of them had known of it. But somehow Wei Kang had learned of its existence and began to demand it from Yun Qi. Yun Qi refused no matter how Wei Kang wheedled him. Seeing that his attempts produced no result, and since he wasn't a match for Yun Qi, Wei Kang finally turned a sinister hand towards their junior apprentice sister. Their junior apprentice sister had already expressed her affection for Yun Qi in secret, and Wei Kang had hatched a plot around her, using her life to extort Yun Qi. But no one had expected that their usually gentle junior apprentice sister was actually extremely resolute and upright inside. She had killed herself rather than to bring Yun Qi down. This panicked Wei Kang. Yun Qi's killing intent had exploded, shaking the heavens. He had wanted to tear Wei Kang into 1,000 pieces as revenge for his junior apprentice sister. But although Wei Kang was much weaker than Yun Qi when it came to refining pills, in terms of combat ability, he was only slightly weaker. Knowing he couldn't beat Yun Qi, Wei Kang had fled. Yun Qi had chased him for thousands of miles, but Wei Kang still escaped in the end. Over the next 30 years, Yun Qi had never stopped inquiring news about Wei Kang, always wanting to get revenge for his junior apprentice sister. But Wei Kang was extremely crafty and never revealed himself. He even occasionally requested experts to go kill Yun Qi, and over that time, Yun Qi was attacked several times and almost died. Finally, Yun Qi awoke from his hatred. If it continued on like this, then he would not only be unable to get his revenge, he would even lose his life. By using his powerful pill refining arts, he had entered the Alchemist Guild and become a guild chairman, temporarily laying down his vengeance. But just a couple of years ago, Wei Kang had appeared again, and he had also become an Alchemist Guild's chairman. Although over 30 years had passed, that hatred hadn't lessened in the slightest, and the two of them had fought many times. Wei Kang had honed the Yin Fiend poison palm over those years. In their battles, Yun Qi always came out slightly ahead, but he was never able to end him, so Wei Kang always managed to flee. Now, the number of their battles had lessened in the past 2 years. That was because both of them had found out all the other person's trump cards, and so there was no need to waste energy. Unless they could find a way to finish the other off in one blow, neither wished to go do battle again. Are you curious about what this tablet is, for us fellow disciples to fight over it like this? After narrating until here, Grandmaster Yun Qi suddenly asked a question. Long Chen nodded. He truly was curious. Just what was the background of this tablet for Wei Kang to become so crazy? A mocking sneer appeared on Grandmaster Yun Qi's face. Wei Kang actually doesn't even know what it is. He originally thought that Master had become biased and gave me a secret art, but in reality, it is just a normal tablet. A normal tablet. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. For just a tablet, he ended up causing the death of a fellow apprentice. Yes, it's just a normal tablet. It has no use, but at the time, Master commanded me to take care of it, so I couldn't refuse. Originally, I was actually starting to become unable to ignore Wei Kang's wheedling and was preparing to give it to him to take care of, but then he actually stretched his sinister hand at junior apprentice sister. Anger and killing intent soared from him. At the same time, Long Chen saw remorse and self-blame on his face. For a useless piece of trash, he had implicated his lover. If that happened to Long Chen, then he might go crazy. This tablet is actually a proof of study. Yun Qi took a deep breath and calmed himself. Proof of study? Long Chen was confused. Yes, this is proof of study from the holy land of pill cultivation, Pill Valley. As for Pill Valley, well, it's still a bit early to talk about it. You just have to know that it is viewed as the highest holy existence in the world of pill cultivators. In an uncivilized place like this, no one knows of it. I've carried this thing for dozens of years. Now I'll give it to you. He handed the tablet to Long Chen. Grandmaster, this is completely unacceptable. This was given to you by your master, and this little one definitely can't accept it. Long Chen hastily waved his hand. This wasn't left for me. Master wanted me to find someone to give it to. I'm giving it to you, but even so, it might not have any use for you. Yun Qi smiled slightly. What? This tablet can be considered a way to step to fortune, but without power you won't be able to take that step, let alone gain a fortune. Yun Qi bitterly smiled. I told you just now that the Pill Valley is a holy land in the eyes of pill cultivators. How could it be so easy to enter? Even with this tablet, you need a matching strength to use it, or it will continue to be useless. What kind of strength? Asked Long Chen. If you become a pill king before 20, then you can use this tablet to register there. Grandmaster Yun Qi sighed. Long Chen's mouth dropped. Pill king before 20? Was he kidding? A person like Grandmaster Yun Qi had trained for almost 100 years and had only reached the peak of pill master. Wasn't a 20-year-old pill king just a crazy joke? No wonder Grandmaster Yun Qi had had such a strange expression. For such a thing, he had his wife's life implicated. Anyone would go crazy. Long Chen suddenly realized that Yun Qi had kept this a secret for so long, all in order to get revenge on Wei Kang. He had kept this treasure to constantly draw Wei Kang's attention. Wei Kang longed for it deeply since he didn't know the truth. Xia Baicha had also appeared most likely just to obtain it. When Long Chen had then popped up later, Yun Qi's treatment of him had caused them to panic. That was why they wanted Long Chen to die. They wanted Yun Qi to have no more successors. If he, Wei Kang, was unable to obtain it, then let it die in Yun Qi's hands. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What had it all been for? The heavens truly did play jokes on man. Although you are extremely talented, you were unfortunately born in an uncivilized place like this. There are no powerful schools inheritances for you here, and so the chance of you being able to use this tablet is low. But even a slight chance is something. When my master gave me this, he told me to find someone to pass it on to. One of his ancestors had managed to enter Pill Valley, and this tablet was a sign of their honor. That is why I hoped there would one day come a genius who could take this tablet and once more join Pill Valley. I've invested so much time for master's inheritance. Now, I will pass it on to you. It is also a load off my shoulders. Yun Qi had an extremely complicated expression. This tablet had changed the course of his entire life, but that change had been a complete tragedy. Who was he supposed to hate? His master, Wei Kang himself, or perhaps the heavens themselves? Fate seemed to have been bored and decided to play a huge joke on him. However, he was unable to laugh at such a joke. Long Chen reached out to take the tablet. Becoming a pill king before 20, others might not have any hope of that, but Long Chen was not like others. Many thanks, Grandmaster, Long Chen said respectfully. If one of us should be thanking the other, then it should be me. By handing this tablet to you, I have completed my master's task and I can finally be free to do a couple of things. Yun Qi smiled slightly. Long Chen was alarmed. Grandmaster, you. As if seeing through what Long Chen was thinking, Yun Qi laughed. Don't worry, I'm not thinking anything bad. I won't go sacrificing myself to bring down Wei Kang. Wouldn't that mean that I lost? That relieved Long Chen. If after receiving the tablet from him, Yun Qi decided to go fight Wei Kang in a battle of mutual destruction, he definitely would feel horrible about it. If a great person like Yun Qi ended up dying along with that old pervert, it would be an absolute shame, like using a porcelain vase to smash a rat. Child, I can't teach you much at all, but you are the person I have the greatest hope for. You must work hard. Although Yun Qi didn't want to go on, he couldn't help nagging him a bit more. If Long Chen could enter the Pill Valley, in terms of pill cultivation, it would be like ascending to become an immortal. Don't worry, Grandmaster. This disciple will continue working his hardest. Although Grandmaster Yun Qi hadn't taken Long Chen in as his apprentice, that was only because he didn't want to draw any attention to Long Chen. After all, Wei Kang was watching him like a tiger watches his prey. However, Long Chen's current state of affairs with Wei Kang was something everyone knew about. He had beaten his apprentice and expressed his thoughts about the man. Before letting him leave, Grandmaster Yun Qi warned Long Chen once more to be cautious. If the enemy was pressed too hard, then they might make a desperate move. Long Chen nodded his assent. He went directly home. Now, he had become much more powerful, so he was confident in being able to walk through the city without being killed. But when he turned around the corner and saw the gate to his home, his eyes opened widely. What's going on? Chapter 50, busy as a marketplace. Turning the corner, Long Chen stopped, stunned at what he was seeing. The entrance to his noble estate, which used to be always deserted, now had a long queue in front of it. All of them were married women in their 40s or 50s. He looked around and had to confirm again that this was his house. Only then did he walk over. At this time, Bauer was laughing happily as she received them. Don't worry, everyone, take it slow. Register the name, status, measurements, a picture, and any other particulars clearly for me. Miss, can you tell us what the madam likes in a daughter-in-law? One of the wives smiled charmingly. As long as they conduct themselves properly and aren't ugly, then anything is fine. But the madam did say she liked those with big hips the best. She said that the wider the hips, the easier she'll give birth. Let me tell you, my madam has actually long since desired to hold a grandson. Ha, young master, you've returned. Bauer was enthusiastically talking to them when she suddenly saw the gloomy Long Chen. Greetings, young master. Those wives all quickly greeted him. Long Chen nodded to them and then pulled Bauer into the courtyard. Pointing to the wives, he angrily whispered, "What are you doing?" "Young master, yesterday you boldly defeated an opponent from the Grand Zia and basically obtained the title of #1 junior warrior in the Phoenix Cry capital. You've become an idol for countless maidens, and they're all here to make familial ties." Bauer covered up her smile. "I knew you would make trouble. Where's Mom?" "Madam is inside. Aya, I actually forgot. She told me she wanted to see you as soon as you came home." Bauer clapped her forehead. "Good, I'll go right now. You hurry up and find a way to get rid of them. What kind of place is this? This isn't a marketplace." Long Chen wasn't in a good mood. I can't do that. Madam sent me to receive all of them. I better go." Who would have thought that the always cute and obedient Bauer would actually not listen to Long Chen and run back to those wives with delight? Long Chen rolled his eyes and went to see his mother. His mind was constantly spinning along the way, trying to find a way to describe the events that had occurred yesterday without making his mother worried. But as soon as he entered her room, before he could even say anything, his mother angrily said, "This annoying kid, hurry up and enter." Perhaps there was no way for him to explain himself. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a good excuse. But what he had not expected was for his mother to pull him over to a table covered in pictures of beautiful women. "Chen, look, these 19 ladies were carefully selected by me out of over 100. Whether it is in terms of beauty, etiquette, or status, they are all very suitable for you. Quickly look, do any attract your interest?" Seeing that Long Chen was in a daze, Mrs. Long urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and check them out." "Okay, I'll look." Only now did Long Chen realize that his mother had already completely forgot the danger he had been in yesterday. But when he looked at those portraits, Long Chen's expression became a bit strange. Mrs. Long said complacently, "Look at how beautiful they are, Chen, especially their waists and hips. They definitely are suited for birthing. If you marry a couple of them, I'm sure there'll definitely be some babies growing in just a few months." Mrs. Long was unable to contain her own joy. It seemed as if she could already see the scene of herself holding a bunch of her grandchildren. A bead of sweat rolled down Long Chen's face, dripping onto the portraits. It ended up landing on a girl's buttocks, following along the ink and making that part seem even larger. "Mom, I feel like this should." Long Chen started to make an excuse. "Stop delaying. Before, your mom thought you wouldn't be able to find a suitable wife, and now that so many candidates have come today, don't you dare waste this chance. I won't make it hard for you. Pick out 3 for me today, and later on you can pick some more. In any case, if you don't choose at least 10 of them, don't even think of going away." Long Chen's face turned green. Was this supposed to be like breeding livestock? But looking at how strict she was, it seemed she was extremely serious about this matter. Just as he was at a loss on how to reply, a rough voice rang out, "Brother Long." A huge figure rushed in and embraced Long Chen. "Brother Long, I heard you fought with someone yesterday. Why didn't you bring me?" Long Chen saw that it was Wilda who had rushed in. Inside, he cheered. This brother of his had truly come at the perfect time. "Mom, I still have some stuff to do and have to talk to Wilda. You just slowly do some selections. Once you finish those, I'll come to look again." "Kid, you." Just as she was beginning to speak, Long Chen had already quickly pulled Wilda far away. "That rascal," she quietly scolded, but when she turned back to look at the portraits of those ample girls, she quickly became gratified. "Brother Long, did you get injured yesterday?" Wilda asked Long Chen in concern. "No, I'm fine. Your brother Long will now have to fight more and more. Speaking of which, have you learned how to use that technique of using spiritual qi that I taught you?" asked Long Chen. He had taught Wilda how to circulate his spiritual qi throughout his meridians, but his comprehension skills were extremely low. If it weren't for how powerful Long Chen's spiritual strength was, and that he could teach him by actually guiding him from within, it would have been impossible for anyone to teach him. When Long Chen brought up cultivation, Wilda became extremely proud. "Brother Long, I can already use that technique you taught me." "Really?" Long Chen was delighted. Long Chen brought Wilda to an empty area behind the estate. Pointing towards a stone the rough size of a human, he said, "Crush this just with the wind generated from your fist." "Yes," Wilda agreed and punched out a single fist. Wind rushed over the stone, causing it to tremble slightly. "I didn't do it right this time." Again, Wilda was a bit embarrassed. Another fist shot out, and the wind still only caused the stone to tremble slightly. Strange again. He tried 3 more times, but the stone remained the same as ever. Long Chen's face darkened. Wilda, this is what you've learned. Yes, normally I can succeed in 3 out of 10 punches. It's just not working today. Wilda was distressed. Hearing that, Long Chen almost stumbled. When fighting with others, could you really rely on chance? Long Chen felt a headache. Wilda was basically a treasure trove, but the difficulty in unlocking that treasure trove was incredibly great. Placing a hand on Wilda's back, Long Chen said, "Try again." "Okay." Wilda once more punched out, but this time, there was not the least bit of energy behind it. Before you punch, you have to prepare. First, urge your dantian into motion and then punch out. Remember that it is the dantian that drives the fist and not the fist that urges the dantian. While he was in contact with Wilda's body, he could sense that Wilda was first punching out and then using his meridians in an attempt to spur the dantian. That kind of technique could work, but when it came to Wilda, it would be a matter of luck. Experienced cultivators would have no problem doing it like that, but it would be too difficult for Wilda to do that. Try again, don't rush your punch. Circulate your dantian. Okay, your dantian is operating, punch. Boom! A huge boom rang out, and that man-sized stone was crushed into complete rubble. "Brother Long, I succeeded," happily shouted Wilda. Long Chen nodded. He appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was filled with endless shock. Wilda had once more become much stronger. That last punch had had enough power to crush the late-stage blood condensation Huang Chang. Although he wouldn't be able to compare to Huang Chang once he used his beast transformation, Wilda was probably even better than him in terms of power. However, his movements had far too many flaws. But at this point, he had only managed to use a strand of energy from his dantian and wasn't able to use his full power. That meant Wilda's potential was truly frightening. "Good, now do it again," encouraged Long Chen. Wilda once more punched out, but this fist was empty like his previous ones. For a moment, it was just Long Chen looking at Wilda, and Wilda looking at Long Chen. Long Chen was completely silent for over 10 minutes. Finally, Wilda patted his head. "Brother Long, is it that I'm too dumb? I really want to tell you that you're not dumb, but since I hear liars will be struck by lightning, I don't dare say it." Long Chen looked at the sky worriedly. "Then what should I do?" Wilda was completely dejected. "From tomorrow onwards, you won't stay at the estate. Go back to the pasture." "Brother Long, do you not want me anymore?" Wilda was completely startled and filled with fright. Long Chen laughed involuntarily, patting Wilda's thick shoulder. "Don't joke around. We're life and death brothers." "Then, why do you want me to go to the pasture?" "From tomorrow onwards, all your food will have to be handled by yourself. If you want beef, then you have to kill the cow yourself. However, the condition is that you must use your attack containing spiritual chi to kill the cow. Otherwise, you'll just have to live with an empty stomach. Go." Wilda promised him and walked away. Watching Wilda's back as he left, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Wilda's comprehension skill was too worrying. Sometimes, he worried about whether he should keep Wilda by his side. With his intelligence, he really was a bit too dangerous. He was an honest person, honest to the point where his head couldn't even comprehend tricks. That was also why he would never goof off on what Long Chen told him to do. Long Chen's instructions were to make him accustomed to using spiritual chi. Otherwise, when he fought with others, each of his attacks would only have a chance of working. That was no different than sending him to death. In any case, Wilda's appetite was growing every day, and each day he ate over 100 cows. That was enough for him to train. If he unlocked his full power and became accustomed to using his spiritual chi, Wilda's strength would reach a level that would terrify even Long Chen himself. After properly arranging Wilda's matters, Long Chen returned to his own room. On the way, he saw that line of wives and the happily busy bower. Sweat once more began to roll off his forehead. He sent instructions that he was entering seclusion, and not to bother him unless something huge happened. He was at the 8th heaven stage of chi condensation. One more advancement would let him reach the 9th heaven stage, and from there, he could directly step into blood condensation. Only once he reached the blood condensation realm could he truly be able to guarantee his survival. He was extremely irritated that nothing was under his control. "Just wait. Time for me to see the true faces of the people who have constantly been scheming against me." Chapter 51, 10th level of chi condensation. Ever since the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival, knowledge of Long Chen and Huang Chang's peak battle had spread in every direction. Long Chen's fame had spread not only throughout the capital, but even throughout the entire empire. There was practically not a single person that didn't know his name. This was especially true of the younger generation. Long Chen was their idol. Whenever his name was brought up, they would be worshipful and envious. Of course, in any world there was no lack of geniuses. And of course, geniuses didn't all have to be on the martial path. You could also gain fame in other specialties. Now, just over 10 days had passed since Long Chen's battle. However, in just these few short days, there had been a genius who had used Long Chen to make a crazy profit of millions of gold coins. That person was originally just a master painter. Although such a person wouldn't be in a state of poverty within the capital, such a profession could not be considered high level. The income was rather meager. But after that person had seen Long Chen's battle, he had immediately returned home and spent 3 days and 3 nights without pause to draw over 10 refined drawings. The person in those drawings was precisely Long Chen. Originally, Long Chen was handsome enough and had an easygoing confidence. Following that master painter's backgrounds and lighting exaggerations, he had been transformed to practically look like a divinity. The scenes of his pill battle and subsequent fight had been especially exaggerated by him to appear extremely vivid and exciting. After he drew those, he went directly to the largest printing workshop. After that, an extremely impressive drawing of Long Chen became available in the capital, and those young men and women went crazy for it. Thousands of drawings were immediately sold out. Some people who hadn't managed to snatch one had already begun to stalk the printing workshop. The entire staff of hundreds of people worked incessantly, but that crowd of people waiting only grew larger. The printer workshop actually had to hire more people as time went on, and only after a week had passed did they just manage to satisfy most of the demand. But if that had been all, then that master painter would have only counted as an average businessman. He had a brilliant plan, and after that first painting had been sold off, he added another. This new drawing was even more refined than the first. What it pictured was even more impressive, and it was printed on an extremely expensive animal hide paper. That meant it could survive for hundreds of years without fading. It had been advertised popularly as being a limited edition collector's item. Of course, this limited edition collector's drawing was sold at a considerable price, but countless youngsters came to buy it, and the sales were positively shocking. But what no one expected was that, after this limited collector's painting had sold enough, a graphic novel called The Phoenix Cry Divine Battle silently appeared on the marketplace. That comic was a record of that day's scenes, which contained the third princess's confession, Xia Beichai's pill battle, Huang Chang infuriating Long Chen, and Long Chen's bloody battle with Huang Chang. That entire story had been expressed through pictures perfectly. From the pictures to the graphic novel, that painter and the workshop basically emptied the pockets of all the youngsters in the capital. Over just a few weeks, they had profited at least millions of gold coins. That originally poor painter immediately became a celebrity within the capital. Other than Long Chen, he was probably the most famous person in the capital now. Long Chen was not aware of this matter, along with countless other things that had occurred in the capital. After a couple of weeks, Long Chen had already broken through to the 9th heaven stage of qi condensation a few days ago. It went without saying that this fast speed was absolutely related to that life and death battle he had had with Huang Chang. Only by experiencing life and death trials, and only by facing the pressure that came with them, could you make your Tao heart steadier and firmer. And only then would your cultivation speed increase without causing your cultivation base to become unsteady. Currently, Long Chen was pushing his 9 cyclones to the max in order to absorb the world's spiritual qi into his Feng Fu star. As long as his Feng Fu star became maxed out on energy, he would be able to draw out blood qi and enter the blood condensation realm. The so-called blood condensation realm was named so due to the intention of condensing the blood and qi. Blood was one of the most important parts of the body. Only by reaching the blood condensation realm could you count as a true martial artist. You condense blood by circulating real qi to purify your blood. All the various foods that people often ate caused impurities to form within the body. Therefore, the blood needed to be refined and condensed in order to expel those impurities, letting your strength become greater. But before entering the blood condensation realm, you had to reach the peak of the 9th heaven stage of qi condensation. Only by compressing the spiritual qi in your body to a certain level could your qi transform the blood. This gave birth to something known commonly as blood qi. Once blood and qi combined, The energy that was released was inconceivable. At the same time, it was the most important foundational level for cultivators. Boom! Currently, Long Chen's Feng Fu star was starting to surge, a sign that he was about to enter the blood condensation realm. Long Chen couldn't help rejoicing, but he hastily stabilized his emotions and slowly circulated his cyclones, steadily absorbing energy. This was an extremely critical moment. There could be no mistakes. The slightest error would cause a backlash that would injure him, and it was very likely that some of those 9 cyclones he had managed to form would break apart, causing his realm to fall. Boom, boom, boom. His Feng Fu star repeatedly boomed. His spiritual qi was continuously being compressed. Having reached this critical moment, Long Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. All his attention was completely focused. But what Long Chen had not expected was that these explosive sounds continued for 6 whole hours, yet nothing changed within his body. What's going on? He was completely astonished by this. This situation was completely different from what was recorded in the literature. It was definitely not supposed to be this difficult. Within the battle skill pavilion, he had paged through several records regarding cultivation. When most people tried attacking the blood condensation realm, there was usually a single pair of shackles that prevented them. But as long as they had enough spiritual qi, they would be able to break those shackles and advance to blood condensation. There were also some people with 2 or even 3 shackles that they had to break out of before entering the blood condensation realm. It was said that the more shackles that had to be broken when advancing, the greater potential that person would have. Long Chen had broken through 9 shackles right at the beginning and went mad with joy, thinking he must be an absolutely peerless talent. But as he broke more and more shackles, Long Chen's delight turned into shock. He didn't even know how many shackles he had broken through after these 6 hours. He didn't count precisely, but it was definitely a number in the hundreds. This completely toppled common sense. In those recordings he had read, the maximum number had only been 3. It had already been 6 hours. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid now. Those shackles kept coming endlessly. I don't believe I won't overcome you. Long Chen ground his teeth. Since it had already reached this point, giving up halfway would only hurt his confidence in himself. In addition, the next time he tried breaking through would at least be twice as difficult. He could only force himself to continue. After a full day and night had passed, Long Chen had practically gone insane. Who knew how many shackles he had broken through? He was already numb now. Even with his perseverance, he started to feel like giving up. He had even started to form some doubts about the Feng Fu star. Was it possible that the Feng Fu star couldn't be treated like a true substitute for a dantian? Boom! While Long Chen's mind was going crazy, his Feng Fu star suddenly blossomed with light. Could it be that he had finally succeeded? Following that explosion, his dantian surged. Long Chen watched dumbstruck as another cyclone slowly appeared beside the other 9. He had actually formed a 10th cyclone. What kind of joke is this? Long Chen couldn't believe this. Couldn't there only be 9 cyclones in total, representing the 9 heaven stages of qi condensation? What was going on now? After this full day's torment without breaking through to blood condensation, he had actually ended up forming a 10th cyclone. There were 9 heaven stages to qi condensation. This was something that had been true since forever. Even amongst the countless freaks of the cultivation world, there had never been anyone who had heard of condensing 10 cyclones. Anyone who had this happen to them would be flabbergasted. Long Chen was no exception. He looked foolishly upon those 10 cyclones in his body and was unable to say anything. Long Chen suddenly noticed that after the 10th cyclone appeared, his other cyclones all started to gradually grow larger. Although it was extremely slow, they were definitely expanding. Whatever size the cyclone formed at the beginning was supposed to be its set size forever. That was also just common knowledge. Could it be because of the 9-star Hegemon body art? Long Chen could only attribute these anomalies to the 9-star Hegemon body art. Now that he had cultivated in that technique, his entire cultivation path had deviated from the norm. He watched them as they slowly doubled in size over the course of less than an hour. They were now around a foot wide. Although he didn't know what was causing this, Long Chen knew that the larger the size of his cyclones was, the more beneficial it would be to him. The larger they were, the faster he could absorb heaven and earth's spiritual qi. He wouldn't have to use up so much energy during a battle, and his recovery speed would be much greater. But he was still scared by what had happened just now. Originally, something celebratory should have happened today, but instead, he was alarmed. The 9-star Hegemon body art was just too strange. At just the 7th heaven stage of chi condensation, he could jump a whole major realm plus its minor realms to fight Huang Chang, who was at the 7th heaven stage of blood condensation. That was already an extremely frightening battle strength. It seemed as if the 9-star Hegemon body art was like an endless treasure house. What he had found out about it so far was just the tip of the iceberg, and yet just that tip contained delights and horrors. Even Long Chen himself had both high expectations and fear for his future. It was a very contradictory sensation. The fact that he had 10 cyclones definitely could not be revealed for the fear of his life. Such a defiant technique was something everyone would become jealous of. When he fought in the future, he definitely couldn't use such explosive techniques like last time and reveal the 10 cyclones. But what Long Chen was most unsure of was just how many cyclones could be formed in the 9-star Hegemon body art's chi condensation realm. On one hand, it was possible to say that the more cyclones he had, the better. But if he didn't advance to the next realm, then his combat abilities wouldn't truly progress. Even if you had 10,000 cows, they wouldn't be able to beat a single tiger. The most alarming thing was how much danger he was in. He couldn't even tell who his enemies were at this time. It was unknown just when they would pop out and try to take his life. He had to quickly raise his cultivation base. Looking at the cyclones within his body that were still slowly growing, he couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was what it meant to have mixed feelings. Long Chen no longer wanted to continue cultivating today. In any case, the current mood he was in was no longer suitable for cultivating. He had to adjust himself. Suddenly, his stomach let out a loud rumble. Only now did he realize he hadn't eaten anything today. Opening his door, he took in a breath of fresh air. Noticing it was noon, he shouted for Bauer to prepare lunch for him. He was a bit afraid to see his mom at this time, so he went about it sneakily. Bauer appeared to have figured that out and laughed, bringing him lunch. He ate a plate of white-cut chicken, a plate of fish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a bowl of soup. It was both simple and rich. After finishing, he felt his mood improve by quite a bit. His irritation with the 9-star Hegemon body art also had decreased greatly. "Young master, someone's looking for you." "Who is it?" asked Long Chen. "I don't know. You should go take a look. You looked like you were eating happily, so I didn't disturb you," laughed Bauer. Long Chen also laughed. Now that the Long family was richer and happier, Bauer had started to become a bit naughty. She even dared to give guests the cold shoulder. Arriving at the guest room, Long Chen was absolutely shocked to see that this person had come to find him. Chapter 52 Trapped Birds. 7th Prince. Long Chen really never would have imagined that the 7th Prince would come to find him like this. They had never had any further interactions after that disagreeable moment in the Imperial College. But since the 7th Prince was Chu Yao's true flesh and blood younger brother, Long Chen also felt a bit apologetic about what had happened last time. In the future, he would be his brother-in-law. "Brother Long, you should call me Chu Feng," said the 7th Prince hastily and respectfully. He acted completely different from his old bossy and domineering self. Long Chen had learned from Chu Yao that Chu Feng wasn't actually a bad person and only did his best to act like an arrogant fool in order to protect himself. It was all to keep himself alive. "I'm sorry about last time." Long Chen nodded and patted Chu Feng on the shoulders. It wasn't Brother Long's fault. Chu Feng was very modest and unpretentious. Pouring 2 cups of tea, Long Chen handed 1 cup to Chu Feng and asked, "What are you here for?" This time, Chu Feng wasn't wearing his imperial clothing, but just some embroidered robes similar to what a noble son would wear. "Brother Long, this." Chu Feng opened his mouth a couple of times but couldn't say what he wanted. "Just say it." Chu Feng hesitated and took a deep breath. "The Empress Dowager announced today that she is marrying my big sister to Zia Chengfeng. They set the date for the 1st of October. Although Long Chen was already prepared to hear this news, his blood surged and the teacup in his hand shattered, the tea splattering over him. Not only was killing intent rumbling within his eyes, but the entire room immediately turned icy cold. Chu Feng couldn't help but to shiver. The current Long Chen looked just like an infuriated savage beast. It was as if he might explode and kill someone at any moment. His killing intent was 100 times stronger than it had been back then in the Imperial College. "Are you sure?" Long Chen ground his teeth. Chu Feng nodded. It was difficult for him to even speak under Long Chen's pressure. Long Chen was incomparably enraged. He had already promised Chu Yao in front of everyone that she was his woman. He hadn't used his relationship with Grandmaster Yun Qi to force the proposal with Chu Yao, which could be counted as giving enough face to the Empress Dowager. He had given her an easy way out of a difficult situation since he hadn't wanted to make it too embarrassing for her. But she actually completely disregarded his good intentions. She also completely ignored Grandmaster Yun Qi's face and married off Chu Yao to Xia Chengfeng without hesitation. Brother Long, my big sister, has lived a life of hardship and loneliness. She has always conducted herself properly, but I know about her secret situation. If she is married to Xia Chengfeng, she will definitely die. So, Brother Long, I'm begging you to save my big sister. Chu Feng actually started to tear up, and after he said this, he slowly knelt down in front of Long Chen. Hey, get up already. Long Chen pulled Chu Feng up. Since I already made a promise, then even in death I will keep it, don't worry. Chu Feng was extremely moved to hear that. Having lived his whole life in the imperial palace, trust was the only thing he had never had. Chu Yao hasn't left the palace in a while. Is she under house arrest? Asked Long Chen. Chu Feng nodded. Yes, ever since she returned last time, she's been confined within the palace. The Empress Dowager refuses to let her take a single step out. Long Chen's face was ashen. It seemed the Empress Dowager didn't give a crap about Grandmaster Yun Qi. That old B\TCH better wait for him. Can you go see her? Asked Long Chen. I can. The Empress Dowager only forbid her to leave, but she can still see others. As her brother, they don't dare block me, answered Chu Feng. Then that's good. There's still a month until October. There's enough time. The Huyun Pavilion's yearly auction will be 3 days from now. I'll do my best to get the starfusing grass to resolve the problem in her body. Tell her to wait for me. Don't let her do anything stupid. Chu Feng was overjoyed. He thanked and apologized to Long Chen 1,000 times, something Long Chen was completely unused to. Chu Feng, let me see your dantian. Long Chen was a bit suspicious and reached out his hand towards Chu Feng's shoulder. He slowly sent his spiritual qi into his dantian. As expected, something strange was present. Although Chu Feng's dantian hadn't been locked down like Chu Yao's, there was a strange entity on the spiritual root of his dantian. It was something so small that it wasn't even visible by the naked eye. If Long Chen hadn't been suspicious, then he might have missed it. Try to hold on. Long Chen increased the spiritual qi he sent into Chu Feng's body. Chu Feng felt his stomach hurt for a moment, and a small spurt of blood came from it. A small feathered needle appeared in Long Chen's hand. The underworld feather pin, how vicious. This underworld feather pin was actually used to treat a kind of yang poison. Inside was a yin poison that could relieve the yang poison. Both poisons would neutralize each other to cure someone. But when it was placed into a healthy person's dantian, the dantian's spirit root would be corroded by its yin poison, making it impossible to cultivate. Once more examining Chu Feng's dantian, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. After being corroded for so long by the yin poison, Chu Feng's spirit root had already declined. Otherwise, his talent would not be that much inferior to Chu Yao's. I've removed this poisonous needle from your body now. That means you'll be able to cultivate from now on, but you must keep it secret. Here are a few aura-concealing pills. Take one every 7 days and no one will notice anything. Long Chen handed Chu Feng a jade bottle. When Long Chen had free time, he would refine some other random medicinal pills. Such pills had a great assistance to the current him. But Long Chen couldn't bear to tell Chu Feng that his spirit root had been severely corroded. The blood condensation realm would probably be his peak. At the same time as he felt this regret, he also became even more disgusted with the imperial household, who were just tigers in human clothing. I can cultivate now. Chu Feng couldn't believe this. He had always thought that he was innately crippled. He was wildly overjoyed. Long Chen could understand this kind of mood. He had also been someone given the name of a cripple who had managed to gain an opportunity. Yup, but remember to hide it from everyone, warned Long Chen. Although he knew that he and Chu Yao were already extremely careful, he still wanted to make sure there were no blunders. After sending off Chu Feng, Long Chen sunk into his own thoughts. Chu Yao and Chu Feng's situation had reminded him of his own predicament. However, he was in an even more tragic situation. His spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood had all been stolen away. Although the method wasn't the same, hadn't he also been plotted against as well? His own father was a peak expert of the Phoenix Cry Empire. Because of his father, he had ended up crippled. Last time, when he had chatted with Chu Yao, she had told him a name, Marquis Ying. The three great experts of the Phoenix Cry Empire were Marquis Ying, Marquis Wu, and Long Chen's father, the border suppression Marquis. They were called Phoenix Cry's three great pillars. The border suppression Marquis guarded against the barbarian tribes of the wild border. Marquis Wu guarded the southern border. Only Marquis Ying always stayed within the capital. According to Chu Yao, all the princes and princesses were taught martial arts by Marquis Ying. Now, Long Chen felt that this Marquis Ying might actually be a very big problem. That was because Chu Yao's situation was something that an outsider like him had noticed the very first time they had exchanged blows. As a peak expert of the Phoenix Cry Empire, how could Marquis Ying have failed to notice? Since he must have known and hadn't said anything, it was likely that he had participated in it. In fact, perhaps he had been the one to do it. If it had been him who had placed those foreign spiritual energy seeds inside Chu Yao, then was it possible that Marquis Ying had also been the one to steal his cultivation ability? Why would he do that? Was it just to ruin them? Or was there a bigger reason? All these questions spun in Long Chen's head, giving him a splitting headache, but there was no way for him to figure it out. Whatever, no matter how cunning a fox is, they'll have to reveal their tail at some point. What I need is to become a true hunter so that when they do reveal themselves, it won't be me who is the prey. After coming to this conclusion, Long Chen no longer focused on those questions. Returning to his room without even daring to go over to where his mother was, he directly entered seclusion. But as soon as he began to circulate his cyclones, he jumped up, almost knocking into the ceiling. This is too ridiculous. Long Chen looked into his dantian. His 10 cyclones had already stopped growing now, but each cyclone had already reached a terrifying circumference of a whole meter. It was truly shocking. They were on a completely different size compared to the previous cyclones. Under their slow circulation, heaven and earth's spiritual qi flooded into his Feng Fu star. This speed was at least 100 times greater than before. He was both shocked and pleased, but after just cultivating for a breath's time, he realized that there was one problem. Those 10 cyclones were like 10 huge drains that sucked up spiritual qi. The surrounding spiritual qi was unable to satisfy the demands of the 10 cyclones' absorption, causing the spiritual qi in the air to become thinner. It was only absorbing a tenth of what he should be able to. No, I have to find somewhere else to cultivate. On that very night, Long Chen covered up his aura and stealthily left the city. Using the wind-chasing steps, he was just like a wisp of smoke that went directly towards Sunset Mountain. Sunset Mountain was completely quiet at night. The scenery was as it was before, but Long Chen couldn't help but feel somewhat moved upon seeing it again. The first time he had come here was with Meng Qi. Thinking of her absolutely perfect beauty and that gentle gaze of hers, his heart became aroused. The second time he had come was while trapped in Chu Yao's net. Her revengeful state turned into one of gentle charm. Now Meng Qi was in some unknown faraway place. He had no idea how she was doing. Perhaps she had already forgotten about him. There was also that crap brother Zai who had almost killed him. Thinking about that idiot caused him to become enraged. It was as if that arrogant figure had appeared before him again. Meng Qi was far away, Chu Yao was under house arrest, and he was all alone. That was simply the cruel reality. Without power, life couldn't be called living. It was just barely managing to survive. If you wanted to live with dignity, then you had to have a matching strength. That was the reality. Looking at the scenery around him, Long Chen took a deep breath. Sitting down lotus-style on a huge stone, he gently circulated his cyclones. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the spiritual qi in this area also became too thin to keep up. But the spiritual qi here was at least twice as dense as the one at his home, so he hadn't wasted his time by coming here. 2 days later, when the first ray of light came from the east, Long Chen's body emitted an explosive sound. He slowly opened his eyes, a strange expression appearing on his face. He had actually once more condensed a cyclone, 11 cyclones. This 9-star Hegemon body art, just how many cyclones could it condense? Seeing the cyclones in his body growing once more, Long Chen couldn't help but feel worried. This was absolutely insane. If all he did was to continue condensing cyclones, he really might go insane. As he returned home, Long Chen thought about it and decided to make a trip to the Alchemist Guild to get several medicinal ingredients first. Arriving home, he arranged the medicinal ingredients in front of him. A kind of anticipation filled him. It was the time for him to test his new pill flame. Chapter 53, Flesh Bone Restoration Pill. Bang! His pill furnace shook violently before slowly calming back down. A bright ray of light shot out when the furnace lid was opened. Inside the pill furnace was a pearl-like medicinal pill. High-grade medicinal pill. He had finally refined a high-grade medicinal pill. Low-grade pills were judged by the pill fragrance, mid-grade pills by their pill lines, and high-grade pills by their halo of light. That light was a sign of the medicinal energy being firmly locked within the pill. Other than Grandmaster Yun Qi, there was definitely not a single person within Phoenix Cry who could refine a high-grade medicinal pill. The light is still a bit faint, most likely meaning that my control over the pill flame still isn't perfect, but the lack of flaws is already enough to make it high-grade. Long Chen was filled with pride as he looked at this high-grade medicinal pill. That pill was called the Flesh Bone Restoration Pill. The formula had come from his pill god memories. Although it was just a second-tier medicinal pill, the pill formula had already disappeared from this world. What Long Chen had in his possession was one of a kind. He carefully collected that high-grade flesh-bone restoration pill as well as the remaining lower-grade ones. He had spent a whole night refining, exhausting himself slightly in the process. There were still 2 hours until daybreak. Long Chen closed his eyes and slowly recovered his exhausted spiritual energy. After refining the beast flame, his pill flame had become over 10 times stronger, but to control, it was greatly exhausting to his soul. This was also due to him not being very familiar with the beast flame. Thus, the toll was even greater and he needed to rest. As soon as the first ray of light sprinkled itself over the capital, he slowly opened his eyes. After eating breakfast, Long Chen brought the medicinal pills he had refined straight to the Xuanhuan pavilion. Today was the starting date of their yearly auction. But the auction would only begin at noon. This kind of large auction continued for 3 days, so there was no one rushing to get there. Long Chen was the first guest to arrive. The Xuanhuan pavilion was located in the northern part of the city, but even from other parts of the city, you could see a majestic building hundreds of meters tall. As soon as he entered the Xuanhuan pavilion's lounge, 4 pretty maidens came to greet him. "Welcome, mister, may I ask, oh?" Those maidens were all used to receiving guests, but when they saw it was Long Chen, they all let out a startled cry. Long Chen was surprised at that. He checked his clothes, but he had just changed clothes right before coming here, so there shouldn't have been a problem. "Hey, what's with all the noise this early in the morning? Did you forget all your training? Ah, young master Long Chen." "It's been a while, Fu Gui," laughed Long Chen. That was the person who had sent Long Chen the invitation to the auction. The reason Long Chen still remembered his name after all this time was because of how peculiar it was. That was a kind of name that rich families would give their pets. But in any case, this Fu Gui had managed to succeed in making others remember his name as soon as they met. That was enough to say that he was a remarkable salesperson. Fu Gui was delighted that Long Chen had come. The most important thing for him was that he had already used up his 3 quotas. One had been given to a roaming knight whose power wasn't bad. The other had been given to a rich merchant. But as the time drew closer to the auction, he found out that those 2 didn't have much interest in auctioning anything. In other words, it was likely all his work had gone to nothing. But there was also nothing he could do. After all those high-class clients had already been pulled over by the higher-ups. So now Fu Gui had placed all his hope on Long Chen. But ever since Long Chen had received his invitation, he had never contacted him again. Fu Gui had already been filled with despair now that the auction was starting today. He had thought that he wouldn't have any hope of getting any profits this year. But seeing Long Chen's arrival now, he quickly became excited. "Young Master Long Chen, I actually thought you forgot about this matter," laughed Fu Gui excitedly. "Haha, my bad, I've just been too busy recently. By the way, I brought some stuff over. Call over your appraiser and let's talk about the auction. After all, we're cutting it a bit close," laughed Long Chen. "Good, come with me, young Master Long Chen." Fu Gui was overjoyed to hear that Long Chen had brought things to be auctioned. He quickly brought him inside. The remaining 4 maidens had all been looking at Long Chen foolishly, all the way up to the point that he disappeared from their views. Heavens, I actually saw a person of legends. That's the #1 junior generation of the Empire. He was close enough to touch. I could die of happiness. Long Chen was led by Fu Gui into a very luxurious private room under their stealthy gazes. As soon as they entered that private room, A woman in elegant robes walked in and curtsied to Long Chen. She then warmed and steeped some tea with her tender jade hands. She was actually a master in the art of tea. Young Master Long Chen, try some tea for now. I'll quickly go find an appraiser. What exactly do you need to appraise? Fu Gui asked carefully. Each appraiser had their own specialties. Medicinal pills, Long Chen smiled slightly. Although Fu Gui had long since expected that, to actually hear it still caused his eyes to brighten. Please wait a moment. I'll go find an appraiser immediately. Lord, please have some tea. That tea master handed him a teacup. Before the tea had even been poured, the smell of tea had already drifted over. Good tea. Long Chen took a sip. As soon as it entered his mouth, its gentle warmth spread throughout him, and the taste even stirred his spirit. It's a good tea, and the one serving it is even better. Long Chen looked at the tea master and laughed. The woman reddened slightly. She began to act in an extremely lovable manner, but as soon as she did, that initial interest Long Chen had had in her immediately disappeared. That woman's tea skills were extremely exquisite. Her timing and control of the temperature and pouring caused Long Chen to feel a bit of admiration for her. After all craftsmen were deserving of respect. But when she switched to that act of hers in order to make men fall for her, Long Chen's admiration turned to disgust. He no longer even drank the tea and simply closed his eyes. That tea master immediately became embarrassed. She hadn't thought that her techniques she had honed thousands of times would fail. She actually didn't recognize Long Chen as the empire's #1 celebrity. She had already passed the age where she chased after dreams. Luckily, that awkward atmosphere didn't last for long before Fu Gui returned along with a senior in his 60s. That tea master hastily retreated as soon as the two of them arrived. When the senior came in, he immediately brushed his hand over his chest, an etiquette reserved for alchemists. Greetings, young Master Long Chen. I am Caiyan Fu, a pill apprentice. Please give me some pointers. Long Chen was speechless. A businessman was very suited to such a name. He also replied with an alchemist etiquette and said, Senior is too modest. When it comes to refining pills, Senior is much more experienced. After the two of them exchanged their formal etiquettes, Long Chen got straight to the point. This time, I want to auction off several medicinal pills. Take a look. Long Chen handed over a jade bottle to Caiyan Fu, and he carefully received it. He put on gloves and also took out a jade plate in which he poured out a pill. This is. As soon as he saw the pill, he could tell it was a middle-grade second-tier medicinal pill. But he was then immediately dumbstruck as he actually didn't recognize it. Although Caiyan Fu's talent was limited and he was only a pill apprentice, he had seen countless medicinal pills during his lifetime. Otherwise, there was no way he would have become the Xuanhuan Pavilion's first-rate appraiser. But now just a second-tier pill had stumped him. He looked at it forever, even taking out a few small testing tools. After a bit, Caiyan Fu's expression became a bit embarrassed. He didn't know what this pill was, which was a slap in the face to his status as an appraiser. Caiyan Fu's display was within Long Chen's expectations. This flesh-bone restoration pill was an extremely unknown kind of medicinal pill according to his pill god memories. Long Chen had had to refine 217 medicinal ingredients in order to condense it. Those ingredients might not have been all that precious, but that pill formula was exceedingly amazing in the manner that it managed to add up the different medicinal ingredients, energy, to form a unique effect. Sometimes there were only a couple of things that needed to be refined. Sometimes there were just a dozen ingredients that needed to be refined into powder and then combined together in specific ways in order to refine a pill. But the difficulty of this pill was something many people could only lament at. When he had refined the flesh-bone restoration pill, it was the first time Long Chen sensed how broad and profound the pill Tao was. Various medicinal ingredients could be refined together to have different effects. To be able to find the correct combinations and processes was a godlike craft. Cough, if I'm not mistaken, then this should be a healing pill with shockingly great effect. Although he wasn't able to say the name of the pill, Caiyan Fu still managed to figure out its effect after examining it for so long. He was not an incompetent appraiser. However, he was unable to tell exactly how great the pill's effect was. His face was rather red. If he wasn't able to say what its effect was, then he wouldn't be able to bring it out to auction. If even he wasn't clear on its effect, then wouldn't it be like cheating others to bring it out to auction? That would greatly hurt the Xuanhuan Pavilion's reputation. Caiyan Fu had spent over 30 years as the Xuanhuan Pavilion's medicinal pill appraiser. He had read through countless tomes and archives. He knew third-tier pills and below like the back of his hand, but today had completely toppled his confidence. I'm extremely sorry, young master, but I am unable to state the name of this medicinal pill, and I'm not clear on its exact medicinal nature. Therefore, we cannot accept this pill. Long Chen didn't overly react to this. However, Fu Gui's face was completely green. If Long Chen had nothing to auction, then his profit this time would fly away. This medicinal pill's name is the flesh-bone restoration pill. It's a marvelous medicine for treating outer wounds, smiled Long Chen. I truly am sorry, but even if you say its name, we still can't accept it. Caiyan Fu once more apologized. He had no other choice since he couldn't risk the reputation of the entire Huiyuan pavilion. After all, it wasn't as if they could accept whatever he said. If there was even the slightest error, all of Caiyan Fu's future prospects would sink. No problem. The main thing is that you aren't able to estimate the medicinal pill's exact nature, right? I can show it to you, laughed Long Chen. Show it to us. Caiyan Fu and Fu Gui were both puzzled. Sorry for this. Long Chen suddenly took out a long blade and in front of their shocked expressions, chopped it at Fu Gui. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 54 Auction. The midday sun shined down upon the Huiyuan pavilion, making it appear even more majestic and grand than usual. Even though it was scorching hot, countless people still flocked over. At the front of the Huiyuan pavilion was a huge auction hall that was already completely full. Those who were capable of being invited over were all extremely rich, had high statuses, or were true experts. Haha, this is my first time attending the Huiyuan pavilion's auction. It really is exciting. Xu Hu was in a private room looking out towards the outside eagerly. Shi Feng, Fatty Yu, and the others weren't much better than Xu Hu at controlling their excitement. They could see out of their glass room, allowing them to clearly observe every single thing that was happening outside, but no one was able to see into their glass room. They could see that all the famous and powerful people within the capital had come. Normally, those were people they could only look up at, but now those people were only able to sit amongst the crowd while they sat in a private room above them. We only got here because of Long Chen's fame. Otherwise, we probably would never get to have this kind of treatment in our entire lifetime, Shi Feng sighed. Shi Feng had already made a complete recovery, but despite that, Shi Feng had still never received such a hard blow. After that loss last time, Shi Feng had worked hard to recover and managed to profit from the disaster. His determination had become even stronger, and he had broken through repeatedly, advancing to the third heaven stage of blood condensation. He was only one step away from entering the mid-blood condensation realm. Even Shi Feng's father was merely at the mid-blood condensation realm. Thus, he had great expectations on Shi Feng. Actually, the reason Shi Feng was able to advance so quickly was both because of his own effort and also because of Long Chen's medicinal pills. Shi Feng's defeat and suffering had been due to his relationship with Long Chen. That had caused Long Chen to feel a bit ashamed, and he had secretly given Shi Feng a foundation establishment pill. That had allowed him to completely stabilize and steady his foundation. The powerful medicinal effect had allowed him to easily break through his shackles, allowing him to repeatedly advance. Right? Why would the Huiyuan pavilion treat you so importantly, Brother Long? Why would they give you such a luxurious room? Shi Feng was a bit puzzled. The auction hall could fit tens of thousands of people, but there were only just over 10 private rooms. Those were reserved for exceedingly important guests. It was reasonable to say that Long Chen had yet to reach the position where he was qualified for a private room. You think they gave us a private room for nothing? Once the auction starts, we'll have to start spending some crazy money, laughed Long Chen. That's not possible. Everything at this yearly auction is incredibly valuable. Even if we sold ourselves, we still wouldn't be able to buy anything, said Shi Feng. HMPH, we couldn't auction you off even if we wanted to. With your figure, it'd be better to sell you in pieces, joked Fatty Yu. We're with Brother Long. What are you worried about? Long Chen laughed. Don't worry. No one's going to come and kick us out. Oh, even he has come. What surprised Long Chen was that he suddenly saw a familiar figure, Zia Chengfeng. Long Chen ground his teeth. That bastard still hadn't left. The current Zia Chengfeng had already returned to his free and easy manner. He was currently laughing and talking with Crown Prince Chu Yang. Behind them was also a beautiful woman, the one Long Chen had defeated in a pill battle, Zia Beiche. There were also several guards around them. Those guards were all young and under the 30s, but despite that, They were all blood condensation experts. And when Long Chen's gaze fell on one of those men, he felt a familiar spiritual fluctuation. That fluctuation caused him to think back to the beginning when he had defeated Li Hao. A man in a bamboo hat had used a secret weapon to kill Li Hao to prevent him from leaking any secrets. He had been wearing a hat that had covered his face, and he had moved extremely quickly, but as an alchemist, Long Chen's spiritual strength was extremely sensitive. He didn't need to see that person's face. He could rely solely on that spiritual fluctuation to identify that person. That was because each person's spiritual fluctuation was different. This was a special ability of alchemists, similar to a scent dog's nose. He could not be mistaken. So, he's actually one of the Crown Prince's people. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. Could Chu Yang be the mastermind behind all this? But even as he came up with this thought, the Crown Prince had already brought Xia Chengfeng into another private room. "Look, the fourth prince has come too," said Xuhu. Looking through the glass walls, Long Chen saw that the fourth prince had also come with another group of princes. However, he didn't see Chu Feng. Most likely he was holed up cultivating. The fourth prince and the other princes also entered a private room. However, it was a different private room than the one the Crown Prince and Xia Chengfeng had entered. Today we get to feel how the princes feel every day," joked Xuhu. For them to be able to also sit in a private room just like people on the level of the princes was a very great honor. They all knew that the reason the princes could enter a private room was because of their high statuses and how much money they possessed. At this moment, a slender man walked into the auction hall. He had a fair complexion, and despite being already in his 40s, he still appeared very handsome. But that handsomeness seemed rather feminine, for this kind of femininity to appear on a man caused Long Chen to feel a bit cold. As soon as that person entered, the noisy hall immediately became much more suppressed. Many people completely shut their mouths. "That person is one of the most powerful experts in the Phoenix Cry Empire, Marquis Ying Zhao," said Shi Feng with some difficulty. Marquis Ying Zhao, Marshal Wu Yi, and Marquis Long Tianxiao were the three top experts in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Normally, they were called Marquis Ying, Marquis Wu, and the Border Suppression Marquis. Long Chen's heart shook, and he turned to get a better look at that feminine man. That person was just as famous as his own father. At the same time, he recalled what Chu Yao had told him about Marquis Ying being in charge of their training. He didn't know if it was that person who had given him his own affliction. As Long Chen was examining Marquis Ying suddenly raised his head to look over at his direction. A ray of light shot out of his narrow eyes, and his gaze seemed to penetrate straight through the wall. Long Chen's heart jumped. His perception truly was sharp, worthy of being one of the top experts in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Although he wasn't a pill cultivator, his sensitivity and perception were shocking. After glancing over at their private room, Marquis Ying acted as if nothing had happened and walked into another private room. A couple of shocking people also arrived one after another and were allowed to enter a private room. According to Shi Feng, those people included a rich merchant as well as some authorities. Long Chen nodded. The Huiyuan Pavilion's auction was only for rare, expensive items. Having such high-end customers was completely normal for them. "Welcome everyone to our Huiyuan Pavilion's yearly meeting. I am the chief auctioneer of the Huiyuan Pavilion." A flowery voice rang out and drew the attention of the hall. The curtain on the stage was slowly pulled to the side, revealing a gorgeous lady. That lady immediately drew out the crowd's startled cries. Her beauty was absolutely shocking. She appeared around 25 years old. Her elegant, narrow eyes and exquisite face were extremely seductive. The most extreme thing about her was the skin-tight clothes she was wearing. They were rather low-cut, allowing people to see the pale, tender skin beneath. Perhaps if that had been all, it would have been fine. But the most frightening thing of all was her deep cleavage that seemed to invite people to jump in. But since she was standing on the stage, it was impossible to get a good view. Quite a few people stealthily stood up to their tiptoes before helplessly sitting back down depressed. They looked up at the private boxes that had a high vantage point and couldn't help being jealous. The eyes of Fatty Yu, Xu Hu, and the others almost jumped out. Even Shi Feng's gaze turned a bit lifeless. The few of them were completely plastered to the clear wall. Long Chen was even a bit worried that they might press too hard against the wall and tumble down. But Long Chen also acknowledged that this woman was extremely beautiful. Although she couldn't compare to Meng Qi, she might even be a bit more attractive than Chu Yao. Of course, while part of this was due to her innate charm, Another part was due to her mastery of dressing herself up to accentuate her advantages. With this skin-tight clothing that basically hid nothing, her beauty was practically destructive, elevating her from just 60% beauty to over 100%. Long Chen patted Fatty Yu's shoulders and scolded, "Can you guys grow up a bit?" Shi Feng and the others all recovered themselves and quickly stepped back. Fatty Yu lightly said, "Brother Long, don't worry, the wall's very sturdy." "I'm not worried about the wall, I'm worried that if you keep looking, then drool might cover the floors." Long Chen pointed to a pool of saliva. Their faces all turned red, and they hastily returned to their seats. They also couldn't help but admire Long Chen's self-control. That woman was clearly already used to the crowd's reaction, and didn't seem uncomfortable at all. Instead, she actually announced grandly, "I am Yao Nikian, and you can call me Nikian. I hope all of you will look after me as I take charge of this time's auction." After saying this, Yao Nikian gracefully curtsied slightly, and the landscape that originally could only be seen from the private boxes was revealed to all. A huge uproar immediately exploded from the crowd below, but unfortunately for them, Yao Nikian's movements were extremely quick. Before everyone could completely react, she had already returned to her dignified standing position. Long Chen's admiration of the Huiyuan pavilion only continued to grow. From Fu Gui to Caiyan Fu to the current head auctioneer, each of them were completely focused on making more money. It would be more direct to just call their auction the "Give Me Your Money auction." But Long Chen had to admit that this Yao Nikian truly was skillful. She was already completely able to control the men's hearts. Her enticing movements, her quick reveal before hiding it again, such a visual evoked all the men's desire. The auction hadn't even begun, but many of the younger people were already starting to breathe heavily. Now Long Chen remembered what Fu Gui had told him at the beginning. Through their auction's embellishments, all their wares would be sold at an incredibly high price. Long Chen now believed it. Looking at the scene, everyone was already following Yao Nikian's pace. She smiled and waved her hand. The center of the stage slowly opened, and a stone platform rose up. Chapter 55, Golden Striped Tiger. Following Yao Nikian's movements, the stage split open like a blooming flower, and a small stone platform rose out. That kind of mechanism wasn't that exquisite, but the entire device was built out of ivory and was as pure as jade, causing it to truly shock quite a few people. A shining golden battle armor floated atop the stone platform. That battle armor was extremely thick, and from the golden luster, it had to weigh at least 100 pounds. With such weight, neither Long Chen or even Grandmaster Yun Qi would be able to keep it floating in midair with just spiritual strength. But when Long Chen swept his spiritual perception over it, he shook his head and scolded inside. That armor was actually being supported by some very thin props. Due to the length of the armor and its positioning, it perfectly blocked those supportive props from vision. Yao Nikian's charming voice rang out. This golden armor was made completely out of gold with a small amount of wind copper. It comes from a famous craftsman, and its defense is shocking. A sword appeared in Yao Nikian's hand. She slashed the armor so quickly, it was like a thunderbolt in many people's eyes. A cold gale from the speed of the slash blew over everyone before they could even react, and a clear ringing came from the golden armor. Her slash just now completely shocked everyone. The Huiyuan pavilion truly was strong. Just an auctioneer was a blood condensation expert. And from her slash's speed, it was obvious there wasn't the slightest waste in her attack. She was a true expert of the blood condensation stage. A couple of those people who had planned on bringing that bewitching woman back into their homes immediately gave up. Everyone can clearly see I used my full strength yet was unable to leave behind a single mark on the golden armor. Its hardness is shocking, Yao Nikian said to the crowd. But looking at her bewitching eyes and recalling the huge gust caused by her slash just now, many people had already started to feel that she was the thing whose hardness was most shocking. The golden armor is our first item this time. The minimum price is set at 100,000 gold coins. Each bid must be at least 10,000 gold greater than the last. The auction has officially begun. Yao Nikian smiled slightly. She raised a small wooden mallet and lightly banged it before her. 150,000. 180,000. 250,000. Countless bidders immediately leaped into action. But the auction had only just begun, so everyone was still very reserved. The prices only went up by tens of thousands. However, due to how many people there were, the price continued to rise. Even Shi Feng wasn't able to resist the temptation and shouted out 2 bids, but he was quickly drowned out. Long Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Businessmen truly were all evil. They truly were planning on plucking away everyone's money. This golden armor would definitely be sold for over $1 million. That was why Yao Niqian had tossed out such a low starting price. It was in order to slowly entice everyone and gradually excite everyone's moods. This was just like boiling a frog. If Yao Niqian's display was too seductive, many people would be on alert inside. Although most men thought with their lower halves, it didn't mean all people were fools. Now, Yao Niqian was acting extremely tranquil. She would only occasionally say several words. But whenever someone shouted out a high price, her roving gaze would always brighten and pause over that person for a while. Give up Shi Feng. That thing is definitely not cheap. Don't be fooled by the beginning price, advised Long Chen. Although that golden armor looked good for an auction and its defense was irrefutable, it wasn't actually that practical. It was only useful in small battles. In a large battle, who would wear such a gaudy armor? And if you were to wear such a cumbersome heavy armor at other times, you would be asking for death. And even if it was a small battle, if you were to wear such a shiny armor without the strong enough martial might, it would also be no different than asking for death. In a battle between armies, the main hope was to kill the opposing officers. Wearing something that gaudy would inevitably attract trouble. Frankly speaking, this armor was just for looks. If it really was something good, the Huiyuan Pavilion wouldn't be foolish enough to bring it out as the first item. Normally, the first item to be auctioned was always the hardest to pick for the auctioneers. It had to attract people's eyes, but it couldn't be too expensive. Otherwise, it might negatively impact the items following it. And thus, this golden armor, which appeared awe-inspiring yet didn't have much use, had been chosen to start the auction. As expected, it ended up attracting quite a few people. After Shi Feng heard Long Chen, he also gave up on it. Originally, he had thought that with a starting price of 100,000, he should be able to get it for less than 300,000. He hadn't thought of the other shenanigans. In just a couple of breaths' time, the golden armor's price had already exceeded 800,000, and furthermore, the bids had yet to stop. This caused Shi Feng to completely give up any thoughts on it. Damn, are these even people anymore? How can they spend that much money? Xu Hu gulped. All the people qualified to be invited here have the cash to spare. Just the first item is like this. I can't even imagine what kind of intensity the bidding will reach for the rest of the items, sighed Fatty Yu. Although they were all part of the nobility as noble heirs, they were still speechless at the amount of gold coins being spent. Back when Long Chen had fought with Li Hao, the person with the most money in their group had been Fatty Yu. He had saved all his money since his childhood and still only had 80,000 gold coins. Just as they were sighing, the bidding of the golden armor easily broke through 1,000,000 gold coins. 1,050,000. 1,080,000. 1,150,000. Even after going past 1,000,000, there were still a dozen people bidding. They had been completely enraptured with the golden armor, and even their eyes had turned somewhat red. 1,500,000. Suddenly, Xia Chengfeng's voice came from his private room, calming down the bids by quite a lot. He really is worthy of being the Grand Xia's crown prince. With just one look, he managed to see just how valuable the golden armor is. Are there any higher bids? Yao Niqian exclaimed in admiration. 1,510,000, shouted a middle-aged man. 1,800,000. Xia Chengfeng's voice was still as calm as ever, giving off the impression that he was just playing around. His voice caused others to feel uneasy. That middle-aged man's face became a bit unsightly. Shaking his head, he didn't continue bidding. It was obvious that 1,800,000 gold coins had already surpassed his max. 1,800,000 going once. 1,800,000 going twice. Sold for 1,800,000. Congratulations, Grand Xia's prince. By purchasing this golden armor, you've become the first winner of the auction this time. Congratulations. Yao Niqian's words were perfectly tuned in order to let people feel comfortable and at ease. Long Chen had no choice but to admit she was a truly skilled businesswoman. Haha, it's just a bit of money. I wonder whether this prince has the qualifications to invite young miss to an evening meal. Xia Chengfeng suddenly walked out of his private room and asked Yao Niqian to a dinner. Respected Grand Xia Prince, this little one cannot bear such a glory. However, now is not the time to talk about that, laughed Yao Niqian. This prince was too rude. Please continue, Zia Chengfeng indifferently smiled. He returned to his private room confidently and with ease. A disdainful smile appeared on Long Chen's face when he looked at Zia Chengfeng. With just his intelligence, he dared to have a battle of wits with a skilled woman like Yao Niqian. The second item was brought out, and as Long Chen had expected, it was not a flashy but useless item like that golden armor. This item truly was not flashy. It was a deed to a plot of land. Long Chen didn't know much about it, but that deed caused quite a commotion when it was brought out. It seemed that deed truly was quite attractive to some of the people. That was also due to the Huiyuan Pavilion's brilliance. Their auction wares were meant to be attractive to everyone. Anyone who came to the auction would find something that they were interested in. The diverse items being auctioned were only collected by them after spending a year saving up. And for them to prepare such an auction, it naturally required a great deal of manpower. After the bidding competition, that deed was won by a rich merchant for 8 million gold coins. When he obtained it, he went crazy with joy. It seemed that he had made a profit. Another 3 items were brought out. Although everything was very novel, none of those items drew Long Chen's interest. But what gave Long Chen a surprise was the 6th item. It was actually a living creature. A young tiger was trapped in a cage. It was 5 feet long, but its fur clearly showed that it had only just been born. Its eyes opened wide, and it looked extremely adorable. Second-rank magical beast, golden striped tiger. Special golden stripes grow over its fur and will appear extremely beautiful once it is fully grown up. I'm sure everyone knows that amongst second-rank magical beasts, the golden striped tiger is the easiest to tame. In other words, even someone without a cultivation base would be able to raise it. The golden striped tiger only mates 5 times in its lifetime, so this infant is very precious. Everyone should take advantage of this rare opportunity. Infant golden striped tiger, starting bid of 500,000 gold coins. As soon as she stopped speaking, the crowd went crazy as they shouted out bids. 600,000, 800,000, 1,100,000. Once an infant second-rank magical beast grew up, that would be equivalent to a blood condensation expert. Moreover, its combat ability would be even greater than most blood condensation cultivators. Who wouldn't be tempted? Damn, I really want it, but the price is definitely going to be sky-high. Shifeng rarely cursed, but this time he couldn't help it. The golden striped tiger was simply too attractive. It wasn't just Shifeng. Long Chen was also tempted. Back then, he had especially admired Meng Qi's magical beast. Although he wasn't a beast tamer, as long as he raised this magical beast to trust him, then he would also be able to use it for fights. The current price had already broken through 1,500,000 when Long Chen suddenly shouted, 3 million. Long Chen immediately doubled the price, causing quite a few people to give up. 3 million was already a price to cause many people to shrink back, and the crowd became silent. Long Chen couldn't help but celebrate inside. If it had continued by slow increments, 3 million would probably not have been able to stop everyone. Now that he had increased the price so sharply, it seemed he should be able to win. 3,010,000. Just as Long Chen thought the infant golden striped tiger would land in his hands, a woman's voice that was filled with hatred rang out. Chapter 56, Starfusing Grass. As soon as he heard that voice, Long Chen recognized that it was from Zia Beichai. After she had lost the pill battle to him and angrily revealed the scandal between her and Wei Kang, it was as if she had completely disappeared. Now, it seemed that this idiot woman would not let him obtain the infant golden striped tiger so easily. 3,500,000. 3,510,000. As soon as Long Chen countered, Zia Beichai immediately followed without hesitation. The rest of the crowd was completely silent. In reality, an average golden striped tiger's price was somewhere between 2 million to 2,500,000. But due to the lack of supply, it wasn't something that could be bought so easily. As soon as the infant was taken from its mother, it had to be immediately sold off. Otherwise, if even just a couple weeks passed, the infant would have grown too much, and the difficulty in taming it would shoot up, making it not worth the price. That was why Long Chen's bid of 3 million was actually quite reasonable. Since such an opportunity was rather rare, it was worth it to spend a bit of extra money. Now that the price had surpassed 3,500,000, Long Chen had already given up on it. However, since it was Zia Beichai, he couldn't just let it go so easily. He needed to get the starfusing grass. It should be coming up extremely quickly, and if that idiot woman deliberately messed with him, the price of the star-fusing grass might skyrocket past his reach. 4 million. Long Chen ground his teeth, and a trace of anger had entered his voice. 4,010,000. Zia Beiche seemed to have heard Long Chen's anger. Her mood improved greatly, and her voice even had some joy in it. Long Chen was even more sure that this idiot woman was trying to mess with him. She probably wasn't even interested in this golden-spotted tiger. Her target was him. 5 million, retorted Long Chen angrily. 5,010,000. As expected, as soon as Long Chen put his bid, Zia Beichai's voice would immediately follow. The crowd was watching both of the private rooms. Everyone understood that the two of them were at odds with each other. That woman is a grand Zia princess, but as for the other private room, it sounds like he's very young. I don't think I recognize the voice. Wow, do you even get any news? You don't recognize the voice of Phoenix Cry's #1 warrior of the junior generation. With this reminder, that person immediately understood. No wonder the Grand Zia's princess would go against him, so it was Long Chen. On the day of the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival, everyone had seen Zia Beichai lose to Long Chen, and she had fallen into disrepute. The reason everyone despised her now was because of Long Chen, so it was obvious that she was now aiming for him. Yao Niqian looked from Long Chen's private room to Zia Beichai's private room. No one knew what she was thinking, but a bright smile appeared on her charming lips. Beichai, don't waste too much. The auction has just started, and we still have to see whether there will be other good things in the auction later. We can't spend too much just for revenge against him, Zia Chengfeng advised Zia Beichai. This was just the start. The best items had yet to appear, and if they were to run out of money too early, then they would only be able to watch as the precious items were taken away by others. No, I definitely can't let him off after he humiliated me. I also lost the beast flame to that scoundrel. Don't worry, I'll use my personal money. I definitely won't dip into yours. Zia Beichai was viciously glaring at Long Chen's private room. Then fine, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so calm down a bit. Just let it go if he raises the price again. Seeing how obstinate Zia Beichai was acting now, Zia Chengfeng also had no way to calm her down. He really didn't have any way to handle this younger sister of his. After all, she was a pill apprentice who could even be counted as having reached pill adept, and that status was even slightly greater than his status of a prince. Long Chen smiled slightly. If she wanted to play, then he'd play. In any case, just waiting around was boring. Congratulations to Princess Beichai on obtaining the infant golden-spotted tiger, smiled Yao Niqian. A couple of aides brought the infant down. Since the price for it had already reached a sky-high 5 million gold coins, there was no need for her to call out any going once, going twice. She directly skipped that, as it would only result in an awkward silence. Zia Beichai was surprised. When she realized that Long Chen had schemed to make her waste her money, she couldn't help but angrily curse. Long Chen, you definitely won't have a good death. When encountering a random crazy person shouting and cursing, you absolutely could not try to argue with them. 1. You'd never be able to win an argument against an idiot, and 2. Even if you won, it would still be a kind of disgrace. So Long Chen just laughed and hid inside his private room. He could imagine what Zia Beichai's current expression was. The auction continued, and all kinds of precious items and oddities were brought out, dazzling the crowd. But Long Chen was no longer low-key like he had been for the previous items. He practically shouted out at least one bid for every single item. The result was that as long as Long Chen bid, Zia Beichai would immediately follow. She would always bid an extra 10,000 against him, and for a while, the auction became just a battlefield between the two of them. 1,800,000. 1,810,000. 2,500,000. 2,510,000. Yao Niqian laughed to the side. She didn't say anything as both parties shouted with all their force. Beichai, stop making trouble. He's clearly just playing you. No matter how much money you have, it won't be enough, said Zia Chengfeng angrily. Under Long Chen's enthusiastic help, Zia Beichai had already bought over a dozen items, most of them being absolutely useless to her. She had already spent over 200 million gold coins. Zia Chengfeng couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Originally, Zia Beichai hadn't even wanted to come. Due to the details of her affair with Wei Kang spreading out to the whole city, she had kept hiding in her room without daring to show herself. But Zia Chengfeng had wanted her to come out to this auction in order to get her out of the mood she was in, as well as for financial assistance to bid for the things he wanted. After all, as a pill apprentice, she had plenty of money. However, Ziabecha had thrown out 200 million gold coins in just a short time. He couldn't help but feel distressed at how much money she was wasting. At this time, Ziabecha had also become clear-headed. No matter how much money she had, there was no way she could buy everything here. If she continued on like this, then she would just be playing into Long Chen's scheme. You don't need to be so worried, princess. If you want revenge, wait until Long Chen truly goes for something. Taking revenge then won't be too late, smiled Crown Prince Chu Yang. Yes, Brother Chu Yang is correct. Since he has a private room, the Huiyun Pavilion must expect that he is planning on buying some important things, advised Zia Chengfeng. Hearing the two of them, Zia Beichai's anger calmed a bit, but her hatred of Long Chen only continued to grow. Ever since she had first met Long Chen, she had suffered defeat after defeat. Long Chen was her nemesis, completely suppressing her. Zia Beichai now stopped competing with Long Chen over the bids. Once the two of them calmed down, the auction once more returned to its normal state. At this time, the sky had already darkened. The auction paused temporarily in order to serve dinner. They opened the curtains, and hundreds of women walked out with dining cars covered in delicious foods and alcohol. This dinner was offered for free by the Huiyun Pavilion. They were worried people might leave if they got hungry. Brother Long, we should go down too. To be honest, we were so nervous with what was happening with you and Zia Beichai that we're now incredibly hungry, said Fatty Yu. No need to go down. Long Chen shook his head. Two beautiful maids came in with a long table and set it down. There were dozens of rich dishes on the table. The smell coming off of them caused people to drool in anticipation. But that Fatty Yu only foolishly looked at the two maids, completely forgetting his hunger. Everyone, please eat. We'll pour the alcohol. Those two maids paid no attention to Fatty Yu's gaze. Their gazes swept over Long Chen with some delight. Oh, so it's you guys. Long Chen was a bit surprised that these two were two of the four who had welcomed him when he had come to the Huiyun Pavilion earlier. Ah, young Master Long Chen, so you actually remember us. Those two women were excited to be in his presence. One of them cast a furtive look around and then actually took out a small book. Her face was completely red as she asked, "Young Master Long Chen, could you autograph this for me?" Long Chen stared blankly. Taking the small book, his eyes widened. A tall, handsome man with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and dancing black hair had been drawn on the cover. Looking closely at that man, it was actually 80% similar to him. However, it was more handsome and dashing than he was. "Is this supposed to be me?" asked Long Chen doubtingly. You didn't know about it. Not just the two maids, but even Shi Feng and the others were surprised. This is the hardcover limited edition of Phoenix Cry Divine Battle. It costs 35 gold coins. We used half our yearly salary in order to buy it. We're begging you, please, can you sign it? Flipping open this Phoenix Cry Divine Battle book and seeing what was inside, even he exclaimed in admiration. Reading this book would involuntarily cause a person's heart to be excited. Even he had an urge to buy it. Seeing the writing brush the maids handed to him, Long Chen bitterly laughed. Did you guys plan this in advance? The two maids blushed. His guess was right on. The two of them had run over to send Long Chen dinner just to see him. Brandishing the brush, Long Chen wrote his name boldly atop the cover. Back when he was unable to cultivate, his mother would always spend time teaching him reading and writing, so his calligraphy was extremely polished. And now that he could cultivate, all strokes of his brush would contain a vigorous grandeur and were filled with a sword-like will. The two maids were endlessly excited when Long Chen handed their book back to them. After thanking him vigorously, they hastily ran away. They didn't even bother with pouring the alcohol. Instead, they most likely rushed off to show it to their fellow maids. Brother Long, my family has collected several hundreds of that book. How about you help me sign each one? Xu Hu rolled his eyes and laughed at him. Give it up. With your carelessness, it's better to just keep them in storage. Aren't you planning on selling the ones Brother Long signs for profit? One of the other noble heirs in their group disdainfully said. Nonsense, am I that kind of person? Xu Hu angrily retorted. But looking at everyone's disdainful expression, his confidence faltered and he spread his arms. I'm just trying to figure out how much Brother Long's signature is worth. Shut your mouth, let's eat. Long Chen cursed and everyone laughed, starting to devour the food that had been brought over. After they finished eating, Those two maids ran back and took away the dining table as well as offering the tea and fruits. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the auction once more began. Yao Niqian's charming voice rang out. The next item in the auction is thousand-year-old star-fusing grass. Chapter 57, Marquis Ying's Methods. Hearing that the thousand-year-old star-fusing grass was about to be auctioned, Long Chen's heart jumped. This was the real reason he had come to the auction. He absolutely had to obtain it. If he could get the thousand-year-old star-fusing grass, he would be 100% certain of being able to refine an upper-quality star-fusing pill. And such a star-fusing pill would have a 100% chance of resolving the foreign spiritual energies within Chu Yao's body. Originally, Long Chen hadn't planned on using thousand-year-old star-fusing grass. He had thought that just hundred-year-old star-fusing grass was already good enough. After all, even just hundred-year-old star-fusing grass was difficult to obtain. That was because star-fusing grass was an essential ingredient in many different second-tier medicinal pills. It was also extremely hard to gather star-fusing grass, so it was in extremely low supply. Using ordinary star-fusing grass versus thousand-year-old star-fusing grass to refine pills simply could not be compared. For Chu Yao, he didn't care how much money he had to fork over. Originally, he hadn't thought that it would be a problem to obtain this star-fusing grass, and thus, he hadn't attempted to try buying it through back channels. But truthfully, that most likely would not have worked anyways. The Huiyuan Pavilion refused all backdoor channels, since if news of that were leaked, it would hurt their reputation. Although the star-fusing grass was rare, it wasn't as if there were many alchemists. Long Chen had been highly confident in purchasing it with his current financial ability. But now, that idiot Xia Beicha had decided to start messing with him. If he let her realize what his goal was, then that idiot woman would force Long Chen to fork out all his money, bankrupting him of even the clothes he was wearing. That was also the reason why Long Chen had shouted out a bid on every item before, no matter what it was. And as expected, she also shouted out a higher bid every time. He deliberately set himself against her, forcing her to lose money. That was him setting up for the star-fusing grass. 10 stalks of thousand-year-old star-fusing grass, an essential ingredient for second-tier medicinal pills. I don't need to explain just how precious such a thing is. The starting price is 500,000 gold coins, announced Yao Niqian. 700,000. 800,000. At least 10 people immediately started bidding. Most of them were all elderly faces. Long Chen was familiar with a few of them. They were all the people he had seen in the Alchemist Guild, but they were all pill apprentices. There were a few unfamiliar faces, but they were most likely alchemists as well. Other people wouldn't know exactly just how precious such an item was or how to use it. 2 million. One of the seniors had shouted a bid of 1,800,000 and suppressed all the other bidders. Yao Niqian had begun to start her count when Long Chen finally shouted his bid. Originally, he had been praying that Xia Beicha would shout a bid before him. If he then bid against that, it would be seen as him trying to provoke her. That kind of situation had the highest chance of him obtaining it at the lowest price. But it appeared that the heavens were not in a listening mood. Despite being a pill apprentice, Xia Beicha had no interest in the star-fusing grass, causing Long Chen to curse inside. "Little idiot sister, do you want to come out to test the waters?" As soon as he shouted the bid, he also sent some indifferent words to Xia Beicha's private room. The crowd was quiet. Was Long Chen trying to use this as a pretext to intimidate Xia Beicha? "Don't take the bait, Beicha. He's intentionally trying to infuriate you." Zai Chengfeng hastily tried to calm her down, afraid that she would get angry and once more foolishly waste money. "Do you think I'm an idiot? I won't fall for such an inferior trick," replied Xia Beicha coldly. She was filled with contempt for Long Chen. Hearing her reply, Long Chen celebrated inside. Of course, he didn't dare show that outside. In a peculiar voice he said, "Little idiot sister, could it be that you're embarrassed about running out of money?" Don't worry, this lady has enough money to bury you alive," Xia Beichai retorted angrily. She actually ran out of her private room and cursed right at Long Chen's private room. A stately imperial princess actually revealed her vulgar, uncouth side publicly. Everyone's expressions were strange as they exchanged glances. Xia Chengfeng's face darkened, hastily pulling Xia Beicha, who was cursing madly, back into the private room. This time, Xia Beicha had truly lost the grand Xia's face. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a bit strange and suppressed, Yao Niqian hastily said, Young Master Long Chen bids 2 million. Are there any higher bids? 2 million going once. 2 million going twice. Long Chen finally relaxed when he saw Yao Nikian begin counting down. It seemed he had managed to trick that idiot Beich again. 2 million going. 3 million. A soft voice rang out calmly from another private room. Long Chen's expression changed, and he turned to look at that private room. If he hadn't remembered wrong, then that was Marquis Ying's private room. He wasn't a pill cultivator and also wasn't a merchant. He couldn't possibly know the true value of the star-fusing grass. And Long Chen's bid of 2 million already counted as a high price. Although the star-fusing grass was rare, it was something that could be collected if given enough time. If Long Chen wasn't in urgent need of it, he also wouldn't have offered such a price. But now Marquis Ying had raised the price by 50%. Although nothing could be obtained cheaply at an auction, this price was far too high. And more importantly, star-fusing grass had absolutely no use to Marquis Ying. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. This Marquis Ying was even more difficult to handle than what he had thought. He had underestimated him. As one of the 3 peak experts in the Phoenix Cry Empire, he was truly worthy of having his name stand alongside his father. He had easily seen through his ruse. 3,010,000. Long Chen indifferently shouted out this bid. The only bidders were him and Marquis Ying. If he didn't give up, then his only choice was to continue until the end. Haha, I really did have some use for this star-fusing grass, but since you want it, I'd feel bad quibbling with someone from the junior generation over it. You can have it. Marquis Ying's soft, feminine voice rang out. Long Chen was filled with anger. This Marquis Ying was definitely an unscrupulous old killer. 4 million. As expected, as soon as Marquis Ying said that, Zia Beicha woke up and shouted out a new bid. Long Chen's face darkened. Fatty Yu and the others also had unsightly expressions. They could all tell that Marquis Ying had played a trick on him. This junior does not dare accept your generosity. My father is an upright man who guards the wild border, protecting the empire and its people. I have my father's upright blood in my veins, so I simply cannot accept Senior Marquis Ying's kindness. Long Chen originally didn't plan on saying these things, but being schemed against by Marquis Ying had immediately revealed his fatal weak point. Long Chen's anger exploded, and if he didn't say a bit, then he would feel too irritated. Long Chen's words caused the noisy crowd to become deathly silent. Only Long Chen's words continued to echo. Every member of the Phoenix Cry Empire felt that Long Chen was being far too brazen. How could he nakedly give a slap to Marquis Ying's face? Marquis Ying was one of the backbones of the empire. Even the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince had paid deferential respect to him. In fact, even Long Tianxiao wouldn't be so impolite. Although Long Chen's words didn't have a single real curse or insult, anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that Long Chen was implicitly cursing Marquis Ying. Haha, young people really are hot-tempered. You need to train more. If you can't hold your anger in for such small things, then you won't be able to grow up properly. What no one had expected was that the high and mighty Marquis Ying didn't show any anger at all, and just indifferently laughed. Quite a few people sighed inside. He really was worthy of being one of the Empire's apex experts. That kind of bearing was something no one could aspire to. 4 million. Long Chen, are you embarrassed at your lack of money? Ha ha ha. Zia Beichai's ridiculing laughter came from the side. Zia Beichai wasn't actually stupid. With just a small prod from Marquis Ying, she realized that Long Chen actually greatly desired this star-fusing grass. Having suffered such a loss before, how could Zia Beichai give up this opportunity to make things difficult for him? Long Chen took a deep breath. It really was the case of having your worries come true. Zia Beichai hated him deeply, so he would need to be prepared to bleed his money dry in order to obtain this star-fusing grass. 5 million, said Long Chen indifferently. An uproar shook the crowd. It seemed Long Chen viewed the star-fusing grass as a must-have item. Otherwise, there was no way he would make such a sky-high bid. 10 million. What caused everyone's hearts to jump was that Zia Beicha was even more vicious and immediately doubled the price. Long Chen merely nodded. There was nothing else for him to think about, who asked Marquis Ying to point out his weak point. He had to obtain the star-fusing grass. Time was too pressing, and he couldn't allow this chance to pass him. And even if Long Chen gave in now, with the temperament of that idiot woman, it would only be a disgrace for him. 15 million, shouted Long Chen. 18 million. Zia Beichai immediately bid after him. She had already descended into madness. She no longer cared about money. All she knew right now was that if Long Chen wanted it, she would definitely not let him have it. 20 million. Long Chen paused, but in the end he still shouted out this bid. The entire crowd was shocked. That number couldn't just be randomly shouted. That was money. The price had already multiplied crazily, and even if it was just to relieve anger, wasn't that still too expensive? If you bid again, I'll guarantee that this star-fusing grass will be yours. After Long Chen shouted out his bid, his heart calmed. Having handed his medicinal pills to the Hegemon pavilion, he had obtained a 20 million credit limit. In other words, he had obtained a 20 million gold coin loan from them. Thus, after using up all that, he calmed back down. If Xia Beiche continued, he could only let the star-fusing grass go to her. But he had also made another decision. If Xia Beiche dared to bid again, he wouldn't mind killing her for it. Beiche, that's enough revenge. Now that you've raised the price so high, it's enough to relieve your anger. Xia Chengfeng hastily pulled on Xia Beiche. He was afraid she would become too wound up and really spend 20 million gold coins on something completely useless to her. Right, Beiche, let it go. This time Long Chen has suffered a crushing defeat. Your anger has also been relieved. Crown Prince Chu Yang also advised her. Xia Beiche nodded. She also felt that some of her anger had been relieved now that she had forced him to buy it for 10 times the price. And in truth, star-fusing grass wasn't useful to her. 20 million wasn't a small number, so she was also somewhat unwilling to part with so much money. HMPH, this lady will have some pity on a peasant like you. This trash medicinal grass is yours. Long Chen had finally succeeded in obtaining 10 strands of star-fusing grass for the sky-high price of 20 million gold coins. Although he was somewhat pained, he did relax slightly. Killing people for their treasure was definitely something he wouldn't do unless pushed to the breaking point. Following this, the atmosphere in the auction gradually heated up and the prices slowly climbed. After just 2 items had passed, a hidden door opened in Long Chen's private room and a man walked in. Chapter 58, Mountain-Splitting Battle Axe. All the private rooms had a secret channel. After the guests in the private room successfully won an item, someone would come to send that item to them. There was no need to be like the people in the crowd, who had to personally go behind the stage, or to handle the transaction after the auction ended. The person who had come in was precisely the one who had pulled Long Chen into participating in the auction, Fu Gui. He was holding a foot-long case with 10 stalks of star-fusing grass that shined brightly like the stars. Young Master Long Chen, here are your goods. Fu Gui respectfully handed the case to Long Chen. To tell the truth, today was the most exciting day of his life. According to the Hegemon Pavilion's rules, after subtracting a few business costs, he would obtain 1% of what Long Chen had spent. Just the money which Long Chen had spent just now had given him enough to spend the rest of his life, without having to worry about money ever again. Long Chen carefully examined the case. Each stalk of star-fusing grass had over 10 starry spots. Star-fusing grass would gain an extra starry spot for every 100 years it was preserved. Thus, its age was something that was obvious at a glance. Although some mishaps had occurred today and he had a stomach full of anger, he had at least managed to obtain his goal, so it had all been worth it. Only after putting away the case inside his spatial ring did he relax. All the star-fusing pills ingredients had finally been collected. He could now start refining it. Young Master Long Chen, please wait a moment. Seeing that once Long Chen had stood up after collecting the star-fusing grass, the astute Fu Gui immediately knew that he was planning on returning to his home. What, you want me to stay? But I'm penniless right now, laughed Long Chen. He was itching to go refine pills. It was better to resolve Chu Yao's matter as soon as possible. You're our guest, and when I was coming over just now, my boss said your credit limit could be raised by another 30 million. So if you see anything you like, feel free to bid, smiled Fu Gui. He handed a crystal card to Long Chen. Now Long Chen had 2 special crystal cards, but the 20 million on the other card had already been completely used up. The Hegemon Pavilion had a special rule. Everyone participating in the auction would have to transfer their gold coins to the Hegemon Pavilion in exchange for a credit limit. But they could only do that once. Once the auction started, you could not exchange for a higher credit limit. That was why most people would exchange as much money as they possibly could at the beginning in order to increase their spending limit. If you didn't buy anything or your credit had yet to reach the limit, the Hegemon Pavilion would return your money to you without taking the slightest percentage. So every single person here had their own crystal card with all their money on it. Once the auction was over, the Hegemon pavilion would immediately take those cards back and deduct what they had spent. It was a very efficient process. For those like Long Chen who had used up all their money, the rule was that they could no longer add to their funds. But obviously, the higher-ups of the Hegemon pavilion had opened a special backdoor for him. Long Chen hesitated for a moment as he looked at the crystal card in his hand. Originally, he had been planning on going back to refine since he had no more money. Watching others spend while you had no money was also a kind of torment. But now that he had more funds, he truly was interested in the items that had yet to be auctioned. Fu Gui, we already have an agreement that you won't immediately demand money from me if the things I gave you don't sell. I can't immediately return the money that you loaned to me in that case. Don't worry, my boss has said that if those pills don't get auctioned off, the loan will just be written off as a gift to you, smiled Fu Gui. Long Chen was startled. Who is your boss? Sorry, but this little one cannot reveal that. Please don't make it hard on me, apologized Fu Gui. Although he was a bit puzzled, Long Chen still decided to stay. He really was interested in the later items of the auction. After Fu Gui left, the auction paused for a moment and began to serve tea. Whether it was to the auctioneers or the guests, this kind of tense atmosphere truly did use up a lot of energy. Such a huge auction naturally had to give its guests some breaks. Only then would they have the energy for the even more intense bidding later. Otherwise, if everyone was exhausted, the auction would have a weak finish. Obviously, the Hegemon pavilion had already made preparations to avoid that. After a 2-hour break, the auction once more began. Calculating the time, the auction had already gone on for 2 whole days. Due to the competition being too intense, no one had really felt the time passing. Every item brought out was even more precious than the ones before it, and the bidding became increasingly hostile. The prices naturally shot up wildly as well. This was especially the case with Yao Niqian's encouragements. It was as if everyone had taken some kind of drug that made them go wild. Looking at the impassioned crowd, Long Chen couldn't help but feel some admiration. After 2 days of auctioning, this Yao Niqian had figured out the majority of the people's temperaments, and now the atmosphere was completely under her control. Shifeng, Fatty Yu, and the others had all been exposed to the grandness of the world. Even after these 2 days of auctioning, none of them were the slightest bit tired. Although none of them had the money to enter the competition, just watching those impassioned sky-high bids was stimulating on its own. The next item is the mountain-splitting battle axe. As she said this, a battle axe was carried on top of the stage, but everyone was shocked when they saw it. Naturally, they all knew what battle axes looked like, but they had never seen such a battle axe before. It was absolutely enormous. That double-edged axe head was at least 5 feet long. It was as thick as an arm and possessed an imposingness that was absolutely terrifying. Mountain-splitting battle axe. It was made from golden sand, and its hardness is unmatched. It weighs 2 tons and is a symbol of power and martial might. It is said that it was the weapon of divinity, and placing it within your estate will scare off any spirits or ghosts. The starting price is 2 million. Dozens of nobles immediately began a bid. 2,010,000, 2,050,000, 2,080,000. In truth, the battle axe might be considered more of an ornament than anything else. Weighing 2 tons, it would be a miracle if you could even hold it, let alone wield it in battle. But Yao Niqian was not wrong. Such a domineering battle axe would definitely be a symbol of your status and power. The nobilities especially were interested in such an item. Shifeng, help me shout my bid, said Long Chen quietly. Shifeng was startled. That's just a household item. What are you buying it for? Don't worry about it, I have my own use for it. Help me bid. If I do it myself, then that idiot woman will come to look for trouble, said Long Chen. At the very first moment he saw that mountain-splitting battle axe, he had thought of a certain huge figure, Wilda. With Wilda's physical strength, he should be able to use the battle axe properly. That axe's weight was something extremely hard to find in other weapons, and it was also incomparably sturdy. It was practically perfect for Wilda to use. 2,910,000. 3 million. 3,050,000. The last bid was Shifeng's. When others heard Shifeng make such a high bid, they all shook their heads. Although it might possess a domineering might, it was simply an ornamental piece. 3 million was already too high of a price. 3,050,000 was already something others were unwilling to bid against. Zia Beichai had been waiting to shout her own bid against Long Chen when she heard the voice coming from Long Chen's private room. But hearing that the voice was Long Chen's, she hesitated and didn't bid against it. It was already the later stages of the auction. The wares being auctioned were becoming increasingly better, and if she ended up using all her credit limit, she would only be able to watch as those good things were taken away by others. Although she was suspicious that it was actually Long Chen, she wasn't completely certain, and after debating it for a moment, she still decided not to interfere. Long Chen celebrated when he saw the mountain-splitting battle axe be obtained so smoothly. Unfortunately, this item was something they were unable to bring into their private room, so Long Chen had to personally go get it. Long Chen followed the secret channel to below the stage. There were a dozen men guarding that place. His pupils contracted slightly when he saw them. Those people were actually all blood condensation experts. Just an auction already had so many experts. Then what was the true strength of the Huiyuan Pavilion? Long Chen arrived in front of the mountain-splitting battle axe. Looking at the huge battle axe that was even larger than he was truly stunned. Reaching out a hand, he slowly rubbed the handle. He noticed that he was almost unable to wrap his hand around that handle, which was as thick as an arm. Long Chen used his full force in an effort to raise that battle axe. It shook slightly and slowly rose into the air, but after just rising it for 3 inches, it fell back down to the ground with a crash. The shelf that was originally holding it was immediately smashed into pieces. A huge explosion followed as it fell to the ground. Who would have thought that young Master Long Chen possessed such divine strength? It really is admirable. Those guards had all been watching Long Chen. Originally, they had been looking at him with some disdain as he had spent so much on something that was only ornamental. But seeing him actually able to raise the axe with just one hand caused all their disdain to disappear. And even though he had dropped it in the end, it was still completely shocking. They were all clear on just how heavy it was. It required at least 2 people using their full strength to raise it like that. But Long Chen had succeeded in lifting it slightly with just a single hand. Plus, he had been holding it from the handle. The kind of force required to lift it from there was difficult to even imagine. That was why they had all opened their mouths to exclaim their admiration. Long Chen shook his head and bitterly smiled. This thing really is just an imposing ornament. Who said it was? It's so heavy, just who could manage to use it? One of them nodded. After confirming the huge axe's heaviness, Long Chen no longer showed off anything. He directly stored it within his spatial ring. Returning to his private room, Long Chen's indifferent expression became one of delight. That axe was definitely something Wilda could use. If he had used his full force, then even he would have been able to use it, but it would exhaust too much of his strength. Fortunately, Wilda wasn't the same. His physical body was the most abnormal one Long Chen had ever seen, and physical strength was his main forte. With this battle axe, even without using spiritual qi, his battle strength would be absolutely terrifying. As time passed, the later items became even rarer and more precious. Natural treasures of heaven and earth, cultivation techniques and medicinal pills, they were all available. The prices became even more frightening. There was practically not a single item that was sold for less than 5 million gold coins anymore. Everyone should look carefully at our next item. An exceptionally confident smile appeared on Yao Niqian's face. She raised her hand, showing off what she was holding. Chapter 59, Earth-Class Battle Skill. In her hand was a thin book. When it appeared, the whole crowd went silent for a moment before exploding into startled cries. Most of the people present all knew that every 3 years, the Huiyuan Pavilion would always have a battle skill as their final auction item. Counting the time, this was precisely the 3rd year. If it was just an ordinary battle skill, it wouldn't have attracted so many startled cries. However, it was no ordinary battle skill. It was an Earth-class battle skill. Earth-class battle skills only existed in legends. They could only be found within the hands of sects that were isolated from the secular world. It was rumored that the Phoenix Cry Empire's most precious treasure was just a portion of an Earth-class battle skill, and only the imperial disciples could learn it. Thus, for most people, Earth-class battle skills were things they had only ever heard of in legends. Now that they could personally see it, although they knew such a thing would not be obtained by them, it still was something that caused their hearts to jump wildly. Earth-class battle skill 3-style parting wind, starting bid of 20 million. An Earth-class battle skill did not require much introduction. Just the Earth-class introduction was enough. 30 million. Xia Chengfeng's bid came from his private room. That was the first time Xia Chengfeng had participated in the competition since the golden armor. Furthermore, he immediately increased the price by 10 million. That kind of money-spending style was quite shocking. Although Long Chen was attracted to that battle skill, he knew that it was impossible for him to obtain it. Xia Chengfeng's 30 million bid was nothing. It was just the beginning. 50 million. An aged voice came from inside another private room. The guest in that room had never revealed himself to the crowd, so no one knew who was inside. Long Chen realized that the old man had probably come here expressly for that battle skill. Perhaps now was the time for all the hidden tigers participating in the auction to reveal themselves and compete. 60 million. This time, the voice was extremely sharp and uncomfortable to listen to, like the sound of metal scraping against metal. It came from a bearded, middle-aged man in the corner of the crowd. 80 million. This time, it was the soft feminine voice of Marquis Ying. Now the crowd was extremely quiet. Other than Xia Chengfeng, the mysterious elder, the bearded man, and Marquis Ying, no one else had enough money to compete against such a high price. 100 million. Xia Chengfeng took a deep breath and shouted out this price. Long Chen sighed in admiration. The Huiyuan Pavilion truly had a shocking amount of wealth. Just a copied, handwritten Earth-class battle skill could be sold for over 100 million. What was even more shocking to think about was that they could copy it countless times and auction it over and over at different places. As for the people who managed to obtain it in the end, they would all hide it away deeply so no one else could take it from them. Maybe they would even kill anyone who knew about it. This caused Long Chen to become more and more interested in the identity of the secret support of the Huiyuan Pavilion. Whatever the origin of that support was, it even allowed them to take out such a precious item without being afraid of others attacking in greed. Xia Chengfeng's 100 million bid might be shocking, but it was immediately followed up. 110 million. This time, it was the mysterious elder in the private room. Considering that he had refused to show himself up until this point, it seemed he would not easily give up on obtaining this battle skill. 130 million. That bearded man was also unwilling to appear weak. Considering the current point in the auction, only bids by increments of 10 million were worth anything. The rest of the crowd was completely silent. Only the astronomical bids continued to ring throughout the room. 150 million. 160 million. 180 million. Such high numbers actually tested a person's mental fortitude. Although it wasn't their money, when Fatty Yu and the others heard them, it made it hard for them to breathe. Sweat was dripping of Xia Chengfeng's forehead. He had managed to learn from a secret backchannel that the auction this time would have an Earth-class battle skill. Thus, he had brought all the money he had to increase his credit limit. But in total, he only had 200 million. Since the price was already at 180 million, it seemed that his 200 million wouldn't be enough. Beiche, how much more credit do you have? He asked of Xia Beiche. Looking at her crystal card, she replied, I still have 360 million. Xia Chengfeng was overjoyed. Good sister, your brother's money won't be enough soon. Lend me some money and I'll return it when we get back to the Grand Xia. Xia Beiche hesitated for a moment before saying, I can lend it to you, but you must hand over Long Chen's head to me within a short time. Xia Chengfeng immediately felt awkward. Chu Yang was right there. To talk about murder in front of the crown prince was definitely excessive. Beiche, we'll talk about this when we get back. No, if you don't promise me, then I won't lend you any money. Xia Beiche coldly snorted. She didn't give her older brother any face. Chu Yang smiled slightly. This Long Chen is dislikable, and in this case, you'll be my younger sister's husband soon, so I won't hear anything you're saying now. Hearing Chu Yang say such a thing, Xia Chengfeng became much more at ease and he cupped his fists at Chu Yang. Many thanks, future brother-in-law. Okay, Beiche, I promise you, give me your crystal card. Only then did she hand him her crystal card. Drawing a line over his crystal card, Xia Beiche's credit limit was transferred over to his card. Now he had a credit of over 500 million. 300 million. Seeing that the price was continuing to climb, Xia Chengfeng directly raised the price greatly in order to display that it was a must-have item for him and hopefully, intimidating his competitors away. The others became somewhat taciturn after that high price. Although an Earth-class battle skill was extremely rare, it still was something buyable with money. Furthermore, the price for one was much lower than 300 million. After all, most Earth-class battle skills that were sold were all second-hand copies. This Earth-class battle skill auctioned by the Xuanhuan Pavilion was one that didn't exist in this region. That was why its price was so high. But the price of 300 million truly was intimidating. After all, if you had enough gold, you could travel to somewhere far away and then you would be able to buy Earth-class battle skills for a much lower price. Now the mysterious elder, the bearded man, and Marquis Ying were all hesitating. Prince Xia Chengfeng bids 300 million. Are there any higher bids? 300 million going once, 300 million going twice. Yao Niqian's voice was a bit excited as she started to count time. The profit from this auction had already surpassed her expectations. That was especially the case for this Earth-class battle skill. The 300 million bid was extremely exciting for her. 300 million should be the ceiling price for this battle skill. Thus, she decided to start counting down. 400 million. What no one expected was for a lazy voice to suddenly ring out. That voice was extremely young. It was Long Chen's voice. The entire crowd was stupefied and even Yao Niqian was shocked. She had yet to even react when a small earring on her ear shook slightly. She immediately recovered and smiled. That bastard! Xia Chengfeng flew into rage. Just as he had been about to obtain the Earth-class battle skill, Long Chen suddenly interfered. Long Chen, I don't believe a bastard like you has that much money. You're just looking for trouble, shouted Xia Chengfeng angrily. Idiot, if I didn't have enough money would I bid? Don't forget this master is a pill apprentice, replied Long Chen. In reality, Long Chen had constantly been using his divine sense to keep track of his surroundings. Their two private rooms were only a few dozen meters away from each other. Although there was no way to hear what they were saying, by examining their lips, he was able to figure out the approximate details of what they were discussing. Seeing Xia Chengfeng treat this Earth-class battle skill as a must-have item, he had decided to shout out a higher bid. Although he appeared at ease on the outside, inside, he was still extremely nervous. If he scared Xia Chengfeng off, then it would be him who had to pay the final bill. 400 million was something that an ordinary pill apprentice wouldn't be able to pay back even if they spent their entire life refining. But recalling how Xia Baiche had interfered with him and made him pay 20 million to obtain the starfusing grass, it would be depressing for him to let that go without revenge. 500 million. If you have the guts, then try to bid again, roared Xia Chengfeng angrily. He was about to go mad with rage. He had no idea how Long Chen had obtained so much money. But according to the Xuanhuan Pavilion's rules, if someone shouted out a bid higher than their crystal card's limit, they would be viewed as a troublemaker and be expelled from the auction. Seeing that nothing happened after Long Chen had made his bid, his only conclusion was that Long Chen really did have that much money. Xia Chengfeng's angry roar echoed throughout the room like a beast's howl, shaking people's eardrums. Don't be so excited. I only had a little left on my card. If you had just added 10,000 then you would have won. I rarely admire someone, but I definitely admire Prince Xia Chengfeng. To use 100 million as just 10,000, you really are amazing. Long Chen's voice was filled with admiration, but in Xia Chengfeng's ears, it turned into the most malicious taunt. You! Xia Chengfeng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood due to this intense anger. Startled cries came from his private room. The crowd's expression was somewhat strange now. For a moment, no one knew whether Long Chen had been speaking the truth or whether he had been deliberately provoking Xia Chengfeng. Since no one else is bidding, congratulations Prince Xia Chengfeng, the Earth-class battle skill is yours. Yao Niqian skipped right past counting down because she was certain no one would be as foolish as Xia Chengfeng. Seeing that the Earth-class battle skill had already been auctioned off, everyone started to get up and prepare to leave. But just at this moment, Yao Niqian's charming laughter rang out. In the past, the auction would end with the Earth-class battle skill, but this year, we have an even more unusual item for the end. Everyone was shocked. What could be more precious than an Earth-class battle skill? They all hastily sat back down and stared closely at the stage. Long Chen smiled. A good show was about to start. Chapter 60 Shocking Method. Yao Niqian banged her gavel. The red curtain behind her slowly opened, revealing a jade platform. That jade platform shined brightly. It was actually entirely made from the extremely rare Lanchen jade. Lanchen jade was exceptionally rare in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Only people with extremely high status could wear Lanchen jade as accessories to display their grandeur. But now they saw an entire platform made of it. Just that platform alone had to be worth millions. Top that perfect white jade table was a golden embroidered case, which immediately drew everyone's gaze. Long Chen couldn't help but feel admiration at how grand their methods were. The Huiyun Pavilion actually used a table worth millions to show off a single item. If he hadn't known about this before, he would also be extremely curious. No wonder Fu Gui had been so confident back then, when he had told Long Chen that the pavilion would take a 50% commission on the final price. It appeared they really did have the confidence to demand such an amount. They immediately grabbed hold of everyone's attention. Everyone was completely focused on that golden case. Yao Niqian smiled and slowly opened the case in front of their eyes, taking out something small from within. But people almost coughed up blood when they saw that it was just another small case inside the first case. Was there a point to this anticipation? She carefully took out that small case. A maid hastily came forward and gave her a snow-white glove. Putting on the glove, Yao Niqian carefully opened the smaller case. Her cautiousness caused everyone to hold their breath, and it was so quiet that even the drop of a needle could be heard. A soft sigh of air escaped from the small case as it was opened. Following the opening of the case, projections appeared on the walls throughout the hall. All the walls became real-time projections of Yao Niqian's hand. Through those projections, people could clearly see that what was inside that small case was a round medicinal pill. A faint, ancient aura circulated around that pill. When Long Chen first saw that, he actually thought it was a mistake. But sweeping over with his divine sense, he immediately understood what was going on and practically prostrated himself to the Huiyun Pavilion in admiration. This medicinal pill is something that a small group of adventurers found within an ancient cave after fending off great danger. But that cave had many traps, and just for this medicinal pill, their 10-man group was almost exterminated. Only 2 of them managed to survive. As for the 2 survivors, one of them died shortly. Such a tragic story is truly sorrowful, and every adventurer is worthy of respect. They risked their own lives to scout out that extremely unknown area. They are true warriors. Yao Niqian's voice was somewhat subdued. Her eyes were red with tears bubbling up. Long Chen had been drinking tea when he saw that. He almost spat out that tea in shock. Wasn't this act of hers a little too much? That was the medicinal pill that he had given them. Of course, Long Chen had repeatedly warned them that they were not to leak the real origin of this pill. If they did, then he wouldn't sell it. And now it seemed that the Huiyun Pavilion truly did keep their word. They had actually made up such a story and had done something to the outer layer of the medicinal pill. Now, the medicinal pill appeared extremely ancient, and their technique was so perfect that even Long Chen was unable to tell it was fake. The Huiyun Pavilion truly had many experts. What is this medicinal pill? The people present were all powerful figures in their own rights. They naturally wouldn't care about the deaths of some adventurers. What they wanted to know about were this thing's price and effect. Yao Niqian wiped her eyes, who knew whether or not she had been actually crying, but she quickly recovered to normal and said, "This medicinal pill is a pill from ancient times." An ancient pill. Everyone present was extremely startled. Those ancient pills weren't necessarily medicinal pills refined in the ancient era, but more accurately, they were from pill formulas that were passed around from the ancient times. Most such ancient pills had already disappeared. However, they were extremely attractive to alchemists. If an alchemist could use the medicinal pill to extrapolate the pill formula, that would be equivalent to a new start for a lost inheritance, and that alchemist's name would ring throughout the land. Although this is an ancient pill, its age definitely does not surpass 100 years. Everyone should be aware that a medicinal pill's effect and strength will not fade as long as it is less than 200 years old. Therefore, this medicinal pill will still have 100% of its effect, continued Yao Niqian. Miss Yao, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us the name of the medicinal pill, and tell us the effect as well. Seeing that Yao Niqian still refused to tell them the important part, someone finally ran out of patience. Seeing that everyone was sufficiently enticed, Yao Niqian smiled and said, "This medicinal pill has gone through our appraising master. Its name is the flesh-bone restoration pill. Now that you've heard its name, I'm sure everyone should know what its effect is." Sighs of displeasure immediately followed. What just that little effect? A healing pill, isn't that too ordinary? Yao Niqian seemed to not notice their confusion, continuing, "I'm sure everyone knows my Huiyun Pavilion's reputation. We naturally wouldn't make a joke of ourselves. If this flesh-bone restoration pill really wasn't valuable, then we wouldn't have brought it out as the final and most precious item. Hearing that, the crowd quieted down. She wasn't wrong. The Xuanhuan Pavilion definitely wouldn't disrespect their own brand. Then, did that mean the medicinal pill had some sort of special use? If I could be so bold, I'd like to invite a blood condensation expert onto the stage to bear witness to the medicinal pill's effect. Yao Niqian smiled at the crowd. I'll go. Yao Niqian's charm went without saying. A man in his 30s immediately volunteered. Everyone felt this was rather strange. In all the previous auctions of the Xuanhuan Pavilion, it seemed this was the first time anyone had been invited onto the auction stage. That man walked up to the stage. Due to the proximity with Yao Niqian and with how revealing her chest was, he couldn't help but stare fixedly. Yao Niqian smiled slightly and didn't bother about that. She playfully asked, "Is Master afraid of pain?" "Hey, don't joke. I Zhao Yang have roamed the lands for so many years. It's offensive to ask me that." That man was a bit depressed now. Long Chen in his private room laughed at that. Zhao Yang. His name really was appropriate as a tragedy was about to befall him. In that case, Niqian will apologize in advance. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. A sword had appeared in Yao Niqian's hand, and she slashed it down too quickly to react. Blood splattered in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Zhao Yang's arm had been cut off at the elbow by Yao Niqian. "You?" That man hadn't even had the time to defend himself. With one of his arms cut off, he was about to angrily say something when a sword was pressed up against his throat, cutting him off. Everyone was completely shocked. Yao Niqian had always been acting so weak and delicate, and yet her attack just now had been exceptionally smooth. She was definitely an expert. Sir has already said that he isn't afraid of pain. Here, take this. Yao Niqian handed him the flesh-bone restoration pill. Zhao Yang was scared witless. He swallowed the pill without even thinking about it. "What?" Startled cries rang out as soon as he swallowed it. Almost everyone stood up to get a better look. Only then did Zhao Yang realize something was happening. Looking at his arm, he was shocked to see it miraculously growing back. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, his arm had completely grown back. Flexing his fingers, he was shocked to find that it was completely fine without the slightest feeling of unfamiliarity. He was absolutely shocked. If it wasn't for the bloodstained stage and his severed arm on the ground, he would have thought he was hallucinating. Damn, how could you waste such a precious medicinal pill like that? An old man had stood up, panting with rage. His eyes were practically spitting flames as he cursed at Yao Niqian. Other people also agreed with him. That medicinal pill was practically a divine pill. For it to just disappear like that enraged everyone. "Miss Yao, are you trying to play us? Give us a clear explanation." Some people were unable to hold back their anger. As for Zhao Yang, he listlessly returned back to his own seat. Even now he couldn't believe what had just happened. Occasionally, he would rub his hand over and over. Yao Niqian looked at the angered crowd and smiled. This result was even better than what she had hoped. "Everyone, please calm down. Let me say it again, my Xuanhuan Pavilion will not make jokes with our reputation." Banging the gavel, she caused everyone in the crowd to quickly quiet down. Actually, it wasn't because of her banging the gavel, but because a maid had come up behind Yao Niqian with an embroidered case. "Everyone, altogether we had 2 such flesh-bone restoration pills. But everyone should know that such a shocking effect is something that no one would believe even if I told you, so I could only show you. Please forgive me." The crowd calmed down quite a bit after hearing that explanation. It was true. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, no one would believe that this world had a miraculous medicinal pill like that. Even having personally witnessed its effect, there were still many who still didn't dare believe their own eyes. Several people even went up to Zhao Yang to examine his arm, but that arm was clearly a new arm that had regenerated. There was no way it was fake. Plus, with the Xuanhuan Pavilion's reputation, there was no way they would do something like selling fakes. But that pill was just too shocking. People had to be cautious about it. Long Chen nodded. These crafty, unscrupulous business dealers had truly perfected their art. Yao Niqian opened the case, revealing a flesh-bone restoration pill exactly the same as the last. Flesh-bone restoration pill, a second-tier medicinal pill. I won't say any more about its effect, but I want to remind everyone that this medicinal pill is only effective in the blood condensation realm and below. We originally had 2 pills, but now after showing off its effect to everyone, this last one is completely unique. Starting bid, 100 million. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge uproar exploded. Chapter 61 Striking Back. 200 million. A blood condensation expert was the first to shout out a bid. He hadn't gained anything today as a result of the bidding being so fierce. Due to the prices steadily climbing, the final prices had already exceeded their market value. Thus, he hadn't spent anything, which was currently his greatest advantage now. 300 million. An aged voice came from a white-haired old man in the corner. That old man had never made a bid the whole time, but as soon as he spoke, everyone immediately recognized him. Isn't that the Chuoji Empire's Grandmaster Alchemist, Wang Liang? Although the Chuoji Empire wasn't as large as the Phoenix Cry Empire and didn't have an alchemist guild, it had its own alchemy hall. If a nation didn't have the support of medicinal pills or martial weapons, it would eventually be destroyed. And martial weapons came second. After all, iron was never in short supply. However, medicinal pills definitely could not be lacking. That alchemist Wang Liang was essentially the master of the Chuoji Empire. His status was even greater than their emperor. There was no way around that. Without the support of an alchemist, the Chuoji Empire would sooner or later be swallowed by one of the large neighbors. That was why as soon as Wang Liang bid, it immediately scared off many people. That was because he was equivalent to an emperor. His financial resources were incredible. The reason he had never bid before was because he hadn't seen anything that interested him. A person like him wouldn't easily take action, but once he did, it would be a sure win. An ordinary second-tier middle-grade medicinal pill normally sold for 300,000 to 400,000, but now the price had multiplied by 1,000, meaning that only a few could participate. Such a treasure was one that could only be found by luck. If someone lost an arm during a battle, then their combat ability would definitely sharply drop and they would eventually be killed. But the flesh-bone restoration pill was equivalent to a life-saving treasure. Xia Changfeng and Xia Beicha were incredibly regretful that they hadn't prepared more money and could only watch as this treasure was purchased by someone else. 400 million. Marquis Ying's distinctive voice rang out. No one had expected that he would also participate. 500 million. Wang Liang didn't hesitate at all and immediately bid higher. That was his confidence. Although Marquis Ying was a noble, his financial resources were not as profound as Wang Liang, who controlled an empire. The entire crowd was stunned to find that an insignificant middle-grade, second-tier medicinal pill was actually being sold at the same price as an Earth-class battle skill. Even Long Chen felt his heart jumping wildly. It appeared this world had lost many pill formulas. Those ancient pill formulas in his pill god memories were equivalent to an endless treasure trove. But he also felt a bit of worry. Just a flesh-bone restoration pill could cause this much of an uproar. If others were to learn that this medicinal pill had come from him, that would definitely be dangerous. Perhaps he had been too reckless this time. But since it was already like this, regret was useless. Now he could only hope that the Huiyuan Pavilion's reputation would protect this secret. The entire crowd had turned silent after Wang Liang's bid of 500 million. Even Marquis Ying had become silent. 500 million was a price even he couldn't bear to waste. Now that the auction had reached this point, there was no need for Yao Niqian to fan the flames of people's passions. That would only cause people to feel disgusted. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Yao Niqian started to count down. In the end, Wang Liang's high bid won the middle-grade second-tier flesh-bone restoration pill. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to leave. The show has yet to end. Seeing that everyone was already preparing to get up, Yao Niqian smiled and received a jade case from another maid. Everyone's expressions became a bit strange. The auction this year truly was full of interesting surprises. What was this next treasure that was even more precious than that pill? Opening the jade case, Yao Niqian revealed a medicinal pill that stunned everyone. That was clearly the exact same pill as the flesh-bone restoration pill from before. Didn't they say that it was one of a kind? Were they purposely playing with them? When Wang Liang saw that pill, he immediately stood up. Everyone was expecting him to fly into a rage. But what no one expected was that he only foolishly looked at it for a moment before laughing. "Haha, good, this time I didn't come for nothing." Yao Niqian smiled and admiringly said, "Truly worthy of being an alchemist grandmaster. You can tell from that far away. Yes, this is also a flesh-bone restoration pill. However, this one is not middle grade. Instead, it is high grade." "What?" Yes, this is a high-grade ancient pill. The middle-grade pill was only useful in the blood condensation realm and below, but this precious high-grade pill is effective even for tendon transformation experts, Yaonikian explained solemnly. A storm erupted in the crowd. Tendon transformation experts, that was the peak of the Phoenix Cry empire. High-grade flesh-bone restoration pill, starting bid, 200 million. 400 million. The first person to shout was actually Wang Liang. Moreover, he immediately raised the bidding price, clearly not wishing to take it slowly and displaying that his determination to obtain it. Everyone sighed at how rich alchemists were. 500 million. Marquis Ying bid shortly after Wang Liang. Everyone anticipated seeing the competition between the two of them. Brother Chu Yang, do you think Marquis Ying can beat Wang Liang? Asked Xia Chengfeng. This time the medicinal pill is a must-have for Marquis Ying. Even if he has to spend his entire fortune, he would still bid, sighed the crown prince. Why that? Xia Chengfeng was a bit puzzled. It didn't seem that just a medicinal pill could be so coveted. Brother Xia must not know about this. A dozen years ago, Marquis Ying fought with an opponent, and in an effort to defeat him, he ended up losing a finger. Back then, he refused to seek treatment due to his pride. He wanted to use that event to motivate him to cultivate harder. So from that point onwards, he started to train crazily, eventually breaking through and entering the tendon transformation realm. But after entering the tendon transformation realm, he realized that training in the tendon transformation realm required you to temper your tendons to connect them to your marrow. Having lost a finger, he was missing a tendon. Thus, it had an enormous impact on his cultivation. But due to how long his finger had been severed, there was no way to fix it. He has spent several years roaming throughout empires without finding a way to heal it. The reason he let Wang Liang win last time was because that was just been a middle-grade flesh-bone restoration pill. It was only useful to blood condensation cultivators. If he had used it, the chances of it helping him recover were extremely remote. Spending 500 million on just a small chance really was a bit too much, thus he let it go. But now this high-grade flesh-bone restoration pill is practically godsend, so I can practically guarantee that he will obtain it. If that Wang Liang refuses to give way, Chu Yang coldly laughed and didn't continue. But it was extremely obvious that if Wang Liang refused to be tactful, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to be able to leave the Phoenix Cry empire. Even if he was the ruler of an empire, that empire wasn't comparable to the Phoenix Cry empire. Marquis Ying wouldn't mind killing someone for his treasures. Xia Changfeng and Xia Beichai nodded. Alchemists were all exceedingly arrogant. Perhaps the competition between the two of them would extend past this auction. Wang Liang's expression changed when he saw Marquis Ying bid against him so fiercely. He knew that Marquis Ying probably viewed this pill as a must-have, but getting him to give up instead was impossible. With a high-grade flesh-bone restoration pill, his chances of figuring out the corresponding pill formula would skyrocket. And once he figured out the pill formula, his name would shake the heavens. Furthermore, alchemists did not lack money. Of course, that was excluding beginners who failed their refinement so much that they often bankrupted themselves. Just as Wang Liang was about to bid again, Marquis Ying's soft voice rang out. Grandmaster Wang, this medicinal pill is of exceedingly great importance to me. Please yield to me. I can even give Grandmaster several days to study it after I obtain it. Harming the relationship of our two empires for just a small medicinal pill really isn't wise. This truly dazed the crowd. Marquis Ying was using both the carrot and the stick to force Wang Liang to give up. It seemed this medicinal pill truly was exceptionally important to him. Yao Niqian's expression became a bit ugly though. This move was clearly disrupting the auction, but both Marquis Ying and Wang Liang had high statuses and were their customers. If she were to reprimand these two, not only would it not change anything, but the chances of them continuing to compete were no longer great. Furthermore, punishing the two of them would definitely have a negative effect on the Huiyuan Pavilion's reputation. Yao Niqian began to hate that feminine voice of Marquis Ying's. Marquis Ying must be joking. This old man wants to compete, but unfortunately I have no more money. Wang Liang laughed lightly. The conclusion was a boring disappointment. Just what kind of person was Wang Liang? No more money. This was clearly his way of giving the face to Marquis Ying and getting out of an awkward situation. Although Yao Niqian was extremely angered, her face still maintained that perfect smile of hers. Now that the auction was nearing its end, she didn't want to cause a huge fuss. Master Marquis Ying bids 500 million. Are there any higher bids? 500 million going once. 500 million going twice. 500 million going. Marquis Ying had already relaxed inside his private room. Hearing the helplessness in Yao Niqian's voice, he coldly smiled. Indulging in this kind of feeling was his favorite. But a lazy voice caused his expression to immediately change. Even the tea in his hand spilled out. 600 million. Chapter 62, End of the Auction. 600 million. That voice was extremely young and lazy. Everyone turned their heads to look at the private room it had come from. When they saw it was Long Chen's private room, a strange expression appeared on several people. Back when Long Chen had been about to obtain the starfusing grass, Marquis Ying had purposely said some things that had incited Xia Beichai to fight with him over it. Now from Long Chen's words, it appeared he was looking for some revenge. Several people were praising Long Chen inside. There were few people in the entire Phoenix Cry Empire who would dare compete with Marquis Ying. Marquis Ying's face darkened. He hadn't expected that Long Chen, who had been silent for so long, would suddenly take this chance to look for trouble with him. 700 million. But at this point, he couldn't cower. That medicinal pill was something he absolutely had to obtain no matter the price. Otherwise, with his status, there was no way that he would have thickened his face to plead with Wang Liang. This medicinal pill was just that important to him. A pleased smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Now he could take revenge on Marquis Ying for what he had done to him just before. He couldn't help but feel fresh and brighter inside. He had always been using divine sense to pay attention to Xia Changfeng's private room. Having learned from them that Marquis Ying treated this flesh-bone restoration pill as a must-have. If he didn't go get some vengeance, then he wouldn't be Long Chen. Although he knew offending Marquis Ying was unwise, he didn't worry too much about that. First, he'd relieve some of his anger. He didn't believe that Marquis Ying would actually go overboard against him for such a thing. With the Alchemist Guild behind him as a support, he had the confidence to provoke Marquis Ying. 800 million. The Huiyuan Pavilion didn't send any warnings to him despite his high bids. Yao Niqian was actually excited inside. However, she hid her emotions extremely well. Master Long Chen bids 800 million. Are there any higher bids? If not, then this high-grade flesh-bone restoration pill will be handed to him, announced Yao Niqian. Wait a moment, I doubt that Long Chen actually has that much money. He's just making empty bids. Marquis Ying's feminine voice now held a trace of anger. Although he had suppressed it, people could still hear the fury in his voice. Is Marquis Ying questioning our integrity? Yao Niqian's smile immediately receded and she angrily said, Young Master Long Chen is Grandmaster Yun Qi's student. Everyone in the Phoenix Cry Empire knows this. Before the auction, Grandmaster Yun Qi transferred all his credit to young Master Long Chen. Does Marquis Ying still think that young Master Long Chen is making empty bids? Yao Niqian's words were rather blunt and impolite. Obviously, Marquis Ying had truly angered her by breaking the rules. Now that she had the opportunity, she would naturally relieve some of her anger. She was a woman, and a woman knew how to hold grudges. Once you angered a woman, they would no longer be soft and gentle anymore. Everyone gasped when they learned that Grandmaster Yun Qi had transferred his credit to Long Chen. That meant Long Chen had the true support of the entire Alchemist Guild. That kind of guarantee meant Long Chen could buy anything he wanted. Who dared to say he had no money? But even Long Chen was dazed. How come he hadn't known about this? But he quickly realized that Marquis Ying's actions had angered the Huiyuan Pavilion. They were supporting him in order to give Marquis Ying a slap in the face. Marquis Ying's expression was extremely ugly now. If what Yao Niqian had said was true, then he really wouldn't be able to compete against Long Chen in terms of financial resources. 1 billion. Marquis Ying pushed down his anger and raised the bid by a whole 200 million. 1 billion gold coins, just to buy a second-tier medicinal pill. That was definitely unprecedented. With Marquis Ying's financial ability, 1 billion gold coins were already several years' worth of savings. Brother Long, how about you don't bid again? It's already quite frightening. Xu Hu was quietly shivering. Back when Long Chen had bid, they had all been completely shocked. A simple opening of his mouth was equivalent to 100 million gold. Even if it wasn't their money, it was still breathtaking. But Long Chen only smiled slightly. He was highly suspicious that Marquis Ying was the one who had stolen his cultivation ability. Now it was just him getting back some interest. 1,500,000,000. Immediately after Xu Hu finished, Long Chen raised the bid, almost scaring Xu Hu to the point of fainting. Marquis Ying had just raised the price by 200 million all at once, but now Long Chen was even more vicious, directly raising the price by 500 million. He was clearly using Yun Qi's money to suppress Marquis Ying. The crowd was completely silent. Even Wang Liang was flabbergasted. That price had long since exceeded his expectations. Although he only had a middle-grade flesh-bone recovery pill, and it was inferior to the high-grade pill, there was still a large chance of him being able to figure out the pill formula from studying it. Therefore, he had also given up at this time. Crack! The teacup in Marquis Ying's hand was crushed, and even the tea that splashed onto his body was completely unnoticed by him. Blue veins were pulsing on his forehead. If he didn't know that the Huiyuan Pavilion had a powerful backer, he would have already charged out to go kill Long Chen. Long Chen, you want to obtain this pill that badly? Marquis Ying asked coldly. Long Chen laughed. He could tell that Marquis Ying had spat these words out through clenched teeth. In other words, he was exceptionally enraged, probably even more enraged than Long Chen had been when trying to obtain the starfusing grass. Well, actually this thing is pretty much useless to me, said Long Chen indifferently. Then you're purposely making an enemy of me, Marquis Ying raged. You can't put it that way. I have several reasons for wanting to obtain this thing. Reason number 1 is that it's an ancient pill. Even if I have to pay a high price for it, it's still worth it. If I bring it back to my teacher, he also wouldn't scold me. In fact, he might even praise me. Reason number 2 is that you pissed me off just now. My temperament is a bit strange. I can take anything, but I can't take a loss like that. Reason number 3 is that just like you, my father is also one of the 3 great pillars of this Phoenix Cry Empire. He spends his days guarding the barbarian border, fighting against enemies constantly, completing heroic contributions. But my family became penniless, unable to even keep a dozen servants. But you, Marquis Ying, who is on the same level as my father, who lazes his days in the imperial palace, actually has this much money. So I was curious just how big the difference between us was. Just how rich is Senior Marquis Ying? Just how many times more money does he have than my Long family? Said Long Chen with a smile. The majority of the people present were members of the Phoenix Cry Empire. Although Long Chen had been laughing as he said those things, everyone could hear his resentment. So you want to fight with me till the end? Marquis Ying asked lightly as he looked down at his broken teacup, killing intent surfacing in his eyes. Not really. Maybe if you increase the price again you'll win. Or maybe if some people are able to tactfully display their own apologies, then my Long family will consider it and withdraw from this competition, said Long Chen. Ha ha ha, fine, a tiger father truly has a tiger son. The younger generation truly does surpass the old one. I admit defeat today. Allow me to shamelessly make one last bid, 1,501,000,000, laughed Marquis Ying. Everyone was stupefied, never expecting that Long Chen would actually be able to force Marquis Ying to bow his head. Marquis Ying's admittance of defeat already said everything. Long Chen smiled slightly. It appeared he had already reached Marquis Ying's bottom line. His adding of a paltry 1 million obviously meant that if Long Chen were to make another bid, he would give up. But if he did give up, he would not hold back from taking extreme measures. Long Chen knew when to quit while he was ahead, and so he didn't increase the bid again. Today already counted as his victory. An expert on the same level as his father was pushed into defeat by him. Moreover, he had also managed to release some of his anger in this grand setting. But his actual strength still wasn't enough. He couldn't force Marquis Ying too far, otherwise, if Marquis Ying was truly angered, he would make him disappear without leaving behind a single trace. Even the Alchemist Guild wouldn't be able to investigate it. And even if they did investigate at that time, he would already be dead, so there was no point. Revenge had to be taken one step at a time. Yao Niqian had returned to her smiling self. Seeing that no one else was competing, she began to count down. Finally, Marquis Ying had his wish fulfilled and obtained the flesh-bone restoration pill. Confetti suddenly started to rain down, and music began to play. A dozen colorful young maidens danced gracefully. Yao Niqian gave a gracious thanks to everyone for participating. This time's Huiyuan Pavilion's auction had finally ended. The guests slowly started to leave. Long Chen wasn't in a rush. He waited until most of the crowd had left before exiting his private room. But as soon as he walked out, he ended up running into several people. Those people were precisely Xia Chengfeng, Chu Yang, and Xia Beichai. Long Chen, Don't think you can be arrogant just because of Yun Qi's support. The Empress Dowager has already decided to give the third princess to my brother. In the future, she will be brother's woman, so a lowly peasant like you should stop having any intentions about her, sneered Zia Beichai. Oh, aren't you that woman who was sharing a bed with your master? Now that your master has left, don't you need to go attend to him? Before Long Chen even had a chance to say anything, Xu Hu had already retorted. Having muddled along with Long Chen for so long, he had become much more confident. He wouldn't be able to feel at peace without causing a bit of trouble. Zia Beichai's expression changed. Xu Hu's words were a vicious slap in the face for her. Back on that day, Zia Beichai had gone crazy and admitted to some scandalous affairs in front of many people. However, no one dared comment on it to her face. In the end, she had actually ended up fooling herself into thinking that they hadn't heard her due to how far the crowd had been. You're asking for it. Zia Beichai had just been about to charge over when Zia Changfeng pulled her back. After all, this was the Huiyun Pavilion's territory, and fighting was prohibited. Long Chen, it is already set in stone that Chu Yao will be my woman. Don't have any fanciful thoughts. I am the Grand Zia's prince, while you are just a noble heir. Our statuses are far too different, said Zia Changfeng indifferently. Long Chen seemed to not even hear what he said. He knew that the reason they had come over was to provoke him. He had long since heard this news, so that provocation was unable to hurt him. Long Chen suddenly saw one of the guards behind the crown prince and said, I seem to have seen you before. That guard smiled slightly. I am the crown prince's guard, so it's normal for you to have seen me. No, I think I've seen you in a very particular place. For example, near the martial arena. Long Chen looked closely at him. That guard didn't reply, merely looking back at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled slightly and said to Zia Changfeng, your face is turning black. A great calamity is about to befall you. Try to be careful. After saying that, he brought his friends out of the Huiyun Pavilion. But as soon as he left, Fu Gui ran up to him. The boss wants to see you. Chapter 63 Huiyun Sect. Within a luxurious guest room inside the Huiyun Pavilion, Long Chen was sitting with the charming Yao Niqian. He asked, you're the big boss. She laughed cutely and replied, am I not a big enough boss for you? Along with her laugh, her chest jiggled. Long Chen had no choice but to admit she was definitely big enough. But he wasn't a man who only wanted a chest. He preferred Meng Qi's tasteful aesthetic, or perhaps Chu Yao's grand, well-bred poise. Why did you want me to stay behind? Long Chen asked lightly. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't affected by her charm, Yao Niqian became a bit irritated. That was truly a blow. She was exceptionally confident in her seductiveness. But just as she was about to say something, another voice rang out. Niqian, don't make trouble. Another woman walked over. She was around 20 years old. She looked to be exceptionally plain, yet she gave off a very posh feeling. HMPH, what an insensitive guy. Big sis, I'm leaving. I'll leave him to you. Yao Niqian didn't forget to give a glare to Long Chen before leaving the room. First of all, I'd like to apologize for so boldly inviting you here. This little one is Bai Ling. Greetings, young master Long Chen. That woman curtsied slightly. Miss is too polite. Long Chen also chose to bow slightly. I know that young master Long Chen's time is precious, so I'll keep this short. The first reason we invited you over was to discuss the splitting of the profits. The 2 medicinal pills sold for a total of 2,000,000,000 gold coins. This is a sky-high number. Bai Long couldn't help sighing emotionally. Although they had already had a high estimation of those 2 medicinal pills prices, they had never expected for it to draw such turmoil. And Long Chen himself had also caused several of the auction prices to rise greatly. It could be said that he had been a huge contributor to their success this time. This is your portion. Bai Ling handed him a crystal card. There were 1,000,000,000 gold coins on the card, causing Long Chen to become ecstatic. He would never have to worry about money again. Although he didn't know how the Huiyun Pavilion had calculated it, he didn't really care about what was now chump change to him. Thank you. The one who should be thanking the other is us. With your addition to the auction this time had the absolute greatest profit in all of history, laughed Bai Ling. Long Chen smiled, understanding that the main reason was because of him forcing Marquis Ying to pay more. No, without the pavilion's support, I also wouldn't have been able to relieve that resentment. Bai Ling was a bit startled. She laughed. I think young Master Long Chen has misunderstood a bit. We didn't support you. Grandmaster Yun Qi had told us to take care of you. Whatever you wanted to buy, no matter the price, he said he would pay for it. Grandmaster Yun Qi. Long Chen was extremely moved, never imagining that Grandmaster Yun Qi had secretly helped him. He had obviously been closely paying attention to him. This time we both benefited from helping each other. With young Master Long Chen's help, our Huiyun Pavilion has truly reaped an immense harvest this time. That is why, to display our thanks, I will give you a gift. A book appeared in her hand. This is a list of all the treasures in our storehouse. You can take one item. Long Chen was surprised, but he naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Having helped the Huiyun Pavilion earn so much money, it was simply right for him to be able to get a reward. Opening the book, he saw there really were quite a few good things. Although they had just completed their yearly auction, there were still countless treasures. Long Chen didn't even bother looking through the battle skills. There were no longer any Earth-class ones left. They only had mortal-class ones, and he no longer needed any on that level. Armor and weapons also didn't suit him, but suddenly his eyes brightened. Oh, heartrot grass. That was a poisonous grass. If refined into a poison, it would possess extremely acute toxicity. The poisonous extract that could be refined from the heartrot grass could be applied to arrowheads. Such an arrow would be able to kill even second-rank magical beasts. I'll pick that. Long Chen pointed to the heartrot grass. When Bai Ling saw his selection, she couldn't help being a bit baffled. This heartrot grass does have high toxicity, but it isn't very valuable. Does young master want to think it over some more? A stalk of heartrot grass was only worth a few 100,000 gold coins. Bai Ling had been wanting him to select an extremely precious treasure. After all, Long Chen had helped their Huiyun Pavilion make a great deal of profit. This was their way of winning favor with him. But he only picked a medicinal grass that was worth a few 100,000 gold coins. Naturally, that was awkward for her. I'm not that interested in the other things. This heartrot grass is perfect for me to study a bit, smiled Long Chen. How about you also pick something else, probed Bai Ling. That wouldn't be too appropriate, would it? Laughed Long Chen. It's not a problem. In the Huiyun Pavilion, whatever I say counts, said Bai Ling confidently. That was perfect for Long Chen, as he had actually been wondering what other bizarre things they possessed. When he had almost completely flipped through the book's contents, his heart suddenly jumped. Night Devil Skull. Although his expression didn't change, his heart was already starting to pound. This was a true treasure. Can I pick this Night Devil Skull? Asked Long Chen. Of course, Bai Ling smiled. Although the Night Devil's skull was worth over 1,000,000 gold coins, it was not worth making a fuss over. In just a short time, people brought over the heartrot grass and the Night Devil's skull. The heartrot grass was packed into a sealed foot-long bottle. Although it had been tightly sealed, an extremely acrid smell still came from it. The acrid smell seemed to want to bore through their noses and set their lungs on fire. A bright smile appeared on Long Chen's face when he saw that strand of heartrot grass. It had definitely matured properly, and its toxicity was extremely high. As for the Night Devil's skull, it was as tall as a human. It looked like an extremely frightening bat's head. He reached out his hand and placed the heartrot grass and Night Devil's skull into his spatial ring before then thanking Bai Ling. Many thanks. Bai Ling smiled slightly. Young Master Long Chen is too polite. As I said, the first reason we invited you here was to thank you. The other reason was to ask young Master Long Chen if he wished to enter my Huiyun sect. Huiyun sect? Long Chen was startled. Correct. The Huiyun Pavilion is just one of my Huiyun sect's branch industries, laughed Bai Ling. Does that mean young Lady Bai is one of the sect's branch disciples? Asked Long Chen. Bai Ling nodded. Bai Ling isn't talented and is just an outer disciple of the Huiyun sect in charge of the Phoenix Cry Empire's Huiyun Pavilion. Long Chen was startled. So this Bai Ling was actually the branch pavilion master and an outer disciple of the Huiyun sect. Actually, with young master's talent and his attainments with medicinal pills, young master will quickly be able to walk out of these uncivilized, backward lands. This is my 3rd year in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Now with young master Long Chen's assistance, I've finally reached my target. Now when I return to the sect, I will be promoted to become an inner disciple. Anticipation appeared in her eyes. So to repay this favor, I will shamelessly give you this invitation. If you enter my Huiyun sect, you will definitely have the best conditions to grow. Long Chen couldn't help being moved and asking, what do you mean, these uncivilized lands? Haha, young master must not know, but this world is so large it is out of your imagination. The Phoenix Cry Empire is just a drop of water in the ocean. This region is called uncivilized because it is far from the cultivation world. That was why I said that with your talent, you should go to a more expansive land to grow. Only then will you not be stifled, smiled Bai Ling. But when it came to explaining those more expansive lands, she didn't further say anything at all. This was the first time Long Chen had heard of the outer world. Grandmaster Yun Qi had barely raised that subject with him. And even Bai Ling didn't reveal too much. Although Long Chen was curious, he didn't keep questioning her. He laughed, "Many thanks for your appreciation. If I ever do leave Phoenix Cry and want to see the outer world, then I will go looking for you." His words were extremely tactful. He didn't agree nor decline. Bai Ling sighed, "It looks like you don't want to leave Phoenix Cry for now, but I will be returning to the sect immediately. How about this? If you do leave Phoenix Cry and don't find a suitable sect, keep my Yun sect in mind. Here, this is my symbol. With it, you can come to the Yun sect to find me." Receiving a jade tablet from Bai Ling, Long Chen said, "Then, I'll thank young miss for her help. To tell the truth, I really am interested in that vast and expansive sky that you were talking about." Unfortunately, he had too many troubles that he had to resolve, and there was no way Bai Ling could wait for him, as this was a crucial moment for her to promote from an outer disciple to an inner disciple. Although he didn't know exactly how different the two were, he could tell that it was extremely important to her since she couldn't conceal her excitement. As soon as Long Chen left, a side door opened and Yao Niqian walked in. She was confused and said, "This Long Chen actually refused sister's invitation." "A refusal is normal. This Long Chen is definitely not as simple as you. He is extremely shrewd. He's definitely contemplating matters that he hasn't revealed," sighed Bai Ling. "What a shame. If you could have lured him, a pill cultivator with endless prospects, into our Yun sect, then you might even be promoted to become a core disciple. How about I go try to charm him again? No harm, right?" said Yao Niqian. "Just give it up. Long Chen isn't like those perverts you usually charm. You'd just be disgracing yourself. We still have to finish some preparations. Once we're all set, we'll have to return to the sect. The Yun Pavilion will be left to another disciple sent here to gain experience," said Bai Ling. Although it was hard for her to accept this, Yao Niqian always trusted what Bai Ling said. She only quietly cursed inside. Was this Long Chen even a man? Achoo! Long Chen had just entered his room when he sneezed. "HMPH, I don't know whether it is Marquis Ying or Zia Changfeng who is cursing me, or is it that idiot woman?" Although he didn't know who was talking about him, that person definitely wasn't saying anything good about him. He called over Bauer and repeatedly warned her not to let anyone interrupt him before tightly closing the door. It should be time to refine the starfusing pill. Chapter 64, Visiting Chu Yao. Boom! His pull furnace violently shook and terrifying energy surged within. It was as if his pill furnace was trying to seal a struggling magical beast. "Seal!" Long Chen shouted and tightly pushed down the furnace lid. But a medicinal pill's essence couldn't be sealed just relying on physical strength. At the same time as his hand pushed down on the lid, his powerful spiritual strength surged out and completely locked down the pill furnace. This intense struggle continued for a full 2 hours before his pill furnace gradually returned to calm. Slowly opening the lid, the originally dark room immediately lit up. A pearl-like medicinal pill was emitting a gentle light. "Hee, I finally succeeded." Long Chen relaxed and wiped away his sweat. He was incredibly exhausted and almost fainted. This was the third furnace of pills he had refined. The first furnace of pills had been to refine the starfusing pill Chu Yao needed. Of his 3 refinements, the starfusing pill had been the easiest to refine. Then he had refined the soul-devouring heart-rotting pill, a poison pill refined from the heart-rot grass. It would be one of his protective measures in the future. The last thing he had refined just now was the hardest to refine, a soul-nourishing pill. He had refined it by using the Night Devil's skull he had obtained from the Yun Pavilion. The Night Devil had a similar shape to a bat. An adult was a dozen meters long and fiercely bloodthirsty. Its most terrifying aspect was its ability to use spiritual attacks. To directly attack the spirit. That was a terrifying kind of method that was practically impossible to defend against. Long Chen had used the second-rank magical beast Night Devil's Skull's crystal core as the main ingredient to refine a single soul-nourishing pill. Soul-nourishing pills were exceptionally special medicinal pills. They had practically vanished from this era. Even in his Long Chen's pill god memories, there were only 3 formulas that could nourish the soul. Consuming it would benefit the spirit greatly. And at the initial stages of soul cultivation, consuming one soul-nourishing pill was equivalent to having a huge head start over your competition. This was a rare medicinal pill that had absolutely no side effects. This pill was extremely precious to Long Chen in particular. As an alchemist, he definitely required a powerful spiritual strength. But the first thing that popped into his head, when he looked at that pearl-like soul-nourishing pill, was a vision of Meng Qi's flawless face. Meng Qi was a beast tamer. That was true soul cultivator. It would be a waste for anyone else to take it. But Meng Qi was now in the Wind Spirit Pavilion. He didn't know where that was at the moment, so it would be impossible for him to send it to her. Sighing, he put away the soul-nourishing pill. If he still didn't see Meng Qi again within half a year, then he would simply consume it himself. That was because this soul-nourishing pill was not like other medicinal pills. If it wasn't consumed within half a year, the spiritual energy inside the pill would begin to fade. After putting away the medicinal pills, Long Chen could no longer support himself. Exhaustion caused him to collapse onto his bed. The next time he opened his eyes, it was already noon the next day. After washing up, he chatted with his mother, ate lunch and left, ready to meet up with Chu Feng. He had already set up a meeting with Chu Feng for today at a tea house. By the time Long Chen arrived, Chu Feng had already been waiting for a long time. Chu Feng had a middle-aged guard beside him. When he saw Long Chen approaching, that guard was just about to say something when his vision suddenly darkened and he fainted. After knocking him unconscious, Long Chen took out some face-changing liquid and applied it to his face. In just a couple of minutes, he had changed into the guard's clothes and left with Chu Feng to the imperial palace. Everything was going according to plan. Chu Feng had followed Long Chen's instructions to keep a guard beside him at almost all times. This was all in order to fool people for today. Now Long Chen would no longer appear as conspicuous in other people's eyes. The two of them managed to easily enter into the inner section of the imperial palace. This was Long Chen's first time in the imperial palace. The winding palace maze completely confused him. Without his powerful spiritual strength, he would have lost his direction. "Brother Long, my big sis is under house arrest in her Jade Yao palace. There are guards outside. They've never blocked me from entering, but whether or not I can bring you in is still unknown." Chu Feng was hesitant. "Don't worry, let's try our luck. Just follow the contingencies in our plan. If it really isn't going to work, then I won't force it," nodded Long Chen. Long Chen had come to deliver Chu Yao the medicinal pill, but he also wanted to help her resolve those foreign spiritual seeds. There was only one star-fusing pill, and refining its medicinal pill's energy required skill. With Long Chen by her side, even if something unexpected happened, he might still be able to remedy the situation. But another reason he had come was because he missed her. Ever since he had revealed his feelings for her at the Lantern Festival, her beautiful image had always been held within his heart. He wanted her to have more faith in him. He wanted her to know that no matter how hard her days were, she would always have Long Chen with her. He wanted her to share a part of her pain with him. He wanted her to never have to suffer helplessly again. That was why he had come. Finally, they arrived at Chu Yao's Jade Yao Palace. There were 8 guards wearing imperial robes guarding the gate. There were also dozens of other soldiers surrounding the perimeter. That truly angered Long Chen. This was the imperial palace, which was equivalent to Chu Yao's home, but it was completely surrounded by guards. How was this any different to being imprisoned? Long Chen was becoming increasingly disgusted with the royal family. The Empress Dowager has ordered that outsiders cannot enter the Jade Yao Palace. As expected, Chu Feng and Long Chen were blocked from entering. "Outrageous, I'm here to see my sister, why can't I enter?" Chu Feng shouted angrily. "Seventh Prince, I'm sorry, you can enter but your guard cannot." That guard was not overly servile or overbearing. "He is my personal guard. He's my most trusted guard, and if you won't believe me, then I'll make your head tumble to the floor," Chu Feng shouted sternly. That guard shook his head. His voice was as indifferent as ever as he replied, "I'm sorry, these are the Empress Dowager's orders. No one can change them." While Chu Feng and that guard were arguing, Long Chen had already spread out his divine sense. Sensing a figure sitting and leaning against a window, he couldn't help but feel pity. Chu Yao was as beautiful as ever. However, she had become much thinner and wan. It was obvious that this constant imprisonment over these days had made her suffer. Long Chen truly wished to punch that guard who was blocking them, but he didn't dare to. This was the imperial palace, and he didn't dare to be reckless here. What matter is causing this much ruckus? Suddenly, a displeased voice came from behind. Greetings, fourth prince. That was the fourth Prince Xuanhuan. It seemed he had just happened to be passing by when he heard the commotion. Chen frowned slightly when he saw that it was the fourth prince. That was because he could see Xuanhuan looking at him with a bit of surprise. Although he didn't know where he had messed up, he was now certain that Xuanhuan had recognized him. What's going on? After glancing at Chen for a moment, Xuanhuan turned to the guards. Reporting to fourth prince, seventh prince wanted to bring this guard into the Jade Palace, but... Impudent, you audacious slave, are you doubting my little brother? You actually think he'd harm his own sister? The fourth prince interrupted angrily all of a sudden. This little one doesn't dare. That guard jumped in fear. He hastily kneeled down. Obviously, the fourth prince instilled much more fear in him than the seventh prince. Let them in, ordered the fourth prince coldly. But that guard was still hesitant. If the Empress Dowager wants to assign blame, naturally it will fall on me. Could it be that you don't even trust me? The fourth prince asked coldly. This little one doesn't dare. That guard fell back and no longer said anything. Enter then. The fourth prince patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, but he was clearly looking at Chen. Chen nodded. Although he didn't know why the fourth prince would help him, now wasn't the time to think about that. After the seventh prince and Chen entered the Jade Palace, the fourth prince smiled and also left. Entering the Jade Palace, the two of them went into the central courtyard. Chu Yao had been leaning against the window and looking down at the fish swimming in the pond when she turned slightly and suddenly saw them. When she saw Chen, first she was dazed for a moment before wild joy filled her. Her jade hand lightly covered her cherry lips and her tears began to wildly fall. She had somehow managed to recognize Chen. Chen slowly walked up to her and apologized, sorry for being so late. Chu Yao couldn't hold back any longer. With her head in Chen's chest, she began to truly weep, seeming to want to cry out all her grief. During this time, she had been under constant house arrest. When she heard that the Empress Dowager had already decided to marry her off to Xia Qingfeng, she had almost collapsed. If Chu Feng hadn't secretly brought Chen's promise to her, she might have already become hopeless and left this colorless world. Every day she would watch the sun rise and bitterly wait for Chen. Each day had felt longer than a year to her. That kind of suffering was something only she knew about. Chen enjoyed her fragrance as he gently stroked her long hair, letting her give vent to her grief. At the same time, he also swore to himself that no matter the price, he would definitely protect Chu Yao, even if that price was his life. Sometimes he would feel that Chu Yao was even more pitiful than himself. After all, Chen at least had a mother and father who loved him, but Chu Yao had lived her whole life in the loveless imperial palace. The imperial palace was a place where there was no trust or love. For a weak woman like her, it really was too painful. After feeling enough time had passed, Chen noticed that Chu Feng was just awkwardly standing in his original location, not knowing whether he should stay or leave. Cough. Chen lightly coughed, and Chu Yao broke out of her daze and hastily escaped from Chen's embrace. Her entire face was red, and she couldn't even bring herself to look at either of them. How about I go for now? Chu Feng asked probingly. No need, just help to keep watch for me. I have some secret matters I have to do with your sister. Chen waved his hand. But as soon as he saw Chu Feng's shocked expression, he knew that the kid had misunderstood and hastily added, "It's not what you think." He didn't explain further. Not explaining was better, as the explanation was even more explicit. Chu Yao's pretty face was completely red, and she was too embarrassed to even show her face. Chen straightforwardly pulled Chu Yao upstairs, leaving behind a stupefied Chu Feng who just stood there alone and in a daze. Chapter 65, Starfusing Pills Chi. The Jade Yao Palace was Chu Yao's personal princess palace. It was large with 3 floors, the 3rd floor being her personal chambers. Chen had never once gone into a woman's chambers before. What surprised Chen was that Chu Yao's room didn't have any majestic or grand decorations. Instead, everything was very simple and plain. Isn't it strange? Chu Yao pulled Chen in and quietly said, I've always imagined that if only I had been born into a normal family, I would be free. I might not be able to have the luxury or a high status, but at least I would have my freedom. Chen smiled. That's just because of your viewpoint. To be born into poverty is to have to struggle every day. In this world, if you want to be free, then you have to have a matching power. Chu Yao nodded and led Long Chen into her room. Long Chen was startled to see that her bed was covered with drawings of himself. Those drawings weren't made by a master painter. Instead, they were remarkably lifelike, without the embellishment of the drawings of him on the market. "You drew these?" Long Chen asked in surprise. Her face reddened a bit and she nodded. "Ever since the Lantern Festival, drawing images of you is the only way I can pass the time. Otherwise, the days are even more unbearable." Long Chen felt a sudden burst of emotion for her. Looking at how much thinner and wan she was, he felt his heart ache. Chu Yao. Wrapping his arms around her tender waist, he pulled her into a tight kiss. Chu Yao immediately felt the sky and earth spinning around her. Long Chen's masculine scent filled her nose, and it was like sparks were running throughout her body. Tightly hugging onto Long Chen's back, the two of them lost themselves in that intoxicating feeling. "Long Chen, Yao wants to be your woman." Her breathing was shallow, and her beautiful eyes were blurry as she looked at Long Chen. The intense feelings she had for him were enough to melt the steel. With a beauty in his arms, Long Chen felt as if his whole body was about to ignite. Even his breathing was becoming hurried. With her encouraging him, Long Chen's most primal desires ignited, and his hands slowly started roving up from her waist. "Long Chen, I want to be your woman. Even if I die, Yao will be content." Her entire body turned soft as she quietly whispered. Chu Yao's voice was soft, but to Long Chen, the words were like thunder. His originally aroused desire was immediately extinguished like icy water had been thrown over him. When Chu Yao sensed Long Chen's body suddenly stiffen, she slowly opened her eyes and saw that his expression was a bit unnatural. "What's wrong?" He took a deep breath and told himself to stay calm. After gently planting a kiss on her forehead, he said, "Yao, do you not have faith in me?" From her tone and what she said, Long Chen had understood her inner thoughts. She was planning on ending her life after giving herself to him. And also for some unknown reason, Long Chen had a sudden premonition that if he did go through with that, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Although such a premonition was extremely abstruse, Long Chen had always had a keen intuition ever since merging with a pill god's soul. His gut had never misled him. "Long Chen." Chu Yao looked at Long Chen and suddenly started sobbing into his chest. "I love you, Long Chen. I would rather die than marry someone else." Long Chen gently stroked her back. As expected, his intuition had been correct. After patting her, he said, "Yao, did you forget the promise we made to each other at the Lantern Festival? The dragon swims across the 4 oceans. The phoenix flies throughout the 9 lands," she softly recited. But as soon as she finished, her tears truly began to fall. "Seas of blood may block us, but we will never give up our path. Dragon and phoenix will both live to old age." Long Chen also heavily recited what he had said in return. That was his first promise to Chu Yao. Chu Yao's jade hands tenderly stroked Long Chen's cheeks. She was choked with emotion as she sobbed. "But can we really live to old age?" "We definitely will, believe in me." "Okay, I'll trust in my future husband." Chu Yao smiled, appearing like a dew-dropped flower with her tears on her beautiful face. "Yao, you really are beautiful," blurted out Long Chen. "As long as you like how I look, then I'll let you see me every day." This time Chu Yao wasn't shy anymore. "Haha, good, we'll have many more days for that. But today I came mostly to bring you this." Long Chen took out the star-fusing pill, immediately causing the light in the room to turn gentle. Although it was the middle of the day, that was not able to conceal the light coming from the pill. "Here, consume it, I'll protect you." Although she didn't know what it was, due to her trust in Long Chen, Chu Yao obediently swallowed that star-fusing pill. With Chu Yao sitting lotus-style on the bed, Long Chen placed his hand on the middle of her back, using his spiritual strength to keep a close eye on the state of her body. That star-fusing pill was something Long Chen had used his full effort to refine. It was the best pill he had refined up to this point, and it could already count as a peak existence amongst second-tier medicinal pills in Phoenix Cry. In just several breaths' time, the medicinal pill dissolved and spread quickly throughout her body. "Don't bother with it, let the energy flow as it wishes." The star-fusing pill spread throughout and filled every single path of Chu Yao's meridians. Some of her meridians, which hadn't been opened up yet, were slowly forced open by its energy. But such a feeling was not a pleasant one. It felt as if millions of ants were crawling throughout her meridians, causing her to feel an irritating itch. Chu Yao knew that this was something Long Chen had refined for her, so she did her absolute best to hold back any pain sounds, not wanting to worry him. This kind of suffering was something Long Chen was extremely familiar with. Back when he had first absorbed heaven and earth's spiritual energy into his body to open his meridians, he had felt such an intense pain that he would never be able to forget it in this lifetime. Although Chu Yao was much better off than he had been at that time, one was pain while the other was itchiness. The degree of difficulty in bearing with it was essentially equal. It took a full 2 hours for the star-fusing pill's medicinal energy to completely merge into Chu Yao's meridians. Now draw the medicinal energy into your dantian. You have to pull that energy from the farthest parts first, just like how rivers flow into the ocean. Chu Yao nodded and slowly began to circulate her spiritual qi. She began to collect the medicinal energy from her meridians into her dantian. What surprised Long Chen was Chu Yao's control of her spiritual qi, which was extremely precise, to the point where she could control the slightest detail. Chu Yao was definitely a martial genius. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Just by using her familiarity with her spiritual qi, she was already able to reach such a high level of control. If those 9 foreign spiritual qis weren't blocking her dantian and causing her spiritual qi to be too chaotic and weak, the result from their fight on Sunset Mountain would probably have been reversed. Good, now increase the speed. The faster the better. Channel your energy, directed Long Chen quietly. With the pulling of the medicinal energy in her body, Chu Yao gradually caused the small streams of energy to become large rivers, the energy becoming greater and greater. Following Long Chen's directions, she increased her speed, and now her meridians were pushed to their max, sending the energy to her dantian wildly like surging waves. Boom! Chu Yao's dantian shook, and the 9 foreign spiritual energy seeds locking it were immediately pushed to the breaking point by those huge waves. No, you're still lacking some energy. Long Chen's expression changed slightly. His spiritual strength rushed out, aiding Chu Yao in pulling the star-fusing pill's energy to her dantian. Those waves now became a flood. If it had been just the medicinal energy, then it would count as a flood. But then adding in Long Chen's spiritual strength, that flood became a huge torrent. Those 9 foreign spiritual qis that had been nourished by Chu Yao for so many years were immediately crushed into pieces and merged into her dantian. Boom! Following the breaking of those 9 spiritual seeds, Chu Yao's dantian immediately became filled with endless energy. It caused Chu Yao, who was originally at the 9th heaven stage of qi condensation, to immediately break through to the blood condensation realm. 1st heaven stage of blood condensation. 2nd heaven stage. 3rd heaven stage. Her cultivation base rapidly advanced at a shocking pace. Those 9 spiritual seeds had been nourished for so many years. Now that they were crushed, the amount of energy they released was absolutely astonishing. It could also be seen just how terrifying Chu Yao's talent was. Despite not spending much time on cultivating, just the accumulated energy she had gained passively was enough to even scare Long Chen. 5th heaven stage. 6th heaven stage. Now Long Chen was truly stupefied. Chu Yao's talent was so great that Huang Chang would have been nothing in front of her. 7th heaven stage. 8th heaven stage. Long Chen's expression changed. He realized that under Chu Yao's rapid advances in her cultivation base, it seemed she was going to break out of the blood condensation realm to reach a higher level. Boom! As he predicted, Chu Yao's cultivation base advanced to the 9th heaven stage, and there was still an enormous amount of energy remaining. Crab! Long Chen shouted and immediately activated his Feng Fu star. He poured extremely pure spiritual qi into Chu Yao's body and tightly sealed her dantian. He spat out a mouthful of blood. In order to avoid hurting Chu Yao, that spiritual qi he had poured into her body was not capable of defending itself from that wild, out-of-control spiritual qi in her body, causing him to suffer a loss. Long Chen, Chu Yao let out an alarmed cry. At this point she had already lost control of her own cultivation base. Not a problem, just calm yourself. I'll help you control your dantian's energy. You absolutely can't break through again, otherwise your foundation will be practically ruined. Long Chen explained while suppressing her dantian. Chu Yao hastily stabilized her state of mind. Working with Long Chen, they tried to control the energy in her dantian that seemed almost endless. Luckily, Chu Yao's control of that energy was extremely great. Knowing that this was a crucial moment, she focused completely on controlling her dantian. 2 hours later, her dantian finally stabilized. Chu Yao collapsed onto her bed. The amount of mental energy she had used up just now had been too great. Long Chen wasn't much better off than her. Without his powerful spiritual strength, he would have already fainted. The feeling of having to take hits without hitting back truly was a bit irritating. He covered Chu Yao with her blanket and left a piece of paper behind that told her to properly rest and to let him handle everything else. Chu Feng had been waiting for 6 hours. Only now did he see an exhausted Long Chen walk down, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Long Chen didn't even have the strength to explain, "Let's go, I'm tired." But after the two of them exited Jade Yao Palace, they hadn't walked far before they were stopped by someone. "The fourth prince wishes to see you." Chapter 66, Treacherous Intention. The fourth prince poured a cup of tea for Long Chen. He smiled lightly. "Brother Long truly is a dragon amongst men. No matter what, such boldness truly is worth admiring. Fourth prince flatters me, but this little brother still doesn't know just how you recognized me," replied Long Chen. He really did want to know just what he had forgotten about. He was confident that his appearance-changing technique did not have the slightest flaw. Even a wise man who thinks it over 1,000 times will forget at least one thing. "To be honest, I didn't actually recognize you at first, and it was only when I saw that ring on your hand that I managed to figure out something was strange. Then, adding on your gaze, I realized it was you." The fourth prince pointed to Long Chen's hand. Only then did Long Chen suddenly realize that he was wearing his spatial ring on his finger. That ring had a design that was specific to the Alchemist Guild. He had actually forgotten such a large detail. The fourth prince truly is someone observant to the smallest detail. It really is worthy of admiration. "But what I really want to know is, why did you help me?" asked Long Chen. "Haha, you might not believe me even if I tell you. The truth is, I dislike Xia Qingfeng intensely. No matter what, Chu Yao is still my sister. Although familial affection is a luxury that can't be afforded in the imperial palace, I still have some in my heart. I do not have the heart to force Chu Yao to marry someone she doesn't like. But you also know that the imperial palace is simply like that. All that matters is if it will benefit the empire. No one cares about your emotions. That is simply the helpless truth of living in the imperial palace. I've tried to persuade the Empress Dowager many times in hopes of changing her mind, but none of it had any effect. In the end, I actually ended up infuriating her and being kicked out of her Empress Dowager Hall. From the fact that Brother Long come to visit Chu Yao today, I can tell that you have truly sincere feelings for Chu Yao. But my ability is limited, and I can only help you this much," sighed the fourth prince. "Fourth prince is too polite. Long Chen will remember this matter." It seemed he would have to owe a favor to the fourth prince for today. "As for the matter of your Long family losing its stipend, I once tried investigating, but I was shut down before I could get to the bottom of it. So, I'm also powerless when it comes to your Long family." Long Chen frowned and asked, "Can fourth prince tell me what he discovered?" "Ah well, it was something that happened in the imperial palace, so it's extremely muddled. My brothers and I also fight and scheme against each other. I really am powerless when it comes to it." The fourth prince shook his head. Long Chen's eyes brightened ever so slightly. Although the fourth prince didn't give him a direct response, the fact that he had purposely mentioned his brothers was definitely somewhat interesting. There were a total of 7 princes. Other than the fourth prince, there were 6 left. Of those remaining 6, the 7th prince could also be excluded. Then that left the crown, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th princes. Long Chen had observed each of them carefully at the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. Other than the crown prince, none of the others seemed to be shrewd enough. Then the most suspicious one would have to be the crown prince. Moreover, Long Chen had recognized the assassin who had killed Li Hao as one of his henchmen. All the evidence pointed to him. "Many thanks," Long Chen cupped his hands. "Haha, I didn't say anything. I can't accept your thanks," laughed the fourth prince. He then sighed, "Sometimes I truly envy you noble heirs. You can be free and unconstrained, not like us who do not have freedom. I even have to suck up to people I plainly dislike. Speaking of which, Xia Chengfeng is returning to the Grand Xia in 10 days to prepare for his wedding with Chu Yao. Although I truly wish to punch him in the face, I can only give him a smile. That's the sorrow of living in the imperial palace. He's leaving in just 10 days. Long Chen didn't bat an eye, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. The fourth prince seemed to not notice any change in Long Chen's expression. Sipping some tea, he replied, "Yes, he's taking the southern pass, a shortcut to the Grand Xia. A prince's wedding naturally requires many preparations." Long Chen nodded and kept that information in mind. At the same time, an outrageous idea popped into his head. If he could pull off that plan, this matter with Chu Yao would be easily resolved. The fourth prince chatted for a bit longer with Long Chen before politely seeing him off. When he once more returned to his room, a woman appeared. That woman seemed to be in her 30s. She was tall and veiled in extravagance, giving off a cold sensation that she could not be offended. "What you're doing right now is extremely dangerous," she said. The fourth prince smiled slightly and sipped some tea. "Danger means risk, and risk means there's a chance of a high payout. I feel that it's worth it. If Long Chen loses, then he will just be another corpse, meaningless to us. But if he succeeds, then the plan will advance a couple of steps. Mom, don't worry about it." That woman was precisely Phoenix Cry's queen mother of the Western Palace. She shook her head and said, "I hope you know what you're doing. I had a mission in being married off to here. You and I have to remember that. HMPH, you were originally a princess from the Grand Zia, but you came here to Phoenix Cry for your own goals. As for me, was I born to be just a chess piece? They plan on seizing Phoenix Cry's lands, making Zia Chengfeng the ruler of this empire. Then he'll monopolize all the rich lands. When the time comes for credit, it'll all be theirs. As for us mother and son, are we destined to become their tools? Why?" The fourth prince suddenly let out all his anger into a loud bellow. The current him was just like a beast that had been provoked, capable of devouring anyone at any moment. "Zia, I know you're mad inside. With your talent you wouldn't lose out to anyone, but this is fate. Fate is dictated by man. I will control my own fate. I will not be a puppet. I will become the emperor." "That's impossible." "Don't worry about it, I've already made all my plans." "Right, how is the Empress Dowager?" asked the fourth prince. "She's under my soul assimilation art. I can basically completely control her. But as a precaution, I always add a bit more control," she replied indifferently. "Okay, good. Now we just have to wait for good news from Long Chen. I hope he doesn't disappoint me." The fourth prince smiled. Raising his cup, he drained it in a single gulp. When Long Chen returned home, he saw there were a couple of carriages by the gate. As soon as he walked past the gates, the housekeeper immediately informed him that there were guests present. Long Chen was startled, as it had been many years since someone had paid a visit to their Long family. Why were there guests now? He went straight to his mother. He could already see that she was talking with a couple of smiling guests. Seeing Long Chen come over, she hastily said, "Chen, come, greet your two aunts." Amongst the group, two of them were old wives who were similar in age to his mother. Long Chen had no alternative but to greet them as maternal aunts. "Haha, what a good child. He's grown up in an instant. Quick, you guys, come greet your cousin." One of them hastily called out to the few people behind her. There were 3 men and 2 women, all around the same age as Long Chen. One of the men awkwardly said, "Cousin, it's been many years." Long Chen nodded. He still vaguely remembered this person. Back when they were little, this person had forcefully snatched his toys, causing him to cry. Although he felt that it was a bit abrupt to suddenly meet his mother's family, seeing how happy she was, Long Chen also felt it would be bad to say anything about it, so he merely forced out a few courteous sentences. As soon as that was done, Long Chen stood up and said his goodbyes. Only then did Long Chen learn from his mother that they had come to apologize to her. "Chen, I also have a bit of grudge against them for not helping us back when we first entered a crisis. However, now they came and told me the whole story. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that they didn't dare to," sighed Mrs. Long. "That crisis has already passed, and you've also become a high-status alchemist. Our Long family has also risen from that. Mom has also thought about it and accepted it. Let the past stay in the past. I hope you also won't hold it against them. After all, they are your mom's family." Long Chen coldly sneered inside. They hadn't dared to help. What had they been doing when the Long family had almost gotten to the point where they hadn't been able to afford food? Even if they didn't dare help, obviously, secretly sending a bit of money to help was still something incredibly easy. The current Long Chen was now a towering figure that no one in the capital didn't know of. He had a close relationship with Grandmaster Yun Qi and even dared to compete with Marquis Ying at the auction. That was enough to display how domineering he was. Long Chen had used that kind of method to tell everyone that his Long family was no longer the same Long family as before. He was not someone that could be bullied by just anyone. The fact that they had only come now to apologize was clearly just them trying to curry favor. Long Chen truly held them in contempt, but since his mother had already forgiven them, he could not argue too much about it. If his mother wanted to, then she could do whatever she wanted. Living in the secular world meant you had to endure living as how society expected you to. Seeing that Long Chen didn't have that much of a bad reaction to her family, Mrs. Long also became more at ease. After all, no matter how much of a grudge she had, they were her family. And having been alone for so many years, she also thirsted for familial love. Long Chen accompanied his mother for a while. She asked him a couple of simple questions about his current situation, and he replied with a few vague sentences. Even if he was just doing the same thing as he always did, telling her the good news but not the bad, it still let her feel a bit relieved. After that, Long Chen went into seclusion. Having been busy all this time dealing with Chu Yao's matter, he hadn't truly had time to focus on cultivation. Right now, he had an idea to make sure Xia Chengfeng remained forever in the Phoenix Cry Empire, but Xia Chengfeng always had many guards around him. He had to be absolutely sure to completely eliminate that bastard in just one attempt. But ever since condensing the 11th cyclone, he had become completely bewildered about how he was supposed to cultivate further. He had no idea just how to use the 9-star Hegemon body art to break through to the blood condensation realm. But there was no other way for him to get stronger. He had no real Danshan without the 9-star Hegemon body art, so only by further training in it could he advance. Young master, someone's looking for you. Chapter 67, Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf. Within the guest room was a woman in a long white skirt who was currently laughing at the stupefied Long Chen. What, do you not recognize me after just this little time? Long Chen had never imagined that the guest looking for him was actually this woman. He felt as if he were dreaming. That woman was precisely the maiden who had protected him from Crap Brother's eye when he had attacked him on Sunset Mountain. No, I still haven't thanked Elder Sister for your help back then, said Long Chen hastily. Don't call me Elder Sister, it sounds weird. I'm Sister Meng Qi's junior apprentice sister. My name is Lu Fanger, so you can call me Sister Fanger, she laughed. Haha, then little brother Long Chen greets Sister Fanger, laughed Long Chen. He had a kind of friendly feeling towards this Lu Fanger. Seeing her made him feel that the distance between and Meng Qi was no longer as distant as before. He also had a way to pass on the soul-nourishing pill. Haha, your mouth really is skillful. No wonder you've become the idol in the hearts of all the Phoenix Cry Empire's maidens. Lu Fanger held out a drawing of him and laughed. Looking at that drawing, Long Chen immediately felt embarrassed. That was the cover of the comic depiction of his battle with Huang Chang, the Phoenix Cry Divine Battle. Cough, that was just a joke some merchants made. You confessed your emotions to a princess and then used your strength to defeat a powerful opponent. That was a joke, Lu Fanger teased. Long Chen immediately felt his heart drop. If that matter was heard by Meng Qi then. Long Chen, this isn't acceptable. My big sis is a fairy in human form. For her to have a favorable impression of you, do you not know how to treasure that? Lu Fanger was dissatisfied. Since we know each other a bit, I'll give you some advice. Immediately break things off with that princess, and I won't have to tell my big sis about it. His expression immediately changed when he heard this. Thinking about the warmth and tenderness Chu Yao currently felt for him, he shook his head and sighed. Sorry, I can't do that. As he said that, he felt as if needles were stabbing into his heart. That decision was extremely difficult to make. Meng Qi's beauty and kindness had been deeply imprinted into his heart. She had given him his first taste of love. As for Chu Yao, she would sacrifice her everything for him. Asking him to leave Chu Yao at this time was absolutely impossible for him. How can you be so stubborn? You aren't even satisfied with just my big sis. You actually have to play around with the women here too. If you choose her, then don't ever think about seeing my sister again, warned Lu Fanger angrily. Long Chen took a deep breath. In the face of his complicated feelings, he was completely helpless. He refused to give on either of them, but now he had to choose which one. Seeing that Long Chen remained silent, Lu Fanger continued, Are you really going to give on my sister for some princess? I'm not giving up. I cannot give up on either one. Long Chen shook his head. Your face really is thick. You actually want to monopolize two beauties for yourself. The angry Lu Fanger actually laughed when she saw Long Chen act so confidently and shameless. Long Chen was startled at that. He didn't quite understand just what Lu Fanger was saying. Whatever. This is how a true man should act. If you really did give up that pitiful princess just to appease me, then you really would have had to say goodbye forever to my sister, laughed Lu Fanger. How could a man who is fickle in love possibly enter my sister's eyes? That was just a small test just now. I suppose you've just managed to pass. A bead of sweat silently rolled off Long Chen's forehead. A feeling of exhaustion rolled over him. He would rather have a huge battle with someone than endure such a test again. However, you're also celebrating too early. That test was just one I did from a personal point of view. As for my big sister, whether she will let you have another beauty along with her is something only she knows. Lu Feng'er laughingly warned him when she saw him relax. His nerves, which had only just relaxed, immediately tightened again. Lu Feng'er continued, "But from what I understand about my sister, you should have the greatest chance out of all men. And with me helping you, your chances should increase even more." "Then I'll thank Sister Feng'er for the help," said Long Chen hastily. "Haha, I won't disturb you anymore. I had business to do in coming here. After flying for 7 days and nights, I'm already completely exhausted. Plus, you don't even pour me a cup of tea," sighed Lu Feng'er discontentedly. "Oh, I'll immediately pour some tea for Sister Feng'er." Long Chen quickly and carefully poured a cup of tea for her. There was no way around it. He definitely had to give her a good impression for the sake of Meng Qi. Lu Feng'er took the teacup with a somewhat strange expression. "Does your Long family normally like to use cold water for tea?" Only then did Long Chen realize that the pot was already completely cold, but he thickened his face and said, "This is cold tea that's supposed to be drunk cold. Sister Feng'er can try it." "It'd be strange if anyone believed you," scolded Feng'er. "If Sister Feng'er doesn't want to drink cold tea, then I'll immediately steep some hot tea for you." "Ah, forget about it. As long as you have the right heart, then it's fine. Coming and going like this is actually quite annoying, but if I didn't, then I'd feel too sorry for you." For a moment, Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Feng'er truly was mischievous, but she still gave off a very innocent and lively feeling. She said whatever she wanted to. It really was easy for people to feel friendly to her. The Wind Spirit Pavilion was many thousands of miles away from this place. Even if she was riding a magical beast, traveling for 7 full days and nights was still extremely exhausting, so he could understand her teasing of him. "Next, I'll tell you some good news. My sister gave me a gift for you." Lu Feng'er pointed to a small trunk to the side. Only then did Long Chen realize there was a 2 feet tall rectangular trunk. When the trunk was gently opened, Long Chen was astonished to see that there was a small furred creature inside. It was a small wolf cub only the size of a palm. Its body was completely snow white. Only a small section of fur at the middle of its forehead was a fiery red color. It was extremely adorable. This small cub had yet to even open its eyes after being born. It was blindly searching around, appearing to look for food. Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf. Long Chen was extremely startled. This was the cub of a magical beast that he had read about before. The Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf, its body was completely snow white with only a small lock of fur that was a blazing red color. It was extremely easy to recognize. But most Scarlet Flame Snow Wolves weren't of a completely pure bloodline. Their fur would be of a duller color and would even have some spots sometimes. But this Snow Wolf cub didn't have a single spot. That meant it was an extremely pure-blooded Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf. Such a Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf that was completely pure would grow to become an Overlord 3rd-rank magical beast when matured, and it could even contend against 4th-rank magical beasts. That was an existence that surpassed the Tendon transformation realm. Correct, this is a pure-blooded Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf that has just been born. It was given to my sister as a gift from her master, but she instead wanted me to fly through the night to give it to you. Lu Feng'er looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. His heart shook. Not only had Meng Qi not forgotten about him, but she actually worried about him. Such pure feelings from a beauty caused Long Chen to feel an urge to tear up. Originally, Sister wanted it to be a weak housebit for you, but she definitely never thought that you'd have already become a pill adept. Your spiritual strength isn't low, so I can impart a couple of techniques to control beasts to you. Then, this Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf can become a battling housebit, said Lu Feng'er. Ordinary martial artists would always have beast tamers use their martial force or other techniques to gradually tame the magical beast, letting it become a housebit. But such a housebit wasn't perfect. After all, magical beasts had a violent and brutal aura that could not be removed. A housebit devouring their master was a common occurrence. But even so, magical beast housebits were still extremely precious. Although it was a bit dangerous, once it was properly trained, and if it was used properly, a magical beast was definitely an extremely terrifying addition to your combat strength. What was special about a battle housebit was that it could be controlled much better. However, To have such control over a magical beast required an extremely strong spiritual strength. Ordinary people were absolutely incapable of that. Using spiritual strength to connect and communicate with a magical beast, both beast and human could work together. Not only was the power of a battle housebit much greater, but the chance of it betraying its master was also much lower. However, it also required having your spiritual strength connected to the magical beast for a long time, which was also exhausting. Meng-Chi didn't know about Long Chen's current strength. She had sent the cub in hopes that the scarlet flame snow wolf would follow Long Chen as it grew up and be an extra life-preserving measure in the future. But the current Long Chen was already a pill adept. Lu Fang'er directly imparted a few techniques for controlling magical beasts to him. What surprised Lu Fang'er was that Long Chen was able to comprehend the techniques with just a quick explanation. He would then ask a couple of questions that went right to the core of how the technique functioned. But there was a limit to how much Lu Fang'er could pass on to Long Chen. She could only teach him the common beast-controlling techniques that circulated in the public. As for the core techniques of her sect, she didn't dare pass them on without permission. Long Chen's intelligence had completely won over Lu Fang'er. She realized Long Chen was definitely a monster. He remembered every word and comprehended everything almost immediately. He even asked her questions about ideas that she hadn't ever thought of. She stayed for half a day at the Long estate. After Lu Fang'er saw that Long Chen had completely comprehended all the techniques she passed on to him, she directly left. But before she left, Long Chen gave her the precious soul-nourishing pill to give to Meng-Chi. Once she left, Long Chen looked down at the little cub he was holding to his chest and couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth. The existence of this scarlet flame snow wolf was proof that he was present within Meng-Chi's heart. Long Chen couldn't help but feel extremely grand knowing that Meng-Chi cared about him. He hoped to resolve everything in the capital as soon as possible so that he could step out of these uncivilized lands and enter that vaster sky. That was because he knew there was an unmatched beauty waiting for him. Thinking of Meng-Chi, Long Chen felt his blood burn hotter. He had to quickly rise. Waya! Suddenly, the small cub in his arms let out a loud cry and started waddling all over his body. Looking at that little fellow, Long Chen smiled. But at that moment, he suddenly felt an extremely indistinct killing intent. Chapter 68, News of his father. There was someone spying on him. That was his first reaction. However, even after spreading out his divine sense throughout the entire Long estate, he was unable to find anyone suspicious. But that feeling had definitely not been a mistake. With his perceptive spirit, he had definitely sensed that extremely indistinct killing intent. Long Chen was fully confident in his intuition. If there was no one suspicious in the Long household, then that meant the enemy was watching from further away. Seeing that the sky was already darkening, Long Chen muttered to himself and placed the puppy-like scarlet flame snow wolf back into its trunk. That trunk was something Lu Fang'er had brought over. Inside was a nourishing fluid that was enough for the cub to consume so that it wouldn't die. Setting up a proper place for the little cub, he then changed and left his estate. As expected, his intuition had been correct. As soon as he went past the gates, he sensed that he was being watched by people. A cold smile appeared on his face as he continued walking. He knew those people were preparing to kill him. If he had guessed correctly, they should have been waiting for nightfall to sneak into the Long estate and assassinate him. He preferred not to fight in his home, so he left. And as he had expected, after he walked a dozen miles away and entered a remote region with no one else present, a sharp whistling arrow was shot straight for his back. By the time he reacted and went on guard, it was already too late. He was shot through, groaning as he tumbled to the ground. Over 10 figures surrounded Long Chen. Those people were all wearing veiled masks. Raising their swords, they completely cut off any retreat paths. HMPH, what Phoenix Cry #1 junior generation, he's just an idiot. He was handled so easily, sneered one of the masked men coldly. As soon as he finished his sentence, an arrow firmly shot him right through the stomach. His eyes widened, and he didn't even dare look down at his stomach as he felt his life quickly fading. He tumbled to the ground. Even as he died, he had no idea just who it was that had killed him. Careful! The others all immediately retreated, looking in shock at Long Chen. They noticed that the arrow on his back had disappeared. More importantly, Long Chen seemed absolutely fine. He got up from the ground and indifferently patted the dust off his clothes. Long Chen had long since been on guard, so how could it possibly have been so easy to ambush him? The very instant that arrow had been about to hit him, it had already been caught by him in midair. But he had faked being hit and tumbled to the ground powerlessly. Everything had been an act he had put on extremely convincingly. The reason he did this was to find out what this group had come for. The arrowhead didn't have any poison on it, and the twang of the bowstring had been too loud. Professional assassins definitely wouldn't randomly walk up to an enemy who wasn't confirmed to be dead. Together, following one of their shouts, the masked men suddenly released their auras. Blood chi soared to the sky. Every single one of them was a blood condensation expert. With a metallic ring, a sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. That was the weapon of the one he had killed. He used it now to block one of their attacks. The person whose attack he blocked felt his hand turn numb. The power behind Long Chen's sword was shockingly great. The sword in his hand was blown away, and he was knocked onto his back. A cold light flashed over that person's body, and he was split into two. A rain of blood descended for a moment. Now that Long Chen had condensed 11 cyclones that had reached a terrifying size, even a random blow from him was practically unstoppable. After easily killing a blood condensation expert with a wave of his sword, the pungent smell of blood filled the air. The cyclones in his body almost seemed to have been provoked, and without any urging from Long Chen, they started to circulate faster and faster. In just the blink of an eye, 2 members of their group had died. Both shock and rage filled them. They bellowed angrily and charged all at the same time, each of them stabbing towards one of Long Chen's vital points. Long Chen coldly snorted. Spiritual chi surged rapidly into his arms. Using just that one sword, Long Chen fended off the attacks of over 10 people. With a crisp bang, chi waves surged out with shockingly terrifying fluctuations. With the combined force of over 10 people, they forced Long Chen back several steps. He wasn't injured at all. However, his sword was unable to take such terrifying strength and shattered, leaving only the hilt. They were all greatly shocked that Long Chen was able to fend off their combined attack alone. 3 of them were even at the mid-blood condensation realm. Good again, one of them ordered. Although his voice was suppressed to be quiet, there was something indescribably strange about that voice. They didn't need this reminder since they all knew that this was the best moment. They all charged at the unarmed Long Chen. Looking at those masked black-robed attackers, a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. He lightly rubbed his ring. Golden light suddenly lit the sky up. A huge battle axe cut through the air. It was just like the full moon as it swung through a mournful arc. Blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. The terrifying strength of the battle axe dug a huge hole in the ground. 9 of them died under it. Now there were only 3 remaining. And that was because those 3 were somewhat slower. When they had seen a huge battle axe suddenly appear in his hands, they instinctively had slowed down slightly, allowing them to escape death. But while they had managed to survive, the others were not so lucky. In front of that huge battle axe, the swords in their hands were no different from toys. All of them had been crushed into pieces. That huge power had even managed to impress Long Chen. This was the domineering style of heavy weapons. Your power would multiply, allowing you to completely crush your enemies head-on. But one of the drawbacks was that Long Chen needed 2 hands to hold the battle axe. That was because the handle was too thick. At the same time, just one hand's strength was unable to draw out all of the potential power of the battle axe. Although that battle axe was extremely powerful, due to having used too much force, his arms ended up feeling extremely sore. Now it's time to send you guys to hell. He slowly raised the huge battle axe. Only then did the remaining 3 react. They immediately fled, disappearing in just a couple of blinks. Looking in the direction where those 3 were fleeing, Long Chen helplessly sighed. He sat himself down on the huge axe, seeming to not have the slightest intention of chasing after them. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase, but that he wouldn't be able to do anything to them even if he caught up. Due to underestimating the mountain-splitting battle axe's weight and power, he had misjudged how much strength to use and ended up dislocating his own shoulder. His raising of the battle axe was just to scare them off. Otherwise, if they didn't flee, then he would be the one running. Twisting his shoulder, he popped it back into its socket. Suddenly, he turned to some bushes to the side and said, "Having hidden for so long, don't you think it's time to come out and say a few things?" Those bushes remained silent. Long Chen smiled slightly, and suddenly a red medicinal pill appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the red pill fell into the bushes. That medicinal pill burst apart when it landed in the bushes. Countless strands of red smoke immediately filled the air. The smoke spread extremely quickly, reaching hundreds of meters away. That was a poison pill. The pills refined from alchemists didn't just save lives, they also could take lives. Chen had kept that poison pill for a long time. Back in the heroic assembly house when he had fought against Huang Chang, he had just been about to use it when the crown prince had walked in. That was a life-preserving measure. But now that he had even better medicinal pills, that pill had lost its use. A figure quickly fled from the bushes, rushing towards the distance. I'd advise you not to run. Otherwise, in just a few minutes, the poison will reach your heart and you'll die, said Chen indifferently. That figure stopped and paused for a moment. Perhaps he was considering whether Chen was telling the truth or not, but in the end, he decided to stay. Young master's techniques truly are worthy of praise. That person slowly walked over and bowed. He appeared to be about in his 20s. He was slightly thin and appeared weak. His face was exceptionally plain, one that would be hard to pick out amongst a crowd. Who are you? Reporting to young master, this little one is Chen Fei. I was sent by your father to secretly protect his wife and son, said Chen Fei. My father, do you have any proof of that? Chen was pleasantly surprised, but he still needed proof. That person took out something from his robes and handed it to Chen. This is a keepsake. I really am ashamed. I believe that young master should definitely recognize it. Chen immediately turned a bit sour when he saw that thing. It was a bamboo sword, the first gift his father had ever given to him as a child. At that time, he had only been 2 years old. He had been so excited back then that he had wildly brandished it as if he were a great expert. Back then, his father had accompanied him like that every day. He would occasionally give him encouragement as he wildly swung his bamboo sword, and his mother would laugh secretly to the side. Those were the soft and warm days of their 3-person family. Those days felt like they were just yesterday. He seemed to be able to see his father's strict but pampering expression. But a child was a child. A toy was something that didn't remain novel for long. He later became enraptured by real swords and blades. That bamboo sword was lost somewhere he had never bothered with. Looking at the bamboo sword now, he saw there was a bright shine to it. That was obviously something that could only be left behind by stroking it thousands of times. Master really did wish to see his son and wife over these years, but he was absolutely unable to reunite with his family. However, if he learned that his son had reached such a level, he would definitely feel extremely gratified, said Chen Fei. Chen carefully put away the bamboo sword. This news of his father caused him to be even more excited than if he broke through his current realm. It had been so many years, but his father had never even once sent a letter back. Sometimes, he actually wondered if his father no longer wanted his wife and child. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have a bit of a grudge inside him. Hearing Chen Fei's words today, that sore point in his heart was finally released. At the same time, he was also a bit ashamed. In terms of trusting his father, he was far from equal to his mother. Come back to the estate. I have some things I want to talk about with you, said Chen. He had now understood many things. Although he didn't know the whole picture, he felt that he was now capable of changing his own fate. Young master, you believe me just like this? Chen Fei was surprised. Of course I believe you. That's because if you had lied just now, the current you would already be a corpse. Chapter 69, The Secret Troubles of Long Tianxiao. Of course I believe you. That's because if you have lied just now, the current you would already become a corpse. Chen's light words were filled with self-confidence. Chen Fei was greatly alarmed, but examining his body, he didn't notice any changes. That pill that I threw out is called the soul-burning pill. Even if you completely stopped your breath just now, it would be pointless. That poisonous gas directly erodes your pores and enters your bloodstream. If you use too much strength or fight intensely, your blood will begin to flow quicker and the poison will immediately invade your soul. At that time, your death would be doubtless, explained Chen. Chen Fei's expression changed. He had never imagined that Chen's poison pill would be so terrifying. But since Chen already trusted him, he definitely wouldn't deceive him now. The reason why I believe you is because I am confident in my pills. If you had lied when I questioned you just now, your blood would have begun circulating faster. By then, blood would flow out of your 7 apertures. Here, eat this. Chen handed Chen Fei a medicinal pill. Chen Fei directly swallowed it. After taking this pill, the poison in your body will be detoxified. However, the effect is a bit slow, so you cannot undergo any intense fights for the next 3 days. Okay, let's go. Long Chen directly started walking back home. Chen Fei hastily went to keep up with him. They left behind a miserable area of blood and severed limbs. "But, bastard, you actually dare try to kill Long Chen behind my back. Do you think that I won't dare to kill you?" Within a secret room, a white-robed man was angrily cursing at Zia Chengfeng. A murderous aura came from him. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent seemed to take a solid form and locked Zia Chengfeng in place. Zia Chengfeng felt as if a cold blade was pressed against his neck. As long as the white-robed man wished it, his life would be over in an instant. "Brother Luo, listen to me. This wasn't done by me. My sister ordered my subordinates. I knew nothing about it." Zia Chengfeng was completely terrified as he tried to explain the situation. Sweat had completely drenched his robes, as that killing intent was just too terrifying. Even he, a blood condensation expert, was unable to block it. He felt as if he were a tiny ant that was completely unable to resist. "You think I'm an idiot? Do you really think your guards would follow the orders of your sister without your go-ahead? You obviously wanted to remove that thorn Long Chen before you left. It's lucky that Long Chen didn't die, otherwise, this matter would have truly blown up. Even if you had 10 lives, you wouldn't be able to block the anger from those higher-ups," shouted the white-robed man coldly. Zia Chengfeng lowered his head and didn't dare say anything. It was true that the assassination attempt of Long Chen had been arranged by Zia Beicha, but the white-robed man was entirely correct. He had lent his personal guards to her. He had hoped that once Long Chen was dead, he could push the blame onto Zia Beichai. With her pill-adept status, she should be fine. Having already borrowed so much money from Zia Beich at the auction, he had been forced by her to provide help. However, he hadn't expected that a group of blood condensation experts would fail and only have 3 of their members return. But before he could even clearly ask about what had happened, that white-robed man had already arrived. "Zia Chengfeng, this is your last warning. Your job is minor. If the bigger plots go wrong, even your entire Grand Zia is unable to handle the punishment, let alone you. Go back and tell your stupid sister that if she dares to take such a rash course once more, I will personally twist off her head. That old pervert Wei Kang never once truly placed her in his eyes," snorted the white-robed man coldly. "Yes, yes, Chengfeng will definitely properly instruct his sister. I definitely won't cause any more trouble." Zia Chengfeng nodded his head over and over. Long Tianxiao has already stated that if anything unexpected happens to his wife or son, he will give up his border post and kill his way into the capital. That is the situation we want to avoid the most. Do you understand?" The white-robed man coldly continued. "We've been constantly testing his bottom line, but Long Tianxiao refuses to give us any reaction. However, that doesn't mean that he doesn't care about his wife and son. He is someone who either doesn't take action or strikes like lightning. That is him warning you guys, but you idiots weren't even able to understand that." "Brother Luo, I still don't understand. With Brother Luo's skill, why don't you go and directly kill Long Tianxiao?" asked Zia Chengfeng. "Idiot, if I really could just take action in the open, do you think I'd still need you guys? Furthermore, Long Tianxiao is also a tendon transformation expert. How is he so easy to kill? If I don't succeed in one blow and news of it spreads, who is going to take responsibility for that?" cursed the white-robed man. Zia Chengfeng immediately felt awkward, but he didn't dare retort. He just endured it obediently. But his hatred towards Long Chen only continued to grow. Zia Beichai's actions were actually something he had also wanted. But since Long Chen hadn't died, the anger inside him could only continue to be stifled. He really had never imagined that over 10 blood condensation experts working together would still be unable to kill him. Moreover, his losses were actually so great. When Zia Chengfeng returned to his room, that white-robed man sighed. It had been troublesome for him to get such an easy mission, but perhaps it wouldn't be as easy as he had thought. He had been so enraged just now that he had almost slaughtered Zia Chengfeng, but he couldn't actually do that. The plan had been in motion for many years. In fact, he had originally come here to reap the final profits that someone else had worked for. However, the result was that he felt as if everyone around him was completely stupid, infuriating him. He had a stomach full of anger that he had nowhere to let out. He didn't dare show himself publicly, so he needed to work together with the Grand Zia. A cold smile appeared on his face. "If you really ruin my plans, then all of you can just die here." But it was already late into the night by the time Long Chen returned home. Once he was in his room, he carefully looked over Chen Fei. He was surprised to find that his aura was extremely veiled. Even with Chen Fei right in front of him, it was still difficult to sense his existence. I train in a special cultivation technique that increases my ability to hide my aura. Young master doesn't need to think it strange. Although he was modest, inside he was still a bit conceited. He had absolute confidence in his aura concealing techniques. Long Chen nodded. Chen Fei was truly quite good at that, as he hadn't noticed the slightest trace of him until that time. Today, when his sword had been shattered, and it seemed as if he might be in danger, Chen Fei had ended up giving off some of his aura. Otherwise, he still wouldn't have noticed him. At that time, he had clearly been about to intervene. Also, Long Chen hadn't sensed any hostility at that time, so he knew Chen Fei was trying to save him. That was why Long Chen had originally guessed that Chen Fei didn't have any evil intentions against him. But to be safe, he had still decided to use the poison pill. The current Long family was in an extremely unstable position. At any moment, it might capsize. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and he refused to gamble the lives of his Long household's people. "How are things where my father is?" Taking a deep breath, Long Chen go to the point. He was extremely curious about what was going on with his father. So much time had passed that even his memories of his father had become indistinct. But his father's love from his childhood still remained deeply buried in his heart. Your father is safe and sound. However, in the most recent years, the battles with the barbarian tribes have become increasingly intense. Not to mention the lack of reinforcements from the capital, his original army of 50,000 troops has shrunk to only 20,000. Luckily, the surrounding commoners care about your father's benevolence, sending him women and sons to supplement his army as well as army provisions. If it weren't for them, we'd have long since been unable to persevere. Anger could be heard within his voice. The capital's attitude towards Long Tianxiao truly was a bitter disappointment. If it weren't for them seeing the many commoners' ardent gazes, they would have already left. The barbarian tribes were actually many separate tribes. They were simply grouped together as barbarian tribes as a generic group term. Born in the savage wilderness, they had to use cruel methods just to survive in their harsh environment. They hunted and gathered their food, just barely managing to survive. But that harsh environment actually ended up tempering them, and most of their population was much stronger than an ordinary commoner. As they grew stronger, they naturally began to develop and spread out, claiming more and more lands. In the end, they had found the border of the Phoenix Cry Empire with its rich lands and produces. Plundering this place was much easier than hunting. The reason they were called barbarian tribes was also because they lived their lives very differently from ordinary people. Whole families would sleep together on the same bed. They also copulated without any regard to generation or sex. It definitely seemed chaotic to others. Other than their own tribe, the other tribes were just prey. Tribes would attack other tribes indiscriminately. And if they ended up capturing Phoenix Cry's commoners, the men would just be killed and stored as food, while the women would be used for sex and then killed for food. Phoenix Cry's commoners both hated and were afraid of them. The barbarian tribes ended up plundering more and more as time went on, and only once that had reached a shocking point had the empire finally reacted. Unfortunately, the barbarian tribes actually had a surprisingly large population. They traveled like the wind, disappearing one night and appearing at a whole new place. They weren't like Phoenix Cry's commoners who had set residences. It was basically impossible to find their nest, and so Phoenix Cry's troops could only stay on the defense. But once Long Tianxiao was sent to the border, he repeatedly launched sneak attacks against the barbarian tribes, causing the rivers to run red with their blood. This ended up intimidating the barbarian tribes, while the commoners near the border could all take a breath of relief and live in peace. That was how Long Tianxiao ended up becoming a military god in the eyes of the commoners. As Long Tianxiao's army fought with the barbarian tribes, the frequent raids ended up costing a great deal. Without reinforcements, the army's troops quickly dwindled. Seeing this happen, the surrounding commoners all helped and supported him to the best of their abilities. If they had extra manpower, then they sent their sons to join the army. If they had extra money, then they sent food over. Everything they could afford was sent to border suppression army. However, that kind of supply was far from enough. When the army wasn't fighting, they would always go help the commoners farm, which was also a way to increase their own supplies. So the commoners and army men along the border were basically all one family now. Recalling their eyes that were filled with hope and expectation, Chen Fei's eyes reddened slightly. Even if they had to die, they definitely wouldn't allow those commoners to suffer any harm. Chen Fei told all this to Long Chen, allowing him to finally understand his father's secret troubles. On one side were his wife and son, while on the other were the lives of millions of innocent commoners. If it was Long Chen instead, he would also be hard-pressed to choose. That grievance he had had against his father melted into nothing, and pride filled his heart. A brave expert who fights for an empire's people, that was a true hero. Chen Fei, return to where my father is. Long Chen thought about it but still ended up wanting him to return. Chen Fei's expression changed. I absolutely cannot. Chapter 70 Little Snow. I absolutely cannot, Chen Fei explained. Just before I left to come here, your father ordered me that I absolutely, no matter what, had to stay here to protect his wife and son, even in death. Long Chen shook his head. Although you are a late blood condensation expert, you are no longer able to protect me. The fact that you didn't help me back when I was injured on the martial arena means that you are extremely apprehensive and will only act to help once I am facing death. But at that time, even if you did help, you wouldn't be able to fix anything. Am I right? Chen Fei was silent for a long while. That was because Long Chen's words were absolutely true and he couldn't refute them. Within the capital, the only person who could make you feel so apprehensive should be Marquis Ying, correct? Asked Long Chen. Chen Fei sighed and nodded. Correct. Your father warned me over and over again not to let Marquis Ying notice me, otherwise my life would be over. I'm not afraid of death, but I am afraid of betraying your father's expectations. That's why despite you being bullied so much, I could only continue to stay my hand. I truly am sorry. Does my father have enmity with Marquis Ying? Marquis Ying's finger was severed by your father, laughed Chen Fei. No wonder Marquis Ying would target me. Father really is ferocious. But I won't fall behind. My father severed a finger while I made him lose all his money. When did you first come to the capital? Asked Long Chen. 3 years ago. And how many experts on your level does my father have beside him? There were originally 7, but one of them died after many years of fighting, so there are only 6 now. What heaven stage have you reached? The 9th heaven stage of blood condensation. But unfortunately, I've never been able to break through the next barrier, sighed Chen Fei. He was already 37 years old. If he still wasn't able to break through by the age of 40, it would essentially be impossible for him to do so for the rest of his life. Long Chen wasn't that surprised. Although Chen Fei was extremely good at hiding his aura, blood qi had emerged from the space between his eyebrows. That was a clear sign of blood being condensed to its densest state. In other words, Chen Fei had to be at the peak of blood condensation. Unfortunately, he was unable to break through the next barrier. To break through the blood condensation realm to reach the tendon transformation realm was extremely difficult. There were thousands of blood condensation experts in Phoenix Cry, but only 3 tendon transformation experts. The 2 were separated by a huge chasm that caused everyone who stood in front of it to despair. Chen Fei, I'll refine some pills tonight. Bring them to my father. Long Chen was almost talking to himself. Young master, this. Long Chen waved his hand, cutting him off. Although your aura-concealing techniques are exquisite, allowing you to hide from even Marquis Ying's senses, the entire Phoenix Cry capital is undergoing intense undercurrents. That means that the entire empire will soon be flipped. Whether you stay or not has no meaning. If my Long family truly did reach that end point where you would finally take action, do you really think you could manage to fight against that tide with just your strength? I can bring you out alive, said Chen Fei. Long Chen's face darkened. And what about my mother? Chen Fei was immediately speechless. His aura-concealing techniques were powerful, but he was actually even stronger when it came to his fleeing techniques. He was confident that even if Marquis Ying was the opponent, he would still have an 80% chance of saving Long Chen. But he really was unable to reply when it came to Long Chen's mother. He could at most bring along 1 extra person. In other words, his mother would have to be a sacrifice. Sorry, young master, but these are my master's orders. I must follow them. Chen Fei shook his head. Long Chen couldn't help being both startled and furious. His father had actually decided to sacrifice his mother to save him in that situation. Perhaps that was because of his pampering of him, but he was completely unable to accept that. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen suppressed his fury and coldly said, Chen Fei, I'm not arguing with you. I'm ordering you. Don't end up hurting me and my mother just for some silly order. I'm going to the Alchemist Guild right now to get some medicinal ingredients. I'll spend all night refining and you will bring them to my father. Don't even speak about saving me and my mother. If I wanted your life right now, it would be as effortless as blowing off dust. Right now I have the strength to temporarily protect the Long household, but events are rapidly turning and I need my father's help quickly. So now I'm giving you two options. Listen to me and return to my father's side. Or die here. Without more of the antidote, the poison will still inevitably kill you. Chen Fei's expression became a mix of green and white. He could easily hear the fury within Long Chen's words. He could almost see the image of Long Tianxiao within him. He was certain that if he dared to disobey, Long Chen really would take his life. He wasn't afraid of death, but such a meaningless death truly would not be worth it. Anyways, this was a matter for the Long family. He could only bitterly smile and agree. Of course, inside he was extremely agonized. Just how was he supposed to face Long Tianxiao once he returned? Long Chen went straight to the Alchemist Guild. Now that he had so much money from the auction, he no longer needed to worry about buying medicinal ingredients on credit. Coming to the guild now had definitely been a smart decision, as they had all the medicinal ingredients he required. Using Chen Fei as a guard, Long Chen directly started using his flame to warm the furnace. The pill he was refining this time was called the Breaking Barrier Pill. It was an extremely ordinary second-tier medicinal pill that could increase the chance of breaking through bottlenecks. But the medicinal formula Long Chen was using had come from the pill god's memories. It used the same medicinal ingredients, but through merging them in different proportions, it created an entirely different effect. In addition, Long Chen had added dragon bone grass as well. That kind of intense medicinal ingredient would increase the pill's medicinal energy. This was no longer an ordinary breaking barrier pill. This breaking barrier pill was used to attack the tendon transformation realm. The lower grade breaking barrier pill could give people an extra 10% chance of breaking through. But the one Long Chen was planning on refining was a higher quality pill and could give cultivators an extra 30% chance of breaking through. If that was learned by others, it would definitely shake the current world. Such a medicinal pill was even more shocking than the flesh-bone restoration pill from the auction. In reality, that flesh-bone restoration pill had a large flaw. However, Long Chen hadn't told them about it. If an ordinary person were to have their limbs severed, then they really could grow a new limb without any problems. But if a cultivator took it, they would use their spirit root's true spiritual core energy to heal it. That would end up shortening their peak potential. Back then, Long Chen had cut off Fu Gui's arm, and he had healed it without causing any problems. But later when Yao Niqian called up Zhao Yang, well, in any case, adventurers were in constant danger of being cut like that. And it wasn't as if Zhao Yang could have resisted Yao Niqian's charm anyway. But boom! The medicinal furnace shook. Opening it, 3 round medicinal pills appeared. A faint glimmer shined off them, causing a weary Long Chen to smile. This was his 3rd furnace of pills. The first time he had succeeded in refining 3 pills, but the second time he had just been slightly distracted for a moment, causing an explosion. The pill furnace only narrowly managed to avoid being destroyed. However, the ingredients had turned to ashes. Refining pills was simply like that. Just the slightest inattentiveness could easily cause failure. Even with all the techniques of a pill god, it would be impossible to avoid some failures. His goal had been to refine 2 furnaces worth of pills. Now that he had failed once, he had no choice but to attempt a 3rd one despite his exhaustion. The breaking barrier pill, which had the dragon bone grass added to it, was extremely hard to refine. Even with Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength, he was still completely exhausted. But looking at the 6 medicinal pills, he felt that all that exhaustion was worth it. He handed them to a shocked Chen Fei in addition to a letter. Chen Fei left before the break of dawn. Long Chen took a quick nap to re-energize himself. Waking up, he realized he felt much freer and less worried. The matter of his father had always been pressing on him like a huge boulder. Now that he had finally learned of his father's situation, he was filled with anticipation. The only thing that kept worrying him was that Chen Fei hadn't known just who was targeting his father. Long Tianxiao had never told anyone about that. But that wasn't too important anymore. Now that he had news of his father, he was filled with fighting spirit. Getting out of bed, he placed Little Snow in front of him. Little Snow was what Long Chen had decided to name the Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf. Little Snow's eyes were still permanently closed as he cried and fussed. Long Chen smiled slightly and bit down on his finger, drawing a drop of blood. He dripped the blood into Little Snow's mouth. When Little Snow swallowed that drop of blood, his closed eyes finally opened slowly. He curiously looked up at Long Chen. His large eyes plus the small tuft of red hair on his forehead were indescribably cute. For most magical beasts, the flavor of the first blood they tasted would be forever remembered. The owner of that blood would then become their family. Of course, cold-blooded magical beasts were excepted from this. There were different techniques for them. As soon as Little Snow opened his eyes, he slowly started to crawl over to Long Chen. His walking was extremely unstable and he might trip and fall at any moment, but he still continued crawling towards him. Long Chen felt a burst of warmth when he looked at the little fellow. With his powerful spiritual strength, he could clearly sense the yearning within Little Snow's soul. As soon as Little Snow approved of Long Chen was supposed to use his spiritual strength to use the secret techniques Lu Fang'er had taught him. That would place a kind of slave imprint on Little Snow's soul so that he could never betray him. But Long Chen continued to hesitate about using the slave imprint. He couldn't bear to make this little guy a slave. Pondering over this, he suddenly felt his face become wet. That little guy had crawled onto his lap and was enthusiastically washing his face. Long Chen laughed and hugged the little guy. He brought Little Snow out of the long estate to the outskirts of the city. Now that the little guy had opened his eyes, it was time for him to temper himself. Magical beasts had an extremely tenacious vitality. As soon as they opened their eyes, they were essentially capable of finding and eating their own food. They would no longer require that nutrient fluid they had needed as a cub. Bringing him out of the city was precisely the fastest way for Little Snow to mature. But before he left the city, he still had to find a certain someone. In just an hour, Long Chen arrived at a large pasture. Suddenly, a huge roar rang out, and the entire earth trembled along with it. A smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Chapter 71, 12th Level of Qi Condensation. The southern pass was almost 1,000 miles to the southwest of the capital. It was a narrow pass between sharp mountains and cliffs that represented the border with the Grand Xia. Within the mountain range were huge trees that reached for the sky and countless wild beasts. Magical beasts even occasionally roamed there. It was a wild land with no signs of human habitation. The southern pass had a mountain valley that was sided by tall, precipitous cliffs. The mountain valley had to be traversed in order to get to the Grand Xia. Boom! Within the depths of the mountain range was a secluded pool. Long Chen was sitting cross-legged on a boulder. With another muffled bang from within his body, a 12th cyclone was born. The originally 3-meter-wide cyclones immediately grew to become a terrifying 30 meters. It really did make him feel numb. For most Qi condensation cultivators, their cyclones were only the size of a fist. Some of them might have their cyclones be a foot wide. If a person's cyclone was 2 feet long, then that would qualify them as a legendary genius. But Long Chen's cyclones had already reached an incomparable size. The size of the cyclones dictated how quickly you could absorb spiritual qi from heaven and earth. Even once you advanced to blood condensation, your cyclones would still remain. In other words, your cyclones were your ultimate way of absorbing spiritual qi. Normally, you would be extremely happy to have your cyclones grow larger. But once they grew so large that it was inconceivable, that would naturally be startling and frightening. Long Chen looked inside his dantian. The 12 cyclones were like a group of huge mouths that were voraciously devouring heaven and earth's spiritual qi. The spiritual qi in this place was much denser than in the capital. Long Chen had managed to break through in just a couple of days. He was becoming more and more worried and uncertain about the 9-star Hegemon body art. Just when was the end of this? The size of the cyclones was now completely shocking. Just as Long Chen was thinking things over, a snow-white little fellow jumped onto the huge rock he was on and wiggled into his embrace. Looking at that adorable fellow, Long Chen immediately put aside those worries and picked him up. Lu Fang'er had taught Long Chen how to raise magical beasts. Over the past 2 days, Long Chen had caught several wild pheasants and used their blood to nourish Little Snow. What had caused Long Chen to click his tongue in wonder was that magical beasts truly were magical beasts. As soon as Little Snow had drunk their blood, he had immediately started to grow stronger, no longer stumbling and staggering when he walked. What was most inconceivable to him was that despite Little Snow not having any teeth, he actually had tightly bit down on the pheasant, tearing away a piece of flesh and swallowing it in one gulp. But Little Snow's throat wasn't wide enough and the food got stuck. The little guy ended up rolling around in panic. Long Chen was given a fright and hastily picked the food out of his throat. But the little guy actually seemed to act on instinct and immediately started to tear at more flesh. Long Chen was helpless to that and could only tear the pheasant into small enough pieces for him. However, the result was that Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of his head. Little Snow was originally only a bit larger than a hand, but he actually managed to finish half the pheasant, which was almost twice his size. Even after half that pheasant, Little Snow's belly only enlarged slightly. He then crawled beside Long Chen and took a long nap. After the nap, he actually began to eat again. In just a couple of days, he had already grown to become a foot long. He had even grown 4 new teeth. Although they were still extremely immature, Little Snow still had enough power behind them to tear his food on his own now. The little fellow actually appeared very fierce, but he was extremely affectionate with Long Chen. After he was tired, he would crawl into Long Chen's embrace and doze off. Sometimes, he would even lick Long Chen's face. Unfortunately, now Long Chen really couldn't use him to wash his face. Now that Little Snow had started to eat flesh, the smell was a bit too strong. Long Chen gently stroked Little Snow. Whenever he looked at the little fellow, he would think of Meng Qi's perfectly beautiful image. A fire would burn within his heart. Boom! Long Chen saw that a couple of miles away in a forest, a huge tree toppled down. At the same time, an earth-shaking roar rang out. Long Chen shook his head and rushed over there while holding Little Snow. Arriving at the jungle, he saw that the forest now had an area hundreds of meters wide that was a complete mess. The trees in this area had all been snapped and crushed. Within the center of that disorderly zone was a huge figure holding a 3-meter-long huge savage bull. Wilda, how many times have I told you to use a bit of skill when hunting? Use the smallest amount of energy to achieve your goal. Long Chen looked helplessly at Wilda. Hee, Brother Long, I remembered what you said right up till the point I saw my prey. Wilda scratched his head in embarrassment. Looking at the huge bull whose neck had been snapped, he didn't know just what to say. Wilda's strength seemed endless. He was just like a terrifying magical beast in human form. But it seemed that, when it came to using skillful techniques, he didn't have any talent at all. Along their path, in order to keep himself full, Wilda had already killed 4 magical beasts. Although this savage bull was just a first-rank magical beast, its strength was still shocking. An ordinary blood condensation cultivator wasn't necessarily a match for it. But it was nothing more than a chicken in front of Wilda. Its neck had been broken without it having the slightest ability to resist. Wilda's favorite method of fighting was to directly use his full force to completely overwhelm his opponent. This caused quite a headache for Long Chen. It was just like he was magical beast. He favored attacking instinctively. He could remember things while not fighting, but as soon as he was in battle, everything would be thrown out of his head. Okay, well, let's handle this bull for now. I'll skin off the fur and bury the viscera. Long Chen took out a sharp knife and began to skin the bull. That kind of meticulous work was something he didn't even bother trying to get Wilda to do. Maybe if it was crushing the bull into a pulp, he could ask Wilda to do it. The scent of a magical beast's blood could spread extremely far. Even if it was 100 miles away, other magical beasts could smell it. After gutting and skinning it, Wilda brought the meat back to the camp. The camp location Long Chen had chosen was behind a waterfall. There was a natural cave there, a ready-made shelter. In addition, the flowing waterfall could block their scent, making it more difficult for other magical beasts to notice them. Although they weren't afraid of ordinary magical beasts, being sneak attacked was also extremely troublesome. If it was a venomous magical beast, then that would be a fatal danger. The cave was very wide. Long Chen started a fire and cooked the bull on a frame over the flame, roasting it. In less than 2 hours, a fragrant smell filled the cave. When Little Snow smelled it and saw the huge bull, he struggled free of Long Chen's embrace and charged right at it. Long Chen was startled and hastily grabbed him. If he was a bit slower, then Little Snow would have already jumped into the fire. Although that wouldn't burn him to death, his snow-white fur would all be scorched. Don't make trouble, Long Chen put on an angry expression for Little Snow. The little fellow seemed to be able to sense Long Chen's anger and immediately became more obedient. His large eyes stared into the ground, and he didn't dare look Long Chen in the eyes, seeming to acknowledge his error. Although Long Chen hadn't placed a slave imprint on him, with a couple of the techniques Lu Fanger had left him that were used to communicate and connect with him, he was still able to clearly express his state of mind. But if a slave imprint had been placed on him, he could make him die with just a thought. He would never be able to betray him or even having any thoughts of betraying him. Long Chen didn't treat the little fellow as a slave, but more as a partner and companion. After all, the current Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf was just like a child, so he still needed Long Chen's help to figure out what he shouldn't do. Little Snow peeked up and saw that Long Chen's expression was still gloomy. He slowly raised his head and started rubbing back and forth against Long Chen's chin, almost as if he was petting him. Long Chen wanted to laugh inside, but he still endured. If he let it end just like this, then Little Snow would be even bolder next time. He had to teach him a lesson. The little fellow rubbed him for a long time. Seeing that Long Chen's face still remained dark, he actually lowered his head and started to cry. Long Chen practically couldn't believe his own eyes. Carefully examining him, he confirmed that they really were tears. His nose even sneezed a few times as if he were choked with sobs. Okay, well, next time don't act like that. It's dangerous and will hurt you. Understood? Long Chen bitterly smiled and gently rubbed Little Snow's head. The little fellow seemed to have understood Long Chen's meaning, and once more started using his small head to rub Long Chen's chin. Long Chen sighed. It seemed he also had to worry about this fellow as well. Looking to the side where Wilda was currently salivating, he felt a huge headache oncoming. When it was essentially cooked, Long Chen cut off a large piece and gave it to Little Snow. The little fellow didn't like eating ground meat and preferred torn-off pieces. Long Chen merely cut off several kilograms of meat. The rest was all given to Wilda because Wilda's stomach seemed to be like a bottomless pit that would never be full. Even though he already was well aware of Wilda's appetite, seeing him practically sucked up the wild bull that was several tons in an instant still caused him to feel some shock. Looking from the bones on the ground to Wilda, who still seemed to want to keep eating, Long Chen didn't know just what to say. According to Wilda, magical beast's meat tasted exceptionally good to him, and after eating he would feel as if his full body was filled with power. It was much more efficient than eating beef. Long Chen once more examined Wilda's body and found that those sleeping cells were all gradually recovering, a very good sign. At the same time, he also realized that magical beast meat was extremely important to Wilda. It seemed that the stronger the meat, the more it would help Wilda grow. After eating, Little Snow's belly was as round as ball. He crawled up next to Wilda and started snoring. Long Chen also started to cultivate. Since there was no way for him to advance to blood condensation, he might as well just condense another cyclone. As for Wilda, he hesitated for a moment. With the mountain-splitting battle axe on his back, he continued to go hunting. It seemed he really would never be full. The next day at noon, a burst of wind blew by, bringing with it a couple of voices. The cultivating Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. The person he had been waiting for had finally arrived.